completed and handed in to the tally table. As they input the tally figures into their computers, this is automatically updated on our Ocean FM website. So you have exclusively the first trends, the first indications, and the voting figures, all the voting figures from your area. So log on now and access the tally figures, because counting began at 9 o'clock this morning. Now, and I know from feedback from previous elections, what a lot of people do is access us through various devices. You can cast us onto your television if you wish. You can browse the tally figures on your PC or laptop or iPad, listen to us on Alexa, whatever you want to do. There are lots of options available. Now, the Sligo Leitrim constituency takes in South Donegal as well. I just want to mention this because we have options this morning. The constituency boundary, as you know, extends right up to Lahi near Donegal town. But if you live outside that constituency boundary, and if you want to access the Donegal count from the Donegal constituency, from your constituency, you can do so live from the Aura Centre in Letterkenny. You can tune into our Donegal opt-out frequency now on 105 FM, or you can access a live stream from there, or audio commentary from the Donegal count on our website, oceanfm.ie. And remember, Ballyshannon, Bundoran are in the Sligo Leitrim constituency, Donegal town, Killybegs, Ardra in the Donegal constituency. So away we go, and we've just been told by the returning officer that the first boxes to be counted here are the Sligo boxes, all 27 of them, Sligo town boxes, all 27 of them. So we'll have the first tallies from the Sligo town boxes very, very shortly, and we are told also that the first batch of votes to be counted are booth 85, which is the Mercy College, booth 1, for those interested. So they are the first votes being counted here this morning in the Clayton Hotel. John McCartan, you're very welcome.
Thank you, Niall.
And thanks for joining us. What are your thoughts ahead of the weekend ahead?
Well, obviously, at the outset I should say that while we're going to objectify and discuss all of these people as if they were some sort of racehorse, today's going to be a good day for some people. It's going to be a tough day for other people. I'm sitting beside John Ellis here. I remember when I was a child of 12 years of age, 1987, my father and John contesting against each other. A happy day for John, sad day in our house. And tides turned in alternate elections after that, so I do want to acknowledge the human element of what's happening here today. But then, of course, looking at Ocean FM's work last night on the tallies.
What do you make of that? You've been browsing over that this morning. What do you make of that, John?
Okay, well, I suppose if there was a couple of takeaways for me as regards surprises, I kind of expected Frankie Feehan to be a percent higher, maybe.
Did you? You expected him to top the poll then?
I did expect him to top the poll, and he obviously needs to top the poll to be elected because he doesn't have that second running mate to bring him across the line. I also, I would say I probably thought there was a little more in Paddy Rourke as well. And I thought there would be a wider gap between Martin Kenny and McManus. So maybe what I should be taking out of that is that I know that this is a more difficult environment for you to do polling because of the gluts that came at different times during the day. It was a Friday rather than a Saturday as it was previously. And maybe where the population is lighter in Leitrim, maybe the polling numbers are a little bit light for Leitrim and Leitrim-based candidates, and you would be expecting Frankie Feehan to pick up a vote or two in Leitrim, a little more than you would expect a normal Sligo candidate to do. So that, I guess, that was my initial reaction.
Yeah, okay, but based on that, I don't want to be predicting seats, 20 minutes into an election count. Change, do you think? Is there going to be change here?
I really wouldn't bet my house on any candidate.
On any candidate?
I wouldn't bet my house on any candidate.
Not even
here.
Martin Kenny at this stage.
Well, it remains to be seen whether that vote is light. You know, there are a lot of left-leaning candidates in Sligo to be eliminated. And that gap between Martin and McManus is just not big enough to rule out the impossible. I wouldn't be calling anybody 100% safe at this stage. If I was guessing at it, I'd be saying surely there should be a seat for Frank Feehan. You'd be calling Eamon Scanlon the stronger of the two Fianna Fáil candidates, or of the three Fianna Fáil candidates. And then after that, Clark and Marion Harkin, they're close together there. Obviously, the elimination of one will have a big impact on the other, but it will also have an impact on the others in the race as well. So, that's it. I'd be given, not betting my house on Feehan and Scanlon, but calling them two seats.
Okay. when John was 12, second John Ellis, when he was 12, was that the time you topped the poll and were sitting there all weekend? That was a different time.
November 82.
You remember it clearly.
Yeah, I remember it clearly. I was 700 short of the quota.
Yeah.
And I got beaten. I'll make no comment about the beating. It's one of these things that happened because it does show the isolation of a Leitrim candidate.
Yeah.
If a Leitrim candidate doesn't have somebody around him to give him transfers, he gets into trouble very quickly. But the one thing I will say about looking at these figures is that you can call I think Frank Feehan and Eamon Scanlon.
Yeah.
But after that, you have a very mixed bag. And until you see the eliminations of the likes of Casserly, Cosgrove, O'Boyle and Monaghan, you're not going to know what's happening. They will make a big contribution. And the one thing that could happen here, and I'm inclined to agree with John McCartan, if that left vote were to go to Chris McManus, he could very well pass Martin Kenny.
You think so?
He could, but the advantage Martin Kenny has is that he will get a contribution from Paddy O'Rourke,
yeah,
the Leitrim vote. So
okay.
that's my reading of it. Maybe I'm wrong. Marion Harkin, if you look at this, there's a seat between herself and Michael Clark, and the big burden on that will be Marie Casserly's 5.2%. Where that goes on the independent circuit will have a major burden on it. And you just wonder, is that going to go to Michael Clark or is it going to go to Marion Harkin?
Right, so all to play for. You'd agree with John. You at this stage you're saying only Kenny and Scanlon you could be reasonably confident about, John.
Feehan and Scanlon.
Or sorry, Feehan and Scanlon.
Yeah.
No, you're sure you'd be sure about Feehan, you would.
Well, Feehan could find himself in my position.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. He could be sitting there for quite some time.
He could, but
okay.
He has a bit of an advantage in the fact that he's based in Sligo town. He will get a break from Sligo town.
Yeah.
And dependent, you see, Edel McSherry on 7.1. If she, it just depends on where she finishes after Paddy O'Rourke goes. But I would see the bulk of Paddy's, I think, are going to Scanlon, because the councillors early on had all come out in favour of Scanlon before Paddy was at it.
Right, okay, Mark McSherry joins us again. He was with us last night after publication of the exit poll. You've had more time to consider the outcome of that, Mark. Have you changed your mind in any way?
It was in the moment last night. I slightly differ from the guys. Yeah, like Feehan could sit, you know. We'll see what the quota is going to be, but like the guys, I'd probably give them a seat. I mean, I'm saying Kenny. I don't think McManus will catch Kenny, because I think Cosgrove and Casserly's vote is both soft left and soft independent, and I don't think there's any guarantee that'll go the Christmas McManus or Sinn Féin route. So I'd say 3 seats, Kenny at this very early stage, Feehan, Scanlon in no particular order, and then depending on the order and eliminations and whether votes stay independent or stay with women or are hard left or soft left or are centrist, you have Harkin, Clark and McSherry in the race at this very early stage. There's only, according to the exit poll, there's nothing between Clark and McSherry, and there's only 70 votes according to the exit poll, if it were correct, between both of them and Harkin. So you can't separate them until we see the trend on 3 sort of unknowns in terms of where the transfers are going to go. The other thing is, some of Bree's vote that ended up there. It didn't all go to O'Boyle. And where's O'Boyle going to go? Is he going to go exclusively to Sinn Féin? It doesn't really operate like that. To say, I'm going with people before profit, but I know Marion Harkin, I'm going with people before profit, and I want to go local, and that was one of the factors last night when Pádraig was breaking it down for us, that the local and other factors was 40% of the reason for voting 1 or 2,
Right, okay, the tally sheets are live now online. If you want to go onto our website, and you'll see a breakdown there of the Sligo tallies, Leitrim tallies and South Donegal tallies, and the Sligo, the page is live, and as I said, they're counting the Sligo town boxes first, so we'll have some tally figures from Sligo town very, very shortly. John Perry,
Niall,
Again, you were joining us last night. You had some interesting comments to make.
Well, certainly looking at the valid poll there of 94,000, and if you take the 60% turnout, it will give a total poll of 56,000 potential voters that would be based on 60%. But as at the point I made last night with regards to Southwest and East Sligo, that there's a total electorate up to Ballysteer Bridge of 29,000. So if you base it on 60%, it would mean to be from to Balladrehead Bridge. There's approximately short of 19,000 votes, and so that when you divide that, I would certainly look at the predominant player in that area would be definitely Eamon Scanlon, and in my opinion, and that's if you look at Michael Clark put in a huge campaign in that area, and I believe he's getting a very strong vote out of West Sligo. So and Marion Herkin, I suppose, with the Ballygawley, Ballintor area coming in out of that 19,000, the three main players out of that's a huge electoral area there, and obviously it'll be very interesting to see where the percentage of the vote that Frank Feehan will capture in that Southwest and East Sligo. I think that's where the battle royal is in the votes in the split of those 19,000 votes in Southwest and East Sligo. So if you were to ask looking at it from here at the moment, if you base it on the turnout and when you look at the boxes in those areas, there's some very large electric Tubbercurry, Ballymote boxes, West Sligo boxes. So and obviously Marion Herkin will be in Ballygawley. In Ballygawley, it would indicate it will be a close call. I think that Marion Herkin would be transfer friendly to a fair degree from if you take the Sligo town, and I would expect that she be transfer friendly. She would get a considerable vote out of North Leitrim as well and South Leitrim. So I think I would certainly say my Frank Feehan has polled very well on the first preference votes, but it will all depend on I think the real problem he may have is that he has no sort of second. He has no sort of what you call a spare vote coming from any notable. He may get transfers, I no doubt he will, but there's in one candidate you have to poll exceptionally high, and that his first preference vote, unless he's very high up very high up, he could be, just as John Ellison said there, potentially. He just could get caught, and which is potential.
It's always interesting, I think, to notice when the candidates arrive at the count. Some arrive very early, some arrive depending on how proceedings are going, and some don't turn up at all, as we know. I've already seen Martin Kenny here today. I've seen Paddy O'Rourke here today. I haven't seen any other candidates so far. John, did you turn up at counts at an early stage in your day or not?
I was always there.
Were you?
Yeah, from the very start.
From the start.
Because there was one thing you always learned at the start. That was when you saw the first boxes opened from your area, you were able to gauge where you were going. Now, the tally people, while they do their job and do it well, they would not understand the trends as much as a candidate would.
Yeah.
Because you would see that, say, box Y, the last election, you got 100 in it. If you saw in the next election that you were up or down a couple of votes, it meant what the trend was going for you. And you could take that from the first or second box.
Yeah. But was there not a lot of noise, as in too many people telling you too many things? You're getting your expectations and hopes raised maybe in a way that wasn't real?
Well, you see, if you're the candidate, you're in the real world.
Of course, we lived in a different era. Not that I'm not suggesting you're old or anything, John. It was a different era. You had to be here to hear what was going on.
My first general election was in Roscommon, Leitrim in 1977.
Yeah.
And then Leitrim came back in as a county into Sligo for the 81 election.
Yeah.
But that time, there was tallies. The tallies actually weren't that bad, considering it was pen and paper and there was no photocopiers, no nothing. But the big thing that you were always able to see was the trends. And then, of course, the other thing you looked for was whoever was the candidate closest to you or weakest, as you saw them. You were looking to see where their number twos were going. Because remember that the first thing you do in an election, if you're going to decide what you're doing, you look and see who's going to be weaker than you and go after their votes. And it was the oldest tactic in the game that if you knew somebody was voting for, say, Fine Gael, but weren't number one, but mightn't be that committed, you could pursue for a number 2. Whereas if you went looking for a number 1, you got number 10. And that was the way it worked.
All right, okay. It's interesting what you said there, John, about you feel from our exit poll last night that the Leitrim-based candidates, maybe their performance may be somewhat understated. You think?
Yeah, and look, that's just a guess, but I was just looking at it and trying to figure out, is there a trend in my surprise? And the trend in my surprise only seems to be justified by the fact that maybe we're weighing Leitrim a little bit light. Now look, at the population isn't in Leitrim, so even if you were weighing it a bit light, it's not going to have an absolutely massive impact on the final outcome. But nevertheless, I think Frankie could be the anomaly in the Leitrim thing, in that people in Leitrim will, if they vote geographically, they will still be thinking of Frankie, having been...
he still has that connection because he was in South Leitrim.
He did, and he campaigned in South Leitrim very, very hard back in that, was it 2011 election where we were Sligo, where it was South Leitrim, Roscommon. So Frankie really had it all to prove.
So that could stand to him.
And I think that will stand to him. And it's part of what has made Frankie successful, even though he had what one would have to say was a lot of political bad luck in his time, both with the carve-up of constituencies and finding them displaced, and also with the, with that Roscommon hospital issue where he followed the party whip and became persona non grata for a short period of time. He had bad luck in that regard, but I think what's standing to Frankie now is the way that he has been sort of pushed around for so long, that he has that reach into the furthest end of the constituency that other candidates would find it very difficult to replicate.
Yeah. Mark McSharry, I don't think you were an early attendee at counts that I can remember.
Not as a candidate, no.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
As a child, absolutely, 8 o'clock in the morning, and Ray always went, as John did, and for the reasons John outlined. It was different for my elections because thanks to Ocean FM, you're more up to date sitting on your couch with your laptop than being in this room, except for where we're sitting here, because they come to us here first and your listeners get to know it first. So certainly the three elections, the last three, I sort of was worn out in the pajamas on the couch watching the laptop.
And it's stressful, I take it, is it?
Well, it's more of a release on today, and obviously, I mean, there's a tremendous build-up of adrenaline over the course of the length of a campaign. Every candidate will feel that. Every candidate will have tried their heart out and put in the work. And that release for, in this instance, the 14 who aren't going to make it is, it's a pretty extensive downer for a few days.
All right, okay. I don't know if you have tablets and PCs in front of you. We have the first tally figures coming in. Do you see them, John? Yeah. I'll let John access them. So we have tally figures from Box 85, Sligo, Lady of Mercy, Booth 1, also Booth 2. We have results, or tally results from St Anne's, Booth 1 and 2. They're flying in. St Anne's, Booth 5. Sligo Cranmore Community Centre, Booth number 2. St Edward's, Booth 1 and 2. And Booth 4. And the Northside Centre, Booth number 1 as well. I'll let you digest those figures for a moment. So that's, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 boxes tallied already in Sligo Town. So they're flying along. Let's just take randomly the first box that was counted was Our Lady of Mercy National School, Booth number 1. 6 votes there for Camden, for Molly Camden. 6 votes for Casserly. 8 votes in that booth for Michael Clark of Independent Ireland. 1 for Corcoran, the Independent Ireland candidate. 19 for Neza Cosgrove of the Labour Party. 29 for Frank Fian of Fine Gael. 3 votes there for Blahin Gallagher of the Green Party. None at all for Des Guckian, the Leitrim councillor. Marion Harkin, 16 votes in that booth. 5 for Kelly, Michael Kelly of the Irish Freedom Party. 16 votes for Martin Kenny of Sinn Féin. 0 for the next candidate, McConville, non-party. Chris McManus of Sinn Féin, 28 votes there. 24 votes for Edel McSharry of Fianna Fáil. Graham Monaghan of N2, 8 votes. 11 for Gino Boyle, People Before Profit. Paddy O'Rourke, 1 Fianna Fáil candidate, and Eamon Scandon, 7. So I mean that's just one box. That's the very first box tallied, box 85. 10 boxes in all tallied. Has anybody had a chance to look at some of those figures? See any very early trends?
Frankie Feehan, of course, heading the poll as predicted. I guess 16 votes there for Martin Kenny and 28 for McManus. That's a big showing for Sinn Féin. McSharry at 24, solid showing there too. So
yeah, okay.
It's the next boxes that are showing the trends there that you'll be expecting at Cranmore. Chris McManus is doing very well there. So you have 85 and 50 for Chris McManus. That's in Cranmore. He's doing well, obviously, in both the St. Anne's and both of Lady of Mercy. So that's sort of fertile territory. And I think we've some MCR, we have some St. Edwards in, so McMahon doing very well in all of those.
Yeah, flying in at the moment. So again, just log on to oceanfm.ie. The tally figures coming in from the Sligo town boxes, oceanfm.ie, and click on Sligo tally figures, and you'll get the running totals there. Early days yet, of course, as Mark says, it is fertile territory for Chris McManus. At the moment, he's on 22% of the tallied votes. And looking down the list, Frank Feehan is on 12%, and Gino Boyle, I suppose, understandably as well, on 11%. Edel McSharry on 12%. These are the Sligo town boxes. Right, okay, John Perry.
Yes, we're looking on those final tally figures of the boxes that are opened. When you go through them, the Castry and 4%, and when you go to Nestor Cosgrove and 7%, which is quite respectable. Frank and 12, and you look at the, I think McManus is up at a considerable vote there on the Sligo boxes, which would be expected, and Edel McSharry and 12%. And I see where Michael Clark is on of the Sligo boxes that are open there, he'd be on 4%. So really, at there's trends coming through there really at the moment. So it's, as I said, the point is trying to indicate clearly that the southwest and East Sligo will be, will be the strong dividend for the South Sligo-based candidates. So that it's bearing out very well.
17 boxes tallied already in the Sligo town area. We're going to have more analysis after a very, very quick break.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Tallied now in the constituency. They are the Sligo town boxes, which is a 17% total of boxes tallied. So we are moving very, very swiftly through the count here in the Clayton Hotel, and our panel are just digesting some of the figures, which are coming thick and fast, as I say. And you can access, as I say, all these figures on our website as they come to hand. I'll just take one random box. Scull Ursula on the Strandhill Road, booth number 4. 44 votes there for Frank Feehan, 41 for Edel McSharry. I see 10 there, 18 for Nessa Cosgrove and 10 for Graham Monaghan, and then to Chris McManus on 14 there. Right, okay. As I say, 21 boxes tally. John Ellis, you were making a point there about the importance of Sligo boxes and
I think
the geographical spread.
Yes, because what's going to happen that the smaller players in Sligo town are going to play a major role when it comes to the transfers, because Chris McManus will be hoping to get a major transfer from them, as will Edel McSharry will be hoping to get a reasonable cut from them. But they're left votes, and they will stay. Bulk of them will stay left, and the net result of that will be that either Chris McManus or Martin Kinney will get a bounce when those eliminations take place. Now, you don't know, you can't study any of the candidates outside of Sligo town. The only centre candidates in Sligo town are Edel McSharry and Frank Feehan. Both seem to be polling reasonably well. But if Frank Feehan were to continue at what he's polling in Sligo town all over the constituency, he could very well find himself in trouble very quickly. But I expect him to pick up much more when he gets to the rural areas, because the Fine Gael vote in Sligo town is never was that big, no more than the Fianna Fáil vote in it. It was always a funny place. Like Fianna Fáil will probably get 1,500, 2,000 mark. Would that be the norm?
That's it, yeah. Ray used to do higher back in the day.
But that was a different time, because you didn't have all the lefties and you didn't have all the different various groupings. Like at that time it would be himself and Ted Nealon and Declan Bree. Now you have all these other players who have come into the market. But definitely what I would see is a trend here that the left vote seems to be staying left. And if you look at what the votes that Nessa Cosgrave, O'Boyle, Monaghan, they're votes that are going to stay left. They're not going to go anywhere else. And I think that it's going to make a very interesting scenario once the first 2 or 3 of those are eliminated.
Right, okay. John Perry, you never got any votes in Sligo Town your day, John, did you?
Yes, I did indeed.
Oh, did you?
I must say, yeah. I have to say I was 4 elections, and I have to say I always got great support across the county. But just looking at the Merton Kenny in the 2020 election, he got 5,931 votes in the county of Sligo, right?
Yeah.
18% of the vote. That when you look at what's coming out at the moment, when you look at McManus's vote, you know what I mean? It would appear that that vote, that gave him a huge vote, gave him 5,900, nearly 6,000 votes. But that vote actually would appear to be in block practically going to McManus at the moment.
Okay.
So that would be, I'd say that would have a concern for Merton Kennedy with regards to how the vote will divide out. But that's based on the 2020 vote. If that vote went of 18% goes to McManus, Merton Kennedy would have an awful lot to do in Leitrim.
Okay, 23 boxes now tallied, Sligo Town boxes. Mark, what are you making of it so far, from what you can gather?
Nothing surprising really. Chris McManus doing very well. I think Bree's vote has gone substantially there.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else that sticks out just at this moment in time. I need to see more. These are the boxes where you'd be expecting Chris McManus to be scoring very well. But he's certainly getting a lion's share of what I would say is Declan Bree's vote, with Bree not there. Yeah.
Okay, predictable enough so far for Town Box. I should have said, if anybody wants to ask a comment of any of our panel members, or indeed make any observations on our coverage or of the count itself or of the proceedings, you can do so now. You can phone us on 071 911 8104. You can text or WhatsApp now to 083 3500 530. Right, okay. And again, just a reminder, these are Sligo Town boxes, and you can access the running totals at the end, but it will change, John McCartan, as we know, as we move to other areas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's obviously you could almost call Sligo a city, and I'm sure people here would be miffed with me if I didn't, but that vote in general is a little more left-leaning, and that left-leaning vote, particularly when Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil are in power together, will find it very difficult to cross over to either of those parties. So I'd say you're still waiting to see a proper pattern emerge. Great showing for Sinn Féin there, but we would expect that. Good showing for the left-leaning candidates. We would expect that. Frankie Feehan has nudged up 1%. He's up to 13% there, which is putting him back close to where your tallies had him. Fianna Fáil are on 15%, so that's Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil there on 28% between the two of them. It's not enough, but again, these being towny boxes.
Boxes.
We expect them not to favour the cultures.
They're towny boxes, and John Ellis says they're lefty boxes as well. But you were always fighting towny lefty candidates in your career. Declan Bree was always on the ballot paper, was he not?
Well, Declan Bree and myself went on the ballot paper the first day in 1974 in the local elections. He got elected in Sligo and I got elected, and we're both seen as two young upstarts at the time, having broken the trend of basically you having to be in your 50s before you could nearly run. But no, what I see happening here is I see if that total left vote starts to consolidate into Chris McManus in Sligo Town, Martin Kinney could very well come under pressure, because he has the Leitrim vote.
Yeah.
But going on the local elections, Sinn Féin between Sligo and Leitrim had only 7,500 votes between the two counties.
Yeah.
Now, I think that's something around 5,000, wasn't it, in Leitrim? Or even, I think it was a bit less in the local election. So if you take it, if Martin Kinney was basically not picking up votes outside of Leitrim, he could well find himself and Chris McManus on the first count very close. And at that stage, Chris McManus is in the driver's seat when it comes to transfers, very much so.
You see, it was one of the most commented on aspects of our exit poll last night, the showing of Chris McManus. He was on 8.8%, and there were a lot of raised eyebrows, I can tell you, when that result came in.
See, you have to look back a generation. You have to look back to Sean McManus. Sean McManus had a standing within Sinn Féin. Back in my early days, he was the equivalent of the John Joe McGirdle in Leitrim.
Yeah.
He was the Sligo equivalent. And remember that there is a lot of old loyalty there to the McManuses. And you could even see a bit of that around Ballinamore this time, because there was a number of Sinn Féin activists who were openly supporting Chris McManus on the various social media things, which surprised me. So you basically don't know what's going on, because remember, Sinn Féin are the most open party, but they do know how to control their own votes better than any other party. They've learned from their peers in Belfast that the street sergeant still applies. And there's no doubt about it, this is going to be an interesting election. Once we see the first count, then you're really going to know where it's heading.
23 boxes tallied. We'll give you a running total on percentage in case you can't access it on your various devices. Molly Candon's on 1%, Marie Casterly on 4%, Michael Clark on 3%, Corcoran, the Independent Ireland candidate, 0%, Nessa Cosgrove's on 9%, Frank Feehan 13%, Balahin Gallagher of the Green Party on 1%, Des Guckian 0%, Marion Harkins on 8%, Michael Kelly on 3%, Martin Kenny is on 6%, Deirdre Conville 0%, Chris McManus 22%, Edel McSharry on 12%, Graham Monaghan on 3%, Jean O'Boyle on 10%, Paddy O'Rourke 0%, and Eamon Scanlon on 3%. John Perry.
Yes, I think what John Ellis has said there with regards to it's a big. If you take the vote difference there, McManus on 18 and Kenny on 6, you know what I mean? There's a considerable difference there. And if you take the general election vote of 2020, where McManus got, where Kenny got nearly up to 6,000 votes. But this is where the real hardcore Sinn Féin vote is, and I think that I would say, and when you look at the likewise with while Frank Feehan, when you look at the, you'd have to be doing that figure really to be, in honesty, when you could take the vote at the moment, 658 votes, and a lot of the box open in Sligo Town, he's going to be dependent, as I said initially, when you go to South and West Sligo there in East Sligo, 19,000 votes in that area that's going to be cast. It will be very important. Frank Feehan, if he's not pouring excessively well in that area, out of that region, he and whatever maybe John, I suppose when you look at Paddy O'Rourke's vote in South Leitrim, as to where that, obviously the transfer of that will go, whether Frank Feehan, he would want to be getting a huge amount of that. He could be, he can be caught on the rocks in the hard place there, because I honestly believe that South Leitrim and North Leitrim, as this count would go at the moment, the surprise at the moment is McManus, to be honest. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and again, as I said, we were picking that up in the exit poll yesterday. I make it only 7 boxes left to be tallied in Sligo Town, and we'll have a full analysis of the Sligo Town situation there. John, did you want to say something there, John McCarthy?
No, not particularly. I do agree with John Perry there. The McManus's showing is very strong. I think it's at 21% now, against Martin Kenny is on 6%. Look, again, the caveat, this is Sligo Town. This is exactly where you expect McManus to have a strong showing. If he's not going to have it here, he's not going to have it anywhere. I guess Sligo Town is probably accounting for, if you take the greater area, is it a third of the votes of the entire constituency? And the rest of the constituency is predominantly rural, small town. So that trend is definitely going to change.
Right, okay. We're going to take our 10 o'clock news break in a moment. You won't miss a thing, and as I say, just keep logging on because we will have a final Sligo Town box tally very, very shortly. Only a couple of boxes left. So it's panning out very interestingly, John Ellis, as predicted early on.
Well, you're going to have a very interesting scenario, but
Yeah.
when you come out of Sligo town, there appears in my eyes to be a kind of a low turnout in Sligo town, Niall. I don't know what it was, but to me, the amount of votes that are being cast in it, of course, they're divided over everybody as well. But the one thing that's sticking out is that Chris McManus at 22%
Yeah.
is 9 points ahead of Frank Feehan.
Yeah.
And if you take and add then to that 22 that he has, Monaghan is 3%, O'Boyle is 10%, Kelly is 3%, who else? Cosgrove has 9%. So there's actually that much more left votes to come, and they're going to be crucial. If Chris McManus picks up 60% of those, Chris McManus goes into the driver's seat.
Yeah,
Right.
I would agree with John. You look at the left vote in Sligo there. You know, if you take the O'Boyle and 9%, and we would say that Monaghan and 3%, that's 12%, and you take the McConnell, if you go over further over here, 9. That's a considerable vote too.
That's the 20. They have as much between them as Chris McManus has on his own.
Because I keep going back to the vote of 2020.
Yeah.
You know that vote is there, and you must remember in the European elections, he obtained 5,000 votes in the county of Sligo. Chris McManus in the county, and I think that when the analysis is done, he's not going to be. I think he could surpass that.
The big thing is that we're going to have to wait for the big eliminations here. The smaller eliminations are going to put a colour on it, but they're not going to give us anything definitive. This is going to be a long day or two, and the big eliminations are going to make the difference.
But you'd have to agree, John, at the moment. You'd have to agree that you have to have an avenue to get second preferences. You know what I mean, Jeremy?
Absolutely.
You know, and while obviously the eliminations are very important, but Frank Feehan would have to be considerably well up on the first count, because he is no notable. He has no no transfer.
No, and like we did make reference, you made reference to him needing a big jolt from the like of Paddy O'Rourke's elimination. A big difference between this time and the last time round is that Martin Kenny will still be in the race when Paddy O'Rourke is eliminated.
John Berry, you'll be interested to see the Ballymote figures are coming in.
Yes.
So Ballymote National School Booth 2. I'm just looking through the figures. Chris McManus, 22 votes. There, Michael Clark 20, Frank Feehan 30, Marion Harkin 20, and Martin Kenny 14. That's in Ballymote National School Booth 1. And we have results from Ballinacaro Community Centre as well.
What is Eamon Scanlon on in Ballymote?
Eamon Scanlon in Ballymote is obviously 135.
Yeah, but
135.
And that is, obviously a very disappointing vote for Frank Feehan in Ballymote, because that if you take the Fine Gael vote there at the moment, it should be double that at least. I mean, double that.
Okay.
Pardon?
Will you be getting?
I certainly will be getting. No, I canvassed Ballymote. I canvassed Ballymote with them, but I can tell you that it's early days yet.
Oh, it's a bit early for that. And then Ballinacaro, for those interested, Scanlon's on 84 in Ballinacaro. Just scrolling across here, Feehan's on 45 in Ballinacaro, and Chris McManus on 33. Marion Harkin on 34, and Clark on 41. In Ballinacaro. So the rural boxes, County Sligo rural boxes, are now being tallied, and I think I'll make it on my watch. There's about 5 boxes left to be tallied in Sligo Town before we have a final Sligo Town tally. At this stage, we'll take a very, very quick break for our 10 o'clock news. Join us again in a few moments.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Saturday morning, Friday as a business we are operating in as green a fashion as possible. So solar panels was the obvious choice, and Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Live at the Clayton Hotel, the ongoing Sligo Leitrim constituency count. Where are we? We have 36 boxes tallied, which represents 30% of the entire constituency. So the tallymen are storming through the results here this morning. For those who are tuned in internationally, we're told the UK, the United States, Australia, New Zealand, the Netherlands, Pakistan and United Arab Emirates, just some of the countries tuned in so far to our coverage. Okay, Pádraig Hart joins us now, who's overseeing the tally situation here, as he always does. Now, Pádraig, it seems to us here in the panel that you're flying at this year more so than ever before. 30% of the boxes tallied just after 10 o'clock.
That's 30% of the Sligo box.
No, the Sligo box.
Yeah, 30% of the Sligo boxes are tallied just after 10 o'clock. So it's going very well. It's very, very cohesive. The parties are all working excellently together, and we're hoping for a very accurate tally. We're predicting that we should have all the boxes tallied somewhere between 3 and 4 o'clock today, all the results. But the trends already are being established out there. And just talking to the different tally people on the ground, there's a little bit of a pep in the step of Sinn Féin. They think they're in with a chance of that second seat. It's,
already?
Already, yeah. There's a bit of a pep in their step, but all the other candidates are also very hopeful at this stage. So it's all to play for, but definitely watching Chris McManus's vote as we go to country in Sligo is going to become very, very interesting. That's going to be a key factor.
Right, okay. And again, as is the case, every time you oversee this procedure, great cooperation so far from all the tally people involved and those who are involved.
Unbelievable. There are people with badges from two different candidates standing side by side. One of them is calling the vote and the other is marking it. And you can see them all working together. And as everybody understands, this is about an open and transparent democracy. So this means that nobody can say, oh, there's votes being stolen on, it's all a fix. That can't be said, because those tally people are there. They are scrutineers and making sure that everything has been done right and proper, and bringing early results to the people as well. And we can see local issues coming through in those tallies. I'm sure your analysts will be able to tell you more about that.
Yeah, all right, okay. So I think I'm making 2 more boxes in Sligo Town to be tallied. We are in Ballymote at the moment. Beltra as well, which we'll give details of in a moment, and Castle Baldwin. So it's County Sligo next.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So you 3 o'clock, you reckon, Pádraig?
Prediction 3 o'clock.
Okay. Right. Okay. Thanks for that. We'll catch up with Pádraig in due course. This a couple of messages coming our way so far this morning. As a proud, born and reared Sligo person, I hate that word townie. Says this person. Someone else says, I voted Fine Gael all my voting life. It's the first time I've changed my voting preference, and it wasn't Fianna Fáil. Back to the campaign itself, someone says Frank Feehan didn't know that cancer services had left Sligo. Why would people vote for him? And Joe is watching on the television through YouTube and thinks it's great coverage so far. Right, okay. John McCartan, will come back to you. A pep in the step, Pádraig Hart said there, that Sinn Féin have.
Yeah, I just find it difficult to see how there are 2 seats for Sinn Féin in this. Again, we're looking at a very specific geographical area that has been tallied so far. It is exactly where we would have expected a higher Sinn Féin vote and a higher left-leaning vote. So we're just going to have to wait and see what happens there. If you're looking at the party trends, certainly it looks great from a Sinn Féin point of view to be sitting on 25% with Fianna Fáil on 19 and Fine Gael on 15. But again, remember, this is an election where the party strategies has been to win a seat, not to get the highest number of percentage points in a poll. And Frank Feehan's 15% there is, it's just one candidate, and there'll be a lot of geographical carving done on second preferences when they come. So again, I would just find it difficult to see 2 seats for Sinn Féin there. And I'm not sure how the rest of the panel would feel about that, but it would be an absolute groundbreaking. It would be an earthquake.
You don't see it, John Ellis, do you?
No, I can't see where that's going to come from, because remember that to get 2 seats, they're going to need 18 to 20,000 votes in the end, and that's going to be very, very hard for them. No, I still see it that you can basically predict 2 now. Going on what Martin Kinney is picking up, I think he will probably stay ahead of Chris McManus.
Yeah.
But it'll take one to elect the other. And when you go down the line, then you don't know where Marion Harkin is going to finish until you get the first count over. And I think that there's a seat between herself and Michael Clark, whichever of them survives the longest.
Well, let's just discuss Michael. Sorry.
And then you can take Frank Feehan's situation, because at the moment he could well end up topping the poll and being 3,000 or 4,000 short of the quota.
Yeah.
And nobody to pick them up from.
Let's just talk about Michael Clark for a moment. And I see the figures are in from Beltra Hall, and obviously Clark has polled well there, as would be expected. 142 votes for Clark in Beltra. And looking across the list of candidates, 14 Eamon Scanlon, Chris McManus on 13. And there's more results coming in from Ballymote as well. Mark, you've been looking at some of the
it's very
figures.
Just on Beltra, it's entirely predictable there. You would expect that Michael Clark would be cleaning that out, and he very much did. Next Feehan there, but very, very well down. So I mean, that's in effect, Michael Clark's home territory. So no surprises there. There's no surprises anywhere really at the moment. Sligo Town, what's the message? Breeze vote's gone to Chris McManus. What has happened in other elections where Chris and Martin Kenny were both in the field, Kenny seemed to pick up more in more rural areas, which is unusual because you're in Sligo, places like Eastkey and Escrone and so on. So I know Porrick Hard mentioned that earlier. It wouldn't look likely at this early stage that Sinn Féin can get a second. You have Kenny and Scanlon. You'll have Feehan, provided what happened to John in 1982 doesn't happen. And then there's a seat between Harkin and Clark and McSherry. And it's very much dependent on the order of eliminations and where those votes are going to go.
Right, okay. The 5 polling booths in Ballymote, John, 3 of them are in. What are your observations? This is John Perry. Your observations so far on Ballymote, John?
Well, it's as expected. Eamon Scanlon is getting a massive endorsement out of the Ballymote boxes. He's getting practically 3-1 to Fine Gael in those boxes. That's here's a total there of the best part of 450 votes, and which in those boxes, Fine Gael has only I'll tell you 80 votes, less than 80 votes. It's and when you look at the I suppose the only encouraging vote there I see in Clahogue, Casabordon, where I think that's which I looked at the last election in 2020. Frank Feehan got 61 votes, and in Clahogue he's getting 99 votes in Clahogue in Casabordon. So that's the only gain I see there at the moment. But if you look at the figures, you see the numbers that are coming in. As John has said, Ellis has said, the numbers are they're very small numbers. You see, there's no hundreds. They're all just in the 50s and 60s. You know what I mean? It's a long way. You have a huge amount of votes to get up to if the quota's up in 11,000. Do you know what I mean, Jeremy?
Yeah.
And I think that's I would have I really would have, and I said it from the very start. I mean, and I hope I'm proven wrong that that Frank Feehan could do exceptionally well. But when it comes to the second, when the PR system kicks into action, and Chris McManus, if you look at the vote in Sligo, that if he holds the Kenny vote of nearly 6,000 votes, I mean, regardless, and Merton Kenny is considerably less. You know what I mean, Jeremy? That I'm not saying Sinn Féin will take 2 seats, but Sinn Féin certainly there's there's a one seat there. As to where that seat will be, I don't know.
Yeah, somebody texted in before the break to say that with 9 boxes still to come in the Sligo Strandhill district, Frank Feehan was ahead of the full combined boxes of 2020, and that was with Strandhill still to come.
Yeah.
So
also in Ballymote, you were saying that Frankie hadn't done great, John. Really, I mean, there's only 3 boxes up on the screen so far here, but he's pretty much, he might be down ever so slightly, but he's pretty much held the vote that the combined vote of himself and Walsh did the last time in Ballymote in booth 3. Sorry, there's only 2 of them up on my screen anyway, and booth 4.
Well, it will be less if you put in my vote on that occasion.
Well, we'll go up and we'll look at you here.
Yeah.
All right, okay, 47 boxes tallied, which is 39% of the Sligo, all the Sligo boxes, 47 tallies. So they are proceeding very, very quickly with the count. And indeed, I think a lot of us were surprised when Pádraig Hard said it would be 3 o'clock before we had a full tally result, because the way it's proceeding, the one we might have thought we would have got one before that. Okay. But they are accurate, John Ellis, as you know. The tallies have always been incredibly accurate.
Well, once you get proper people who know how to tally, it can be, you won't be 0.5% out. And we saw it in all, like I saw in the local elections in Leitrim.
Yeah.
There were only maybe 2 or 3 votes out per box. So the accuracy of the tally people is there, and the technology backup that they have then is important. Like Pádraig McGorty over there is a genius when it comes to getting the tallies done and predictions and the whole lot. So it's interesting, but what we're going to wait to see is, remember we have most of rural Sligo has still to come.
It has, yeah.
You have North Sligo to come, and then after that you'll have Leitrim. Now Leitrim is going to be split every way. There'll be all sorts of breaks in it, so you can't see any trend coming out of that until you see the first few boxes that are opened in it.
Okay, some of the Strandhill boxes are coming in now. Mark, I don't know if you have...
Yeah, I saw one of them there. Edel McSharry doing very well in those. Sorry, I'm just in 2020 results 1 second.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Booth 2 and booth 4, Feehan gets 68 and 88, and as you say, Del McSharry 52 and 96. Again, along predicted lines there.
Yeah, very much so. Area. I mean, that's Edel McSharry's home turf, and not too far away from Frankie's either, but a good area for Fine Gael too.
Can we comment a moment? Maybe. John, I'll bring you this, John McCartan, on Marion Harkin. Marion Harkin had a 11.4% share of the vote, 11.5% share of the vote in 2020. Our exit poll puts her well down on that, 7.2%.
Yeah, but you would also have to take a look at the likes of Michael Clark and people like that, strong independent candidates that are taking a big chunk out of that vote. So that's not a massive surprise. The independents that end of the ticket is certainly more competitive now than it used to be in the past. And then, I guess we'd have to ask ourselves, Marion Harkin's been around a long time. Sometimes people just end up being assumed safe or assumed elected, and sometimes a little bit of heat and energy runs out of a campaign. Momentum isn't sustainable forever, and but look at that's still very close, and that's yet to be watched. What comes out of that?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, she's it's definitely like if the bookies, who would never be as good as the tallyman when it comes to politics, the bookies would call it for Marion at this stage. But my view, and I think John's view, is that certainly Clark is there. I feel that Edel McSharry would be there depending on the transfers from Cosgrove and Casserly. The exit poll indicated to us that the most transfer friendly was Edel McSharry, the next most transfer friendly was Feehan, the next was Marion Harkin on 9%, and then Clark dropped to about 6%. So when we get into the transfers, it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. But Marion, I think, obviously Marie Casserly would have been one of Marion's team over the years, so that would have affected her. Phelim Gurn, I think, in Manor Hamilton would have been very focused on it. I'm not so sure whether it was sort of divided focus there this time. Obviously, Clark, some of Clark's people, despite some of them would have been certainly with me, a proportion would certainly have been with Hark. And the other thing is, we're used to, Marion would have a high media profile nationally, would have been used a lot by RTE and Virgin and the national broadcasters a lot during the campaign. That didn't seem to happen in this campaign. So maybe, as you're saying, John, a complacency around, maybe Marion is safe,
Mm-hmm.
A couple of West Sligo boxes coming in, and we'll just randomly give you a few of the totals there. Dromore West, Community Centre booth 2, and again, particularly Michael Clark polling well there, 165 votes there. Eamon Scanlon on 15, Feehan on 19, and then I want to point to the Eastkey booth 1 there, and again, Clark on 137 in Eastkey. And you have Feehan on 17, Scanlon on 16, and Killarney. I just want to mention Killarney as well. Killarney Community Centre booth 1, and scrolling across to see again a good performance there by Clark. He's on 88 votes in that Killarney box. Eamon Scanlon on 59, McManus on 44, and Feehan on 45. Michael Clark, can I ask you? And I think it was Mark McSharry that said it. He ran a very, very high-profile campaign. He did John Perry, didn't he, Michael Clark?
Absolutely. I mean, you look at
he was out of the blocks quicker than anybody else, I think.
And
started the campaign.
And he's, as I said, from West Sligo, he's getting a huge endorsement out of West Sligo, and I think to be very, that's. I think he's certainly could be, when it comes to the independent bloc. I mean, he's certainly holding up. He's certainly holding up the vote at the moment. If you take, he's certainly on 11%. If you take him on 11%, and if you take Cassidy on 4%, and Marion Harkin on 7%, that he's leading that pack at the moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that if you take that vote, if when the whole county analysis is done, that if he's the stronger of the independents, and that would have an impact. That will have an impact, obviously, on the transfers to Eamon Scanlon as well. So that that if he's he could be in the running. Whereas his number twos will not be looked at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's,
I mean, seriously, what's the difference this time? I mean, he ran, as I remember, I think it was 2011. Michael Clark ran in the election.
But he's polling considerably higher here this time.
Why is that? Is it to do with his affiliation with an independent Ireland? Do you think?
Well, I think it's done to his energetic campaign that he put in. I think that if you look at of all the campaigns that was ran, it was the one that hit the ground. In every region. I think not alone in West Sligo, across the county, in every village, in every town, and cattle merts and everything. So that he was fighting fit for this campaign from the word go. So and if you look at the independents there at the moment, if you look at the independents, if there's an alignment within independents, and he's ahead of Marion Harkin, anything can happen.
Yeah, that's why I think the independents will transfer in every direction, potentially. Mm-hmm. I mean, the big thing with Michael Clark is he has 15 years work done from Ballysadere to Ballina.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the difference. I don't buy, frankly. I mean, I know it was a very high-profile campaign. There's no votes and posters.
Do you not think so?
No, I don't.
There mightn't be votes in posters, but they are certainly an indication of a well-resourced and well-organised campaign and political machine. And, I'm probably one of the furthest houses in the constituency from Clark. And that was the first poster I saw, was a big 8x4 at the foot of my hill for Clark. And I have to say, that had an impact, because people were saying, this guy's out of the blocks, quick.
Yeah.
And this is the furthest end of the constituency from him, with a low population. So while Mark may be well correct in saying that the posters don't get you the votes, but they are definitely a barometer, and they show that there's a well-organised machine
whether the posters get you votes or not, they certainly got people talking, as they got you talking, John, in relation to his campaign. And not only had he billboards and posters in your part of County Duty, you had them way up to the border up in Lahey as well, I noticed. John?
Well, I think that what John McCartan said is right. Michael Clark was the first out of the blocks when it came to, and also when it came to canvassing. A week into the campaign, my door was knocked at 8 o'clock one evening, and it was Finbar Clark's son who was canvassing. And that just tells you now, like they canvassed an awful lot of rural Leitrim, and one individual in Ballinamore said to me one day, he says, I had Michael Clark's canvassers the other day. Now, he wouldn't be voting for him, but he says whoever had instructed the canvasser, he knew how to canvass. He wasn't being bullish. He was just basically saying, look at whatever support you can give us, we'd appreciate it. And he says it means that he'll get a scratch off me at some stage, which he wouldn't have got if they hadn't approached. And
is that down to Michael Fitzmaurice and his influence?
That has an influence in South Leitrim.
Yeah.
I can tell you that. And you'll be surprised in some of the polling booths. Like, I know from those canvassing that a few of them got shocked when they were told by what would have been good Fianna Fáil people that they were voting for
Independent Ireland.
They were voting for Clark. Because of Michael Fitzmaurice, which is, and you see, the Michael Clark is classed as being the only rural tied candidate in it. Like, Michael Clark he's in Dower of a Saturday, he's in Ballymote of a Thursday, he's in Ballina of a Tuesday. And he's meeting people all the time, as Mark said, for the past 15 years. Yeah. And it does have a bearing. And
I'd say, my personal view, and I know because they've been sending stuff in through my own and other offices, the work rate over the last 15 years stands for something. Yeah, posters are part of a campaign, and there's no question his campaign was very organised. The Clark family, which I'm connected to obviously myself, is a very, very large family, and they were all enthused. The next 3 generations of them were out canvassing, plus their friends, plus their neighbours. And that's coming across in the polls here. Yeah. But I suppose, I just don't believe, I think everybody needs X amount of posters. But I don't believe they make the difference between whether you're getting elected or not. I mean, Michael is definitely in the hunt. There isn't two ways about it. And Leitrim is going to tell the tale. He's doing very well where we're expecting him to do it very well.
But just one point to make, Niall, is that when you look at I think his technology team, he embraced, if you look at his quality of his videos and his market, I mean, he was very much where posters, I think they're very effective myself, but when you look at politics now, it's all on the Facebook, Twitter, and all those sites and he had a professional team behind him who produced professional, well-produced, well-marketed, very well-documented videos on his Facebook. And if you look at the hits he was getting on those, I mean, they were quite extraordinary. And I think that he had aerial shots taken of Ballymote Mert, Dower Mert, all of those shots. And it was his impact there with his connectivity with the rural Ireland and the farming-based population there. I think that he connected there, whether that delivers votes. But I think his POS, his point of sale, including posters, and his technology-based campaign was top-notch.
Yeah, he told me only a few weeks ago he wasn't running, but obviously the campaign was well underway at that stage. Yeah. But there you go. Maybe it's something we'll get to ask Michael over the weekend. This person says the very first poster in North Sligo was Michael Clark, and Clark himself was in Grange knocking on every door. Anything from South Donegal yet? No, there's not. We're only still tallying the Sligo boxes. We're on to County Sligo now. And somebody else wants to know how close are the tallies to the exit poll. Well, we'll find out in due course later on in the day. Right, 071 911 8104, our number to call this morning if you want to ask our panel any question or indeed have any observations on the process of the count. 083 3500 530 is our text or WhatsApp. At this stage, we'll take a very quick break. Back in a moment.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Everybody's busy. Wait.
the main benefits transitioning to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
Clayton Hotel, ongoing Sligo Leitrim general election count, and we're still digesting the tally figures as they come through to us. And a lot of people texting about Michael Clark and Michael Clark's campaign. Michael Clark came personally to people's doors, says this person. Most candidates didn't even ask for a vote. It speaks volumes, says Marie. Someone else says Michael Clark came personally to our door in Grange one night. He was the only candidate that did so. Most people didn't do that. Well, I always feel sorry for candidates during a November election because
no candidate gets to the door.
Yeah.
Absolutely nobody. So, I mean, the candidate from whatever party or independent or whatever is going to get X amount of doors themselves. Hopefully some of their family get to as many more as they can, and then it's their team. That's just the reality of it. And, you know, having monitored this time, there's a lot more sort of please no canvassers call. You know, on a dark evening, people are just in from work and so on. They might want to answer the door.
It's a bit of a dilemma, isn't it?
You know, I have no doubt that in fairness, the vast majority of candidates would have had somebody on their behalf go to, you know, the vast majority of doors. It's just, I mean, the idea of a candidate getting to every door, it's nonsense. They don't, you know.
But just on that point, I think while an urban canvass is completely different, because when you go into an urban estate, and you know that in honesty, invariably people aren't there. But I'm of the opinion that when you go into the rural parts of the county, Leitrim or Sligo or South Donegal, in any country house or country area, there's normally somebody there. So, in honesty, you can go into Drummer West, into South Sligo, there's 11 o'clock in the morning or 2, so they were seeing the canvassing wasn't permissible after 7:30, but there was no reason why that, and that's where Michael Clark, maybe his canvass teams excelled, that they did the ground war during the daytime, early in the morning, early in the afternoon, where a lot of teams were postponing it up to 5:30 to 7:30, and they were losing a huge amount of time.
Yeah. You kept knocking on the door, so John, did you, until you got an answer?
I believe it's so important. It's so, you know, in honesty, you cannot be. What's worth getting is worth asking for.
Okay, well, just before we leave you, John, again, going back to the Ballymote tally figures, and I'm just looking, I think there's only one box left to be tallied in Ballymote, and this person makes, one box to come in Ballymote is this person, and Frank Feehan is already ahead of his combined 2020 total. Of course, he's the only Fine Gael candidate in the field.
You know, that's, you would have to expect that. You know what I mean, Jeremy? When you would have to expect that, but it's you know, when you consider you know, that still percentage-wise, you know, that's you know, all I can say when you look at the county vote on the last election in 2020, and I just watching the vote here of Frank Feehan. He got at the moment he's on 2,137. In the county of Sligo on the last occasion, he got 1,400 votes in the total county. But I believe when the county tally, when this county tally is finished, I think he'll have to be on 4,500 votes. He would have to be on 4,500 votes in the county.
Okay, we shall see. We'll just give you a running total. That's the 56 boxes tallied, which is 46% of all the County Sligo boxes. And the running total percentage-wise at the moment is Molly Candon on 1%, Marie Casterly's on 4%, Michael Clark 12%, Caroline Corcoran 0%, Nessa Cosgrove on 6%, Frank Feehan is on 15%, Blothin Gallagher is on 2%, Des Guckian 0%, Marion Harkin 7%, Michael Kelly on 2%, Martin Kenny of Sinn Féin on 6%, Dermot McConville 0%, Chris McManus 15%, Edel McSharry on 10%, Ray Monaghan on 2%, Gino Boyle on 6%, Paddy O'Rourke 0%, and Eamon Scanlon on 14%. John McCartan, you're looking forward to the Leitrim figures coming in, no doubt.
Yeah, well,
You're going to...
I'll have a better idea of you know, what the previous trends in those boxes were. But I mean, looking at the Sligo boxes here, it's, you know, the weight of the population in the constituency is in County Sligo, but nevertheless, Leitrim's going to be the kingmaker as always. I'm Frank Feehan on 15 is just 1% above where you had him in your poll last night. The others are not that far off either. I think Chris McManus is beating expectations there. But again, when you get back into Leitrim, you're going to see Martin Kenny clawing back a huge amount of that. You're going to see Paddy O'Rourke beginning to feature there. Eamon Scanlon, I think, will probably do a little bit better in North Leitrim, maybe than one might expect. Leitrim will be. It will tip the scales.
Yeah. The kingmaker, John.
Yeah.
Do you think? Yeah.
No doubt about it. It's the Leitrim votes, small as it might seem in the overall, that'll decide an awful lot of the last three seats. Because you're in the situation now that you have Eamon Scanlon, Frank Feehan and Michael Clark, and Chris McManus on the Sligo votes, way ahead of everybody else. And Michael Clark, what I've noticed is he's the only one that seemed to get into three figures in any polling booth.
Yeah.
Bar Eamon Scanlon in Ballymote now.
Frank Feehan and Strandhill 100.
Yeah.
Booth 1.
Yeah. But if you look at it, some of the West Sligo boxes, Clark came out of one of them with 165, another with 137.
Yeah.
Which means that he's polling very heavy in that area. If that trend continues, the ripple effect will go to the periphery of the constituency, because there's a ripple effect that comes when somebody has a momentum from the centre, and that's what I think that he's going to definitely end up well ahead of Marion Harkin on the first count, and if he does, the independent seat is guaranteed to be his.
Well, that's not what the exit poll told us now. So
I know that.
Your exit poll has to be substantially out for that to happen.
Yeah. But if you look at it, Mark, the exit poll is taken over the whole lot. It doesn't take into account the rural. It's probably 1/3 Sligo town, 2/3 the rest of the constituency. So
actually, that's a good thing. Sorry to interrupt, but Niall, could you remind us of that, because Niall was telling us that there was actually 6 different areas.
There were, if I can get my hands on it. It was broken down into 6 different areas. And I'll find that sheet in a moment to give you the exact breakdown.
Yeah, no, you're okay.
Yeah. Right. I just can't lay my hand on it at the moment.
You're okay. There's much.
I'll give you the six different areas in a moment. Anyway. Okay. And people looking for individual tally figures from boxes, and the easiest way to do that, as I say, is to go online, because we'd be all day reading them out here if we go through every single box. Yeah, the 6 areas, John, that we used in our exit poll was the first area was Donegal, North Sligo. That's South Donegal, North Sligo. Then there was North Leitrim.
What is the breakdown in North Leitrim?
The breakdown in North Leitrim per candidate.
Yeah.
I don't have that in front of me. I'll ask Pádraig McGorty in a moment to give us a category breakdown in each section. Then there was South Leitrim, then there was Sligo Town, the 5th area was West Sligo and Mid Sligo, and then South Sligo was the last.
Yeah, well, you'd need to know what the breakdown was from each area.
Yeah.
Per candidate, to be able to do a reasonable hit at what the breakdown would be better.
Pádraig McGorty gave us that in more detail last night during our special programme. So when Pádraig is less busy, we'll get him in to get an indication of where the Leitrim votes were going going to. Right, okay. Keep your texts and comments coming. 071 911 8104 is our number to call. You can text or WhatsApp to 083 3500 530. Sinn Féin's performance overall, I think Kenny polled, was it 15,000 first preferences last time? So there's going to be a substantial reduction this time. Is that significant or not, John? Or how does it...
Well, the bounce is gone, remember.
Yeah.
That was in the last election. The other thing is that while Sinn Féin's, the issues that they seem to be basically stuck on housing and housing only. And when it comes to economic issues, people are frightened of them, and very frightened of them. And that's where their Achilles heel is. That, and remember, while people might give out about the government at the minute, the government has worked well. It's done its term. It helped people after the COVID crisis and the whole lot, and basically took decisions that previous government would never even dream of taking. When it came to putting money directly back in people's pockets. It's also been quite good to the grey vote when it came to increases in pensions and everything. And people, while they might give out about the government, people still wouldn't like to see any change that it basically turn the car around and have it going in a different direction.
And you don't see any change based on that national exit poll last night at all, John?
No. Because if you take it, the last... where there's a seat to be gained for either Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, the way the transfers looked last night, it's going to mean that whichever of the two parties is the strongest is going to be keeping out either a left-wing candidate or an independent candidate in an awful lot of constituencies. You see, there'll be very interesting ones. Like Donegal will be interesting to see, does Pat the Cope get back in?
Well, I think he will get back
I think he will too.
There have been two polls carried out in Donegal town, Tyrconnell Tribune and TGCAR, and he looks fairly certain that he will get back in.
Yeah. And Charlie McConlogue will more than likely hang on.
Yeah, it looks like it. No seat for Fine Gael in Donegal.
But then you go to places like Kilkenny, where an opinion poll last week saw Fianna Fáil getting 3 seats in Carlow Kilkenny. Yeah, basically getting nearly the first 3 seats in it. So you don't know, every constituency is different. And another interesting constituency will end up being Cavan Monaghan.
Yeah. John
just looking at the feed coming in here, it looks like that in Wicklow now, the Taoiseach's constituency is on 27%, Social Democrats on 14%, Fine Gael 10%, and Stephen Donnelly on 6%.
Doesn't surprise me.
So it looks like that it would appear, that if you take the surplus of the Taoiseachs, I think it's going to bring in Edward Timmins in with the second seat, that he could take that seat of Stephen Donnelly.
Which would be a surprise, or would it be a surprise?
No, not
Johnston,
me.
Not at all.
No. Any TD...
You're not a Stephen Donnelly fan?
I would have been a Stephen Donnelly fan up to a point.
Yeah.
But any TD that went and closed his office in the constituency, which he's reputed to have done, means that it's a total disregard for the electorate and for you being a TD. Like fellas, sometimes when they get the big job, it can go to their head, and they decide that it's going to get all their time. But remember, it's the public who elect you.
John McCartan, the exit poll last night nationally, were you surprised by that or not? And if so, by what aspect of it?
Yeah, not really. I did feel that the polls that showed Fine Gael well ahead of the pack earlier on were a little bit soft. I found it difficult to imagine that a party in government could stretch a lead like that. The exit poll last night didn't shock me. I was actually concerned from a Fine Gael point of view that name recognition and the loss of so many high-profile candidates was going to have a detrimental effect on our electability, and I guess that point has yet to be proven whether or not Fine Gael can weather that storm. Being at 21% in an opinion poll is just a marginal place to be when it comes to fighting for a fourth seat in any constituency. So if you're running somebody who's not known, it can be difficult, and that has happened to us in too many constituencies.
Yeah, and Sinn Féin, was it on 21.2% last night? Surprised at that or not?
Yeah, it was a little stronger than I had expected.
Yeah.
But funny enough, we're just seeing it here today. In fact, the only two anomalies in this from comparing the actual tallies to to your exit poll last night is Michael Clark, which I was surprised he was so low in your exit poll last night, and Chris McManus, two anomalies. You've almost called two a 1% margin, the rest of them right, but those two ones are the big anomalies there so far.
Right. Okay. Again, just randomly looking at some of the returns in boxes. Curry. Let's go out to Curry in South Sligo. Booth 1 in Curry. Michael Clark. 75 votes in Booth 1 in Curry. Eamon Scanlon on 125. Again, more or less to be expected. And we're still getting texts about Frank Feehan's performance, John Perry. And somebody at home who's following the figures says the Sligo Strandhill tally is complete, and Frank Feehan has increased the Fine Gael vote by 516 votes in Sligo Strandhill from the combined Walsh-Feehan vote in 2020. 1,459 as opposed to 943.
Yeah, which is good news, and I think that's I think that he certainly bears out the tally figures. So they clearly, as I said from the very start, the Southwest and East Sligo tallies, they're the ones that will certainly determine the total.
Yeah. Okay. So as more figures come in, John, any significant trends you see?
Well, I think the trend at the moment will be Michael Clark, and that his share of the vote in Southwest and obviously in North Sligo and into Leitrim. I think that you just couldn't call it, and it would appear that he's taken a lot of Marion Harkin's vote at the moment.
Yeah, so that's what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and there's other people wondering, can we get particular party perspectives on things? Well, we'll do that. What we'll do is we'll get through the tallies first, and we'll get an overall tally, and then we'll have lots of time after that to hear from various party members and give their views on how things are going and likely to pan out. John, do you think that Marion Harkin's vote has been into somewhat there by Michael Clark? Are you seeing that?
I do, yeah, and I felt when I saw his campaign hit the ground so hard that Marion was going to be the biggest victim of that, and certainly it looks like that's impacting. Look, when you get into Leitrim again, Marion's going to do a little bit better than maybe Clark will, considering he's coming from the other side of the constituency. But on the name recognition end of it, you are talking about all those posters had Michael Fitzmaurice, and Michael is resonating with a rural voter, and that could well be a factor that we're just not measuring correctly at the moment.
3-candidate strategy for Fianna Fáil, John Ellis. Is that something you thought was wise or not?
3-candidate strategy, 2 of them coming in at the last minute. Okay, I believe that there was an opinion poll done 6 months ago with Eamon Scanlon on it.
And this was an internal Fianna Fáil opinion
and that
poll.
It was polling extremely well, much better than Edel McSharry. And that's now becoming obvious because when we see the North Sligo vote, that's going to be crucial, because if Edel McSharry loses considerable amount of votes there to Eamon Scanlon, then she runs into trouble. But I'm definitely convinced that Michael Clark is going to be ahead of Marion Harkin, and if that happens, I don't see Casserly being of the same benefit to Marion Harkin as she will be to Michael Clark, because it's obvious that there has been some bit of disagreement between Marion Harkin and Marie Casserly, because Marie Casserly did go to work for her for a number of years as her PA. So there's definitely been some problem there. And we don't want to look at it this way, but you can go one too many.
Yeah. But another problem Marion is having, and again, it does hark back to the amount of time she's been in the field, a lot of independent candidates have come up, both at local level and at national level. And Marion had, in the beginning, there was an independent or two, which it was easy for her to consolidate them within her own political structure. And she could go out and she could canvass with Enda Stenson and she could canvass with Phelim Gurn, and she didn't have to worry about upsetting other independents. Whereas now there are so many independents that if she goes out with one, she has upset the other end of the independent ticket. So it's much more difficult to keep that independent vote cohesively together.
Okay, John Perry, well, you wanted to say something, then I wanted to ask you about Eamon Scanlon.
If you look at the 3% that Cassidy is on at the moment, Jeremy, I think the point that John there at the moment, her, the difference, and obviously Michael Clark will get some of that vote as well if he canvass North Sligo. So that's, I think it's not going to be, make the huge difference. It's not going to make an awful difference to Marion Herkin. It'll be when it's divided by one or two, it'll divide a three-way ticket. So really, I think that's, it's Clark at this stage now, depending on the remainder of the boxes in South Sligo. Yeah. And when you look at Eamon Scanlon, you said he's.
Well, just on Scanlon, as John Ellis says, he was a late comer to the field, but he's performing very strongly, as the polls would suggest.
Well, of course, he's extremely popular. People like him, and he has been there before, being a former senator and TD before, and I suppose a name recognition is very important too. And you must remember that he has the. And I keep going back to this point. He was the main player in a pool of 19,000 votes. To be honest, he's the main player in that southwest and east Sligo. So he's voting as I would expect, to be honest.
Right. Okay, Mark, do you want to make a quick comment before we go into our 11 o'clock news break?
Give me a minute if you could.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Right. Okay. Well, I'll just give a running total. So for those who are following the tally figures on our website. There are now 70 boxes tallied in County Sligo, which is a 58% total of the actual number of boxes in County Sligo. And the running total percentage-wise is as follows. Molly Candon's on 1%, Marie Casterly on 3%, Michael Clark on 16%, Caroline Corkin 0%, and Nessa Cosgrave 6%, Frank Feehan 15%, Blahin Gallagher 1%, Des Guckian 0%, Marion Harkin 6%, Michael Kelly's on 2%, Martin Kenny on 5%, Dermot McConville 0%, Chris McManus 14%, Edel McSharry on 9%, Graham Monaghan on 2%, Gino Boyle 5%, Paddy O'Rourke 0%, and Eamon Scanlon on 15%. Back in a couple of moments, live from the Clayton Hotel.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome back. We're live from the Clayton Hotel, the ongoing Sligo Leitrim count. And if you're just, I'm conscious that it's Saturday morning, a lot of people may be just out of bed. They're tallying the County Sligo boxes. There are so far 72 boxes tallied, which is 60% of the entire County Sligo boxes. And you can access these figures online on our website, oceanfm.ie. All the tally figures are there as they come in from your area. And then we've running totals at the bottom as well. And we give you those totals just before the break. Again, just skimming through some of the leading ones. Michael Clark's on 16%. Frank Fianna is on 15%. Chris McManus on 13%, Eamon Scanlon's on 16%, and interestingly, Marion Harkin is on 6%. As I say, that's just 60% of the boxes in Sligo tallied. Right, okay. We were giving Mark McSharry a few moments before the break.
Yeah,
Your assessment now, Mark.
So far, and we're still obviously waiting for North Sligo. We're waiting for Marion Harkin's sort of home boxes. She lives in Sligo town, obviously, but home boxes for Marion would be sort of very much Ballintoher and Manor Hamilton historically. But definitely she won't be pleased with where we're at on the boxes open there at 6% so far. All of Bree's vote has gone to McManus, it seems to me. We definitely, I think, once we open Leitrim, I expect Leitrim to vote very heavily in favour of Martin Kenny, and I'd see him sort of overtaking Chris then. So I'd still be sort of calling it the 3 seats that we expect are Kenny and Scanlon and Feehan.
Yeah.
There is the remote possibility of Feehan getting very high on first preference and standing, but I think he'll make it.
Yeah.
And then the variables.
So you're more certain of that than you were maybe perhaps last night after the exit poll.
Yeah, I think so. And then you're looking at a last seat. That'll be a fight between at this moment in time Clark, Harkin, and McSharry.
Yeah.
But
and you would
Chris could be there theoretically too.
Okay, but you would perhaps at this early stage give Clark the favourite tag.
Not necessarily. Again, I mean, what's at the back of my mind here is your exit poll last night, and I'm not as familiar with the accuracy of exit polls or not. But if it's accurate, it's telling us that on first preference, McSharry and Clark are going to come in broadly the same. Now, if that happens, what it also told us was that Clark was one of the least transfer friendly on 6%, as opposed to 13 for McSharry, 10 for Feehan, and 9 for Harkin. So let's see how accurate the exit poll is versus when we get all the Leitrim boxes open and North Sligo and everything else. But it would look to me that it's an independent or a second Fianna Fáil for the last seat at this point. But I appreciate at this early stage we have Chris polling very well, but I really think Kenny is going to clean Leitrim out of it.
Do you?
I do, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Well, just one caveat. One caveat on the assumption that Edel McSharry is going to be a good vote catcher or number 2 catcher, and your poll showed that she would be last night. But that is assuming that there was an elimination from. She has 2 strong running mates, or a strong running mate certainly here in Sligo. None of those votes are coming back to her because he's in the race until the end. So that's not an elimination. That's a big chunk of the number 2s that are projected to come to her. So her percentage, maybe they're in number 2s on the paper, but they won't be counted.
No, but the only 2s that are going to come in that are important to Edel McSharry is she going to be ahead of Cosgrove and Casserly, and how friendly is she going to be in terms of transferring from them? Mm-hmm. I agree with you. If Chris goes out, it's very, very late in the day, and at that stage, depending on where everybody is, he might favour Clark if it's more of a sort of a protest or more of a left or more of a non-governmental type vote. So there's 3 or 4 combinations for that last seat, and it's all down to the order of transfers and who's going to be the friendliest.
Yes, but what I'm saying is the 9% or whatever it is that she was getting in number 2s, you'll find that she's breaking that. Scanlon will be giving her far more than 9% of his vote. He'll be giving her, into the 20s, I'm sure, percent, which means that the percentage she has left to get from the scattering of smaller candidates would probably be half of the 9%.
No, I'm not sure that it'll work like that. I'm thinking that, and I'm not that familiar with exit polls, so that's why I'm thinking the most interesting counts of the day are going to be the ones that eliminate Casserly and Cosgrove. I believe Marion will come a lot more up once Ballantor and Manorhamilton and places like that in North Sligo are brought into play. So
okay, and just for John.
Just on that, I would totally, to a fair degree, discount the tally on the number 2s. To be honest,
I was just going to that, but just in case people weren't listening last night,
I would discount it because I think the point that John McCurtain said at the moment there, you must remember. Who's going out? You're going to have an awful long wait here at the moment, and 2s are going to be some. It's different at the moment. No one is going to head the poll, be elected, and so the 2s won't go back to 3s. So I genuinely believe myself that and you're talking about the transfer of with Cassery and 1 or 2 others in Sligo on the lower votes at the moment. They're not going to make but they're a split. Across the board, Jeremy, and they will be going to candidates that will take the vote. So I honestly believe at the moment the first count vote, when the county of Sligo is done, when we get the number 1 tally figures of the county, it's only then you can sort of, what is the difference between Clerk and Cassery, and the difference between Clerk and Herkin, and we'd say and where Edel McSharry is and all that, and where Marion Herkin is. So only then that you can decide, really where, as to where. And I think the 2s on this at the moment, while if it was going to be a massive eliminations with high votes, the elimination that I see at the moment will be eliminated on low votes.
Oh, no, that's the point, exactly. And it's whether it brings other people into play. I mean, obviously until the votes are counted, we don't know. I mean, all we're doing is guessing here based on an exit poll. And I don't know about exit polls. I'm not an expert in exit polls.
Yeah.
But the exit polls were telling us, and I wouldn't discount the number 2s. I mean, they asked people 3 questions. Who did you give your number 1 to? Who did you give your number 2 to? And why? Mm-hmm. So regardless of who it was for, they're going to establish a trend. And what the trend said was they broke down who was the most popular. It's there on the sheet. I don't have it in front of me now.
Yeah.
And the most popular were Harkin and Edel and Feehan, whereas
on the second preference. The second preference is percentage-wise in the exit poll for those who didn't access it last night. Feehan was on 10%, Scanlon 7.9%, Martin Kenny 13.3%, McManus 12.9%, Harkin 9.3%, Clark was on 6%, McSharry 11.4%, O'Rourke 6.1%, Casserly 6.5%, Cosgrove on 4.4%, and Gino Boyle on 3.5%. But again,
with the Sinn Féin and the Fianna Fáil votes, with multiple strong candidates, that means that the bulk of those number twos that have been tallied and appear to be going to their running mates are coming from their running mates. They are interchanging among each other.
Was made last week,
and therefore you can't assume that just because you are at 11% of a transfer with a strong running mate, you will probably be getting much less than 11% from the smaller candidates who are breaking off.
All right, some questions coming in. Thanks for the great coverage. Do the panel know yet how much a Breeze vote went to Gino Boyle? And do the panel think that 1,000 votes will transfer to Sinn Féin? Well, that's something we brought up earlier, and it was John Ellis that mentioned that left vote in Sligo town. Do you think a lot of Breeze... Well, you were saying, I think, Mark, that a lot of Breeze vote went to Chris McManus, quite obviously.
I'd say Chris McManus, and I'd say Nessa, Cosgrove as well, got a share.
Yeah.
But so not as much of it went to Gino from what we're seeing as I might have expected.
Yeah, John Perry has stepped away for the moment. Just wondering, did the panel think, with Frank Feehan the only Fine Gael candidate in the field, where do the hardline Fine Gaelers give their number twos to, or do they just vote number one for Feehan? John.
I think geography is going to come into play there with the number twos. And I remember, not to be going back in old history, but in 2011 when we had strategy discussions about whether or not we should be running a candidate in South Leitrim, we came to the conclusion that if we were to run a candidate who couldn't be elected in South Leitrim, that candidate, the Fine Gael voter, the hardcore Fine Gael voter, would be delighted to have a Fine Gael candidate to give their number one to, but then would stray away with their number twos in geographical preference to Martin Kenny and to John Ellis. Now, we made the decision, let's deprive them of and this might sound cynical, but we were in the business of winning elections, let's deprive them of the option with their number one vote of a Leitrim Fine Gael candidate, and they will not be able to stomach straying away from Fine Gael with their number one vote and are likely to cross the county boundary with their number one. Far more likely to hold on to that number one than to get a number two had we ran the candidate. So I think for people in County Leitrim, hardcore Fine Gael supporters in County Leitrim, when they're finished with their number one preference for Frankie Feehan, they're going to consider two things: geography and either comfort or confidence in the government that has been there.
All right, that'll be for most. It tends to go local. I mean, last night, if we saw the figure of 40%, we're telling us that there was other factors. It wasn't economy or immigration or health or whatever it was. But Frankie Feehan's number twos are irrelevant. They're not going to come into play. They're not going to come into play unless we have a surplus. Very late tonight or tomorrow when
it'll be small if it's there.
When will the Leitrim boxes or the Leitrim tallies be available? I'm not sure, and I'm not actually clear. I must get clarification on that, where they go after the Sligo tally. I presume it's Leitrim, but maybe not. And somebody else wondering, any tallies in from South Donegal? No, not yet. Bernie in Sligo says, I've no plans made for today. I'm looking at my computer here. Excellent coverage expected as we had in the council elections as well. The best of luck to all candidates. And indeed, that's a point that John made earlier and that Mark was making last night. We have to bear in mind that there are 18 candidates on the ballot paper, and we're speaking to them as they were objects.
No, absolutely, and I want to make that really clear. John started, I said it last night, and John started off this morning by saying it, and we really need to reiterate it throughout the day. The efforts that have been put in by the candidates and their teams and their families, the amount of emotion and adrenaline that's been released today. In a positive or negative way, it's a release, and all deserve great credit. and support, frankly, for having the bravery to put their names forward. And you know, sadly, they all deserve something, but only 4 are going to get something. And so I wish to apologise for my references to people as if you know, we were at the races or something, you know.
And I'd also like to acknowledge the worries that families of candidates carry quietly and without much support. People are cynical about politics and politicians, and they think they can say what they want to them and about them. But families hear that, and I know when I was a child, I took my father's electoral struggles and endeavours much more to heart than I did my own. Yeah, oh, absolutely. I was beaten in my first council election, and it's a humiliation, especially at a local level when your neighbours don't give you the job you thought they might. But I didn't take that as hard as I took any defeats that my father had. Thanks be to God, he didn't have too many. But I think people should acknowledge that families hold these worries quietly and don't get much sympathy for it.
Right, okay, some more comments coming in. And somebody saying that we should have more female representation, and we'll have lots of female representation later on today, I can assure you. Some interesting names that would be interesting to hear from, since this person will be Annette O'Carroll, former campaign manager for Marion Harkin, previous councillors like Rosie O'Grady, Veronica Cawley. There'll be a lot of coverage and visibility, and families streaming YouTubes in their homes in the next few days. It's important to be responsible in the media with equal representation. We should not be just seeing women at polling stations and counting. Their opinions matter too. Well, they do indeed matter, and we'll hear lots and lots of those opinions, I can tell you, over the next 2 days. For now, we're just concentrating on the tallies as they come in, and then when the tallies are in, and then when we await the first count, we'll delve into more detail of what exactly is happening and who is saying what and so forth. So for now, we're concentrating on the tallies. There are 77 boxes tallied in Sligo Leitrim at the moment, representing 64% of the overall number of boxes in County Sligo. And again, just to give the running total before the break, Molly Cannon's on 1%, Marie Casterly 4%, Michael Clark on 15%, Caroline Corcoran's on 0%, Nessa Cosgrove on 5%, Frank Feehan is on 15%, Blauhin Gallagher on 1%, Des Guckian on 0%, Marion Harkin on 6%, Michael Kelly 2%, Martin Kenny 5%, Gerard McConville on 0%, Chris McManus on 13%, Edel McSharry is on 9%, Graham Monaghan 2%, Gino Boyle 5%, Paddy O'Rourke on 0%, and Eamon Scanlon is on 16%. Keep your texts and comments coming. 071 911 8104, our number to call. Text or WhatsApp 083 3500 530. Back with more in a moment from the Clayton Hotel.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Very careful. What was that? Sorry.
For Neil Richmond.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
In Dublin Rathdown, and he's Neil Richmond is on 23%.
Okay.
Yeah, and they have a strong chance of delivering the second seat there. It tells me.
Just for those who are inquiring, if you want to follow the count in every shape and form, you go onto our website and just go to the General Election 2024 tab. And then you can follow the count. So just go to follow the count and then click on the Sligo tallies, because that's the ones that are progressing at the moment, the Sligo tallies. So that's just to give you an update on that. Right, okay. Lots of questions coming in, and we will update you on the tally figures in a moment. Just a couple of you're getting a few requests, first of all, Mark McSherry, is that right?
Well, the first one I wanted to mention was, and he was here with us for the local elections, and that's Blaine Gaffney.
Yeah.
And
congratulations.
Danielle, and congratulations to them on the safe arrival of baby Sophia. And I know Blaine is listening in, and we wish everybody well in the weeks and months ahead. It's a great, joyful time for them. The other one is former councillor, Mayor of Sligo, Jude Devons, who, with his wife Amanda, are texting us, and I even see the picture here, and tuned in from the beach in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So now.
All right, okay. And Jude was with us here for the local elections in, I think it was 2014, I think he was part of our panel.
Well, he's looking very relaxed at the moment, I can tell you.
Yeah. Probably more so than a lot of the candidates around here.
He's happy out. I see the photograph. I'd just like to congratulate Blaine Gaffney and his wife on the birth of their baby daughter. It's great news, and it's a great celebration, and I've no doubt he's watching this very closely.
Yeah, we were hoping Blaine would be with us today, but obviously there are preferences in people's lives, as you all know.
Moment.
Right, okay, just before the Ballintoher box we were interested in, and there is one of the booths are in Ballintoher, and you were particularly interested, gentlemen, in the performance of Marion Harkin, her home area, of course, Ballintoher. So if we scroll down and look at the Ballintoher box, which is now just skipped away from me, the Ballintoher box, well, Fianna is on 49 votes in Ballintoher, Marion Harkin on 69 in Ballintoher. This is Ballintoher booth 1. Marion Harkin on 62, Eamon Scanlon on 45. So you were interested, John Perry, were you not, in those figures?
Yes,
coming in.
Yes, and I see that Frank Feehan he's getting a respectable vote out there as well. So that's which is very encouraging to see, and I think that's I think he's certainly he's getting the vote across. He's getting the vote from that out of those boxes, all right. And I see there's a box of Tubbercurry boxes, Tubbercurry wood boxes in.
So take us through the Tubbercurry booth 3 and 4 in Chalklina are in as well.
And you see that if you look at Clerk is, that he's in Michael Clerk and those boxes. When you look at the figures from there, he's getting a on pair vote with Frank Fee, not too far behind.
Yeah. And Eamon Scanlon has predicted big vote in Tubbercurry.
Oh yeah, yes, he has got a considerable vote up at 135.51. He's got a very high vote there as well, so that would be expected there as well now. But Frank Feehan, I suppose, he's getting quite a percentage as well.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the West Sligo boxes. And
Enniscrone there, yeah.
Yeah, Enniscrone. You were talking, John, about some of the... And there are certainly high figures for Clark in some of those West Sligo. Dromar Community Centre, he polled 205 votes. But in Kilglass booth 2, 250 votes there for Clark. So certainly a very, very strong showing, as you would expect from Clark in West Sligo.
But that is a remarkable, that is a massive turnout as well. And we look at that vote in West Sligo there for Michael Clark. I mean, it's a massive vote of confidence there.
Regardless of where you're from, polling 250 votes in a box is very, very impressive, isn't it?
And Dromare 205, Drummer West 165, Eastkey 137. That's and when you go up then to Beltran 142.
Yeah.
That's and it just look at the Killorn. Just go down the line there, Suey. Stockane 115, Timperboy 157. He's cleaning those boxes out there, really, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. John, you had a bit of a break. Are you up to speed now with what are you hearing on the floor?
Well, what I'm hearing on the floor is that Sinn Féin thinks that they may get 2, but I don't know where they're going to get the 6,000 votes that they need to get 2.
Pádraig Hart said that earlier on, that they were quietly confident of 2. You don't see it at all.
It's not there. The votes aren't there.
Okay.
The big thing is, where is Michael? What's Michael Clark at now? He's cleaning out West Sligo.
He is, yeah, and we were just saying that he's got a huge vote. He's on 16% of the overall vote in County Sligo.
He has almost 3,600 votes.
Yeah.
He's not going to be caught.
And that's 69% of Sligo boxes tallied.
What's Marion Harkin on?
And Marion Harkin is on 6%. There's a big difference there.
There's a massive difference. And remember, he will have votes in every box. Doesn't matter where it is, he'll have...
And he has votes in every box so far.
But when he gets into Leitrim, he'll have the 5s and the 10s and maybe an odd 20 here and there. And I don't see him. I think he's going to become the king of the independents and will be well clear. Where's Marie Casserly at the minute?
She's on 4%.
Yeah, well, if you take it, between herself and Marion Harkin, they have 10%.
Yeah.
In Sligo.
Yeah.
He is 16.
Right.
So he is 1.5 times what they have.
Well,
so there's no way they're going to make up that on him.
And just on a vote difference, if you take Casserly's 812 votes, Michael Clark is on 3,482, and then if you take the Marion Harkin's vote, it's on 1,427. So he has a considerable lead there at the moment.
And what's Edel on? What's Edel on?
Edel McSherry, sorry. Edel McSherry is on 9% at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's too early. I mean, again, the back of my mind is your exit poll.
Yeah.
If your exit poll is correct, Clark is not going to do as well in Leitrim as John is saying, if it's correct. But I mean, if the trend is anywhere here now, West Sligo, discount West Sligo.
Yeah.
He was always going to clean up there, and he has, right?
Yeah.
So he's getting the vote I got and an independent vote out there, and Edel will be holding her own sort of further out in Enniscrone and those areas where there'd be a family connection as well.
Yeah. And Colm agrees. Colm saying Harkin is going to climb up in Leitrim significantly when Clark will not make much progress at all. This is this person.
And that's what the exit poll was telling us.
Yeah.
Now North Sligo still has to come in.
Yeah.
You have the other Ballantours to come in. Manor Hamilton is going to be as good as a home box for
Marion.
For Marion. So it's too early. I mean, I still say, okay, we're all agreed on 3 of the seats, more or less. That last seat is still, without all the other boxes. Oh, but of course it looks like Cork at the moment. But Marion and Edel McSherry will continue in the hunt
for a long time.
Yeah.
Mark, do you think that there's any bounty for Clark in the McSherry bloodline? Have they made any deal of being family?
What? Oh yeah, they made a big deal of it in 2011 when they ran against me.
Yeah.
all is fair in love and war.
Yeah.
But that could be a factor. So that if Edel were to be eliminated,
no, the way it works, the historical Clark vote in Beltra and Dramard, there's about 1,000 votes with a Fine Gael origin, and I'm going back to the 1950s.
There is a Fine Gael background.
And when Ray was running, and the Clarks would be working for him, he always got that vote. At times it was as high as 1,500. But I ran in 2011, and obviously we had cancer services and all those other issues at the time, and it was after the crash. Michael ran, so there was no Clarks working for me. That 1,000 went to Michael, and it went back to Fine Gael. Edel will have that problem this time. There's definitely 1,000 Edel would have started with, because the Clarks, some of the generation of Clarks would have been working for her.
Yeah.
So if Edel was to go out, she'd benefit Clark. If Clark was to go out, she'd benefit Edel, but not as big as you might think.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that some of that relationship has already come into play in the first preferences.
Absolutely.
Okay, a couple more questions coming in. Randall Ryan, we will keep you in touch with the tally figures as they are updated. Can you ask Mark McSherry if he had run as an independent, would he not be topping the poll this morning? I think he would have been an excellent candidate. We don't want to go over old ground now. And
we don't want to go over old ground. I mean,
I know you have no regrets about stepping down and all that.
None whatsoever. And I'm feeling the pain for all 18 candidates today. In that sense, but I have no regrets. And look, my decision not to run was either fear of not being elected or confidence about being elected. That didn't come into it. Will I make it or will I not make it? I think I would have had as good a chance as any, because you had 22 years work done, and that counts for something. In the same way we were making the point about Clark's vote or whatever. So it wasn't fear of being elected or not being elected that involved my decision, and we've sort of dealt in detail about why I took the decision going back over the last 2 years. The time was right, The biggest affliction in politics for people who are politicians is the ability to get out on your own terms. And I got out on my own terms, and I'm very grateful that I've had the opportunity. I wish I could have done more, but I wasn't. And look, I wasn't a natural independent.
You could never have run as an independent.
I don't think so, because...
or is there such a thing as independent Fianna Fáil anymore? They were...
there possibly was. Look, I would have sort of diverged from Micheál Martin's version of Fianna Fáil. Obviously, I would have helped Edel as my director of elections and first cousin and personal friend in this election. But I had differences with Fianna Fáil, and they remain, because I believe that Micheál took it a particular direction that I and probably John Ellis behind me wouldn't identify with. He can answer that himself.
No, I'll answer it. I'm in agreement. He has taken us in a direction that wasn't the Fianna Fáil that we all stood for in my early days, and he has become more like the Labour Party that I would have known 25, 30 years ago.
In what way?
He's gone to the left and become extremely liberal, which wasn't... I'm not saying that Fianna Fáil were conservative or Fine Gael, but he has become so liberal that a lot of people can no longer identify with them. And you can see where that vote...
but he took the... we won't get into this argument now, but he took the... the party was facing oblivion not so long ago, John, as you remember, 2011.
Yes, but remember...
And he turned all that around.
He didn't. The organisation turned it around in the early days of the turnaround. And it was the local county councillors, when it came to the local election in 2016, I think it was 2014, that started to bring it back. And it was brought back by them on the ground. But no, he has, as far as I'm concerned, he has basically probably tried to be all things to all men, which sometimes isn't easily done.
Isn't that what politics is all about? Being all things to all men and women?
No.
Oh no, I mean I think it's good to have principles. And John McCartan and I off air were talking about it earlier on, and you know, for me, Fianna Fáil's Republican clothes have been sort of
stripped.
I won't say stripped or stolen, but substantially given away. I think Fianna Fáil were the champions of the people in the terraces and the small farmers historically, and it just became, for me, these are my reasons. Fianna Fáil is full of tremendous candidates and tremendous people who will be elected today. I have concerns that Micheál Martin will not let those people blossom and share their views in line with their principles, but rather it'll be based on a focus group derived by behaviour and attitudes in an office on Mount Street, and that's not the Fianna Fáil that I believe that Ray or John Ellis or Matty Brennan or myself or many others stood for. It still is for many of the people in it, but the way it's managed at the moment, it's prevented from expressing itself in that way.
Okay, we'll get to more of those views and discussions in due course. The Ballintor boxes are both in now, and I'm just scrolling through them here, booths 1 and 2. We were interested in that from a Marion Harkin point of view. So Harkin got 62 and 65 in the 2 boxes, and for comparison purposes, Feehan got 49 and 41. Clark, interestingly, is enough as well in Ballintor. If I can scroll down here, what did Clark get in Ballintor? Clark got 34 and 52, and Scanlon, I think it's 45 and 31. You'll be looking at that Ballintor box.
Yes.
Would Harkin have wanted to have a higher percentage from there, do you think, John?
Well, just when you look at the Clark got 86 votes, you know, in those.
Correct, 86.
86 votes, you know, and you know, that's in the Marion Harkin background, judgment backyard, judgment. So really, you know,
Fianna got 90.
Yeah. So really, at the moment, you know, Michael Clark is pouring very well there.
Yeah.
In those boxes, which, you know, you would expect that those 86, a lot of those would have been Marion Harkin's votes.
Yeah.
So he really has split the Marion Harkin vote very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the exit poll is beginning to look wrong, frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to bring.
But I think when you look at the, when you look at the boxes at the moment, you know, there's 90 boxes tallied, and when you look at there's a lot of boxes coming in that will be, in my opinion now, I might be wrong on this, but they're going to be very favourable towards Michael Clark.
Okay, which ones are you looking at in particular? There's not many boxes left to be tallied in County Sligo. We're on 76% at the moment.
Yeah, but you have Tubbercurry, and you have I just got here now. You have Kildlass, you have
all the Tubbercurry ones are in and complete now.
All the Tubbercurry boxes are in.
Yeah, all in. Yeah.
And when you look at the Tubbercurry boxes, Michael Clark, he held up very well there too. You know.
Yeah.
He's getting the three-way split on it now. He's even getting more than the three-way split. He's nearly getting a 50-50 split.
What is Michael? What are the various candidates on at the minute?
Okay,
Niall, with
76%. And these are just. Well, I'll just give you the ones that are for discussion purposes. Michael Clark's on 16%.
Yeah.
Feehan is on 15%.
Yeah.
Harkin is on 6%. Martin Kenny's on 5%. Chris McManus 13%. Edel McSherry 8%. Scanlon's on 17%.
So, at this stage, basically Scanlon, Clark and Feehan and McManus are well ahead of the posse.
Yeah.
Now, what John has said about the Clark situation, if that bounce starts for somebody, it spreads. As I said, the ripple effect takes place even out to the farthest point or the farthest polling booth in the constituency, and you will find that continuing. But
But even if you get into Leitrim now and look for corrections, there's enough to correct for Martin Kenny to pass Chris McManus. There isn't enough, I don't think, in Leitrim to put Marion Harkin ahead of Clark.
No.
And that's the problem.
There's 16%.
16 versus 10.
There's 16% between Cosgrove, Casserly and Harkin.
Yeah.
And that's
only the same as what Clark has.
Clark's on 16%.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it depends on the percentage transfers then. Where O'Rourke's vote goes, whatever proportion isn't going to Kenny. And what else Edel McSherry can pick up if she was to get a huge transfer from the various other female candidates that would be sort of centre to centre left.
Right, overall, in order of preference, Scanlon's on 70% of the vote in the County Sligo boxes, Clark's on 16%, Fianna on 15%, and Chris McManus is on 13%. Right, okay, we'll go to our first interview of the day away from our analysts, and it's with Sinn Féin's Martin Kenny. He's with John Lynch. John.
Thank you very much indeed, Niall. You're very welcome here out on the floor. There's a hive of activity here all morning with the various votes being counted. As you mentioned, Sinn Féin Deputy Martin Kenny joins me here. Martin, give me your early reaction of the tally figures that you've been seeing so far, and indeed from the exit poll from last night.
Well, look, I mean, it's very clear that there's three candidates pretty much ahead of the rest, and after that then it's the last seat that everyone is talking about what's going to happen there. There's a couple of surprises. Marion Harkin's vote, I think, has been, very poor. It's just surprising, and I'm disappointed for Marion on a personal level. We also, of course, see that I think Clark has done better than the exit poll suggested, certainly what we've seen so far. But that said, it's going to be very difficult to say where that last seat is going. Chris McManus is also polling well and is picking up a trickle of votes all over the place. If you compare those last four, Clark, Harkin, Edel McSherry and Chris McManus, you're looking at any of those could be in the play for the final seat.
All right, just to confirm it maybe for the people at home who have just tuned in as we're speaking here at the minute, those three seats that you're calling as fairly safe at the minute, they would be Eamon Scanlon, Martin Kenny and I presume Frank Feehan.
And Frank Feehan, yeah. I'd consider them fairly safe. Now, Frank has a little disadvantage in that he doesn't have a running mate to get transfers from, but that said, from looking at the tallies, he's getting a mark on every paper. He's getting a 2, a 3 or a 4. Fianna Fáil is transferring well to Fine Gael. I can see that as well across the board. So I think he will get a trick of the transfers that will keep him in the race and will hold on there comfortably enough because he will have a decent first preference. The other ones then, like obviously, Scanlon is doing very well and is going to get elected. I can see that and he also, of course, Paddy O'Rourke, who I thought would have a little better vote as well. Now, we haven't seen Leitrim's boxes opened yet, but if the opinion poll or the exit poll from last night is anything to go by, his vote will be quite low. So, we'll see what happens there. I'd probably get a good percentage of that from the point of view of transfers being in Leitrim as well, and some of that I think will go back mainly to Eamon Scanlon after that.
Those transfers are going to be absolutely fascinating. We'll talk about them in just a moment. Let's maybe compare and contrast this election maybe to 4 years ago, and you stood as the only Sinn Féin candidate in the constituency. You exceeded the quota. That was probably always unlikely going to happen this time round as a result of two candidates running.
Yeah.
So is it a case of good vote management by Sinn Féin here in the sense that both Chris McManus and yourself are so close?
Yeah, we managed it pretty well. And we were in a place, I think, where we could be taking 2 seats. Nobody thought that was possible. And we always felt that, one thing you won't get 2 seats from is by not running 2 candidates. If you're going to get 2 seats, you must run 2 candidates. We chose to do that. Chris has run a very good campaign, a strong campaign across Sligo. And I think we're in a position where we can do that. The last time I got about 24% of the vote. We're on around the same percentage-wise of the vote this time. Turnout is a little lower. Obviously, you have North Roscommon and Gunner as well, which changes the dynamic a little bit. But that said, we're still very pleased that the Sinn Féin vote has held up from that huge vote that we got 5 years ago, and it seems to be the same across the country as well.
At this stage, you definitely wouldn't be ruling out the prospect of taking the second seat.
No, it's if Chris McManus on the first count is a little ahead of the other 3 that I spoke about, and if then when Nessa Cosgrove and Gino O'Boyle go out, if that pushes him further ahead and he's fit to get a reasonable sort of head start on the others, he could hold on and he could take the last seat. That's very likely.
Another Leitrim candidate, somebody not too far away from your own neck of the woods, has been identified last night and indeed has been talked about in great detail so far today. The importance of the Paddy O'Rourke transfers if and when he's eliminated.
Yeah, Paddy O'Rourke transfers will be important, of course. And Paddy is a neighbour of mine from Carrigallen. We went to the same school, so we're very close in that respect. And I expect that I will get a good transfer from Paddy O'Rourke. Paddy is a very, very strong performer, particularly in his home area in Carrigallen. So he'll get a good vote in there. But the problem he has is the further he travels up through Leitrim and on into the other areas, the more that vote drops. And I think that he's clearly going to be the victim of that on this occasion. He's always talked about being in a corner down in that part of South Leitrim. And that, I think, is what's ringing through as the problem for him to get a decent vote. But I think we're in a position where Paddy's transfers will probably come maybe 50% of them to me, and then the other 50% of them will go between the two Fianna Fáil candidates.
Finally and briefly, just looking outside the Leitrim, Sligo, South Donegal constituency, from what we're hearing across the country, a lot of predictions already, and they come with a health warning that we could be looking at more or less the same in government again, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. What's your sources telling you throughout the country, Martin, at this stage?
Well, look, I haven't been talking to very many, to be honest with you, but as far as I can see, that is one likely outcome. But we haven't the votes counted yet. We haven't even the first count tallied yet anywhere. So, I mean, we could be in a position where the Fine Gael vote could be down more than people think, and certainly their seat count could be down more than people think. Our Sinn Féin's will certainly be up. We'll be over 40 seats, maybe up to 45 seats. It could put us in a position where it could be more difficult than Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael think for to form a government after when all's said and done. So, it's all to play for, and we just have to wait and see. But I think if we go back 10 years ago, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael combined had over 65% of the vote in the country. Today they're on below 40. And that's a huge change nationally.
And what we're seeing here in Sligo Leitrim, that's reflective of the fact maybe that Chris McManus and yourself have polled reasonably well in this election.
Absolutely, I think that's reflected in this election, and you'll see that reflected across every part of the country. The problem we had 5 years ago, we didn't run enough candidates. This time we have, and I think we'll get the benefit of that.
All right, okay, well, we'll watch with great interest throughout the day. No doubt we'll be talking to you on a regular basis as well over the next day or two, who knows.
We'll be here for a long time.
Okay, we'll have to wait and see how it fares out. There you have it, Niall, some early reaction from Deputy Martin Kenny. Back to you.
And interesting, very, very interesting comments indeed from Martin Kenny, in a very buoyant and optimistic mood. He still feels that 2 seats are on the cards for Sinn Féin, not entirely something that our panel would agree with. There's so much to pick from what he said there. First of all, Marion Harkin, he thought, is polling very poor, he said. Yeah. John McCartan.
Yeah, look at... We've discussed this already, and I'm still of the opinion that sometimes a campaign just gets tired, and sometimes people just run out of energy, and that certainly the amount of independence, the choice that was there for independent voters, the strong performance from Clark, the amount of independent councillors who are now working on the ground and working for different independent national candidates has all made this a difficult uphill battle for Marion, and that's seen here today. 6% for Marion Harkin is not enough at this stage of the game.
I thought he made some very interesting comments, and bear in mind Martin Kenny has been here since the start of the count, and he's in touch presumably with how things are panning out in the count, and he made the observation, and we heard this earlier, that Fianna Fáil are transferring significantly to Fine Gael, and he also said that 50% of Paddy O'Rourke's votes are transferring to Kenny as well. Mark, what did you make of Martin Kenny's
I agree
comments?
with everything he said, quite frankly, yeah. And as we said earlier, I wouldn't be prepared to commit to it yet, but Chris certainly isn't out of it, I mean, you got South Donegal. I think Chris, in their vote management, was given South Donegal.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what their vote was there. Last time they were up on 30%. But looking at the screen in front of me here, we'll have to drag over Porrick and Porrick McGroty, because the exit poll would look seriously flawed on the Clark vote in particular.
Okay.
And if the trend continues, and John and others spoke about, John Ellis, because we've 3 Johns, spoke about the ripple effect. I mean, if it continues in that vein, he could top the poll.
Michael Clark?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
if it continued in that vein.
Yeah. But Frankie Feehan is going to perform stronger than he is in South Leitrim if we aren't discounting the Michael Fitzmaurice
and Kenny as well.
Yeah.
But definitely, people will say, obviously Michael cleaned out West Sligo, that was expected.
But
when you look everywhere else, there's a decent vote.
Every polling booth.
Almost everywhere. And if that can transfer into Leitrim, okay, maybe not top the poll, you'll expect Kenny and Fianna to be up there, and Scanlon will be there, but increasingly, if that trend continues, there's only one outcome.
Yeah, and Michael Clark is on 16% of the vote in County Sligo, and just to refresh people's memories, the exit poll had Michael Clark overall on 7.1% last night, so there is quite a difference, all right.
Yes,
John Perry.
Yes, I think when you look at when the total figures come in from County Sligo, I think that it's going to tell a very strong. I'm still of the opinion that when you look at Michael Clark, we look at all the boxes, he's getting votes in every box. You know what I mean? The whole way through. So on the last seat, and while Frank Feehan is he's on 15%. You know what I mean? That's he's up on in the county of Sligo at the moment, 3,794 votes. His final figure there will be very important. His final county figure, because let's be honest, but he will get he would have to get a strong vote, as John McCarthy said, in South Leitrim. But it's the fact that Sinn Féin are, the strategy of having a second candidate has put them into the framework for a second seat. And I think that's where if we'd say that if it was in reverse of that, if Martin Kinney went on his own, he'd be heading the poll, and they'd be on trouble one seat. But now they're in the frame. They're in the frame for a second seat.
He talked about that, the effective vote management on this occasion. Very quick break. Back in a moment in the Clayton Hotel.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, price at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company that looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today.
There are 104 boxes tallied in County Sligo so far. That's 86% of the total number of boxes, and the running total percentage-wise in order of preference are as follows at the moment. Eamon Scanlon is on 17%, Michael Clark on 16%, Frank Feehan on 15%, Chris McManus is on 12%, Edel McSherry 9%, Marion Harkin 7%, Nessa Cosgrove and Martin Kenny both on 5%, and Marie Casserly on 4%. Right, we are going to get more reaction. Frank Feehan, looking good so far. His Director of Elections, Councillor Enda McGlone, is with John.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. And as you mentioned there already, some of the TDs will be here. Those that are not are probably watching on very closely at home in relation to what's taking place. But they have representatives here. And as you mentioned, the Parliamentary Assistant and Director of Elections with Frank Feehan, Enda McGlone, joins us now at this stage. Good morning to you. Thank you, Enda, for joining us here. Let's start at the very beginning. And the big question last night, even when the exit poll was being discussed, was the one candidate strategy that was being deployed by Fine Gael for this general election. So far, on the evidence of what you've seen here from the tally figures and on the exit poll, has the strategy worked?
Bit early to say, John, but I think I would be confident that was our best strategy, because you must remember that Frank Feehan was first elected a TD in 2007 representing South Leitrim, and he's had dropped that anchor there since then, and that's, if you take his time in the Shannon before that, it's nearly 20 years, so it's very difficult to get a credible candidate from Leitrim on the basis that Frank was always going to get a sizable vote from Leitrim, so it's difficult to attract a candidate onto the ticket. The other option was to run a second candidate within Sligo, and my concern then, that scenario would be to split the vote, and in a split vote situation we could be found wanting, a bit like what happened Fianna Fáil the last time out when Eamon Scanlon was pipped at that stage by Frank Feehan. So it's early stages yet, but I think, yes, in hindsight this was probably their best strategy.
The data that you have available so far would be very much Sligo based, and the fact this time round Frank Feehan would be deemed to be a Sligo based candidate as well. How is he holding up? How is he polling across Sligo, as you would have expected?
Yeah, well, actually, in terms of better than I expected, for example, in Sligo, Strandhill. Obviously, Frank has lived there for a long number of years. His two kids go to the local school, so, he's very much visible within Sligo. He's very associated with football and sport and Sligo Rovers and all that's going on. So I suppose from that point of view, it's been recognised through the vote here in terms of what he's achieved, both in the local booths and in Strandhill and around that Sligo town area, which was an important for him to do. And I suppose the input of Councillor Fergal Neelan there in terms of driving that vote out is evident in terms of the numbers we have here. We've yet to see the Leitrim numbers, and I think based on what we see here, we see 15%. I would hope then that would rise. I was hopeful that maybe Frank, when all the tallies are in, would be in excess of 16 to be sure that he would succeed in winning the seat. But look, we still have to see. I was looking at the Ballinaglera box there, for example, and it was holding up very well, and my own town is coming in, and I'll be keeping an eye on those. So that might hopefully bring his percentage up.
And you'd have worked hard on there. The big question from his perspective as well is that, although topping the poll again, going by the exit poll last night, is that he could have a little bit of a weight then to get elected when it comes to securing the necessary number of transfers. And that again is based predominantly on the fact that the party, it's a one candidate strategy. How transfer friendly though is Frank Feehan, and what would his ability be to maybe pick up votes from, say, independent transfers, other party transfers?
Yeah, well, I had a look at that when I was tallying myself, and I was happy enough in terms of his ability to attract transfers. I think if you go back to the last count we had here over 4 years ago, he was attracting good transfers. In fact, that was the key reason that he was elected, was his transfer ability, and I think that should have improved now because he's much more better known. He was, as I said before, a lot of the issues that we say on certain issues he mightn't have got the number one in terms of what his achievement, and he was the only government TD since 2022. That has its disadvantages but also has advantages in terms of what I suppose somebody can do when you're in government in terms of delivering key pieces of infrastructural improvements in, and as I said, I know the Sligo Rovers was something that he pursued very vigorously, and I'd hope that some of those people mightn't necessarily vote one, but I'm quite sure that he would be high on the preference list. So it's important that he does get that. As I said, the ones I've looked at, I could see a good pattern of transfers to him.
All right, you're, I suppose, an experienced election veteran at this stage, if you don't mind me saying so. Apart from Deputy Feehan, and it's looking as if he's going to take a seat for Fine Gael, What else can we look at here? What are the big stories so far from the Sligo Leitrim constituency? The performance perhaps of Chris McManus for Sinn Féin has surprised some people, maybe equally so the performance of Marion Harkin. What stands out for you here so far?
Yeah, well, I think Marion Harkin's vote is well back, and I think it's going to be a difficult day for her in terms of, unless we must remember there's still a lot of Leitrim to be open. All of North Leitrim. Marion lived in Manor Hamilton, those areas, for over 20 years, and I could take it from the canvass we had that she was coming across quite strong. So it's obviously going to be locked down to eliminations in the early stages, and it would expect that there'll be at least one independent candidate and possibly another within the Sligo town area, we'll say. So whether that does enough to improve, but in a lot of the key areas, Marion Harkin's vote is back. We've yet to see how Paddy O'Rourke does. Paddy is a very huge vote getter in the local elections, and but based on the exit poll, the expectation is that Paddy won't be in the reckoning in the end. That's what the exit poll tells us. We have yet to see the reality of that, and then we have to see what his transfers will do. You know, probably Martin Kenny and Eamon Scanlon are the two certainties as we speak now. I haven't seen the exit poll and I haven't looked through the tallies that we have. Eamon Scanlon has got a really excellent vote, and you know, we're all around. I was looking at polling booths up in North Sligo, and it's impressive all around. So beyond that, then I would obviously, based on the numbers, if Franklin could give his vote up to beyond 16%, I would expect he should be in line for that other seat. That's 3, and then
fourth seat is an absolute lottery. Many people are saying here that we've been talking to in and around the centre. Nobody is really predicting a very concrete or a confident guess.
No, but if there's an elimination of a big gun, let's say like Marion Harkin, if that was to happen, then that would be the deciding factor in this race. And that may well be, you must remember where Edel McSherry is based. You also remember that Michael Clark is an independent. So there's all those permutations. So at this stage it's very early to call, you know. So as I said, in my book the only two real certainties are Eamon Scanlon and Martin Kenny. And there's 3 or 4 in for that last seat. I'm hoping Frank will be in line, maybe the third. But it's, again, we have to see how Leitrim turns out. But if it gets beyond 16.5, it should be enough to do it, to hold it.
All right, Councillor Enda McGloin, thank you so much indeed for joining us. There you have it. I think maybe some guarded optimism from Enda McGloin in relation to Frank Feehan perhaps taking the third seat. Niall, really everybody you talked to down here so far, that fourth seat, nobody making any type of confident prediction. They're leaving all that up to you and your panel.
Yeah, 16.5% the target for Enda McGloin for Frank Feehan. He's well on course to meet that. Seems incredible that somebody's even mentioning the possible elimination of Marion Harkin and a transfer of her votes at this very early stage. But there you go. The one candidate strategy, John Perry, is Enda McGloin right there? It is proving to be the right strategy?
Well, it would appear at the moment.
You were never convinced it was, for obvious reasons, and of course.
Well, obviously, I still think, you know, when you look at the two candidates that are going to take 2 seats now, potentially Michael Clark can take a seat, and Eamon Scanlon, you know, that's in South and West Sligo. And honestly, the Eamon Scanlon initially was very much hesitant about going, only that when he saw there was no potential candidate in the area, and likewise with Michael Clark. So when you look at I think, I sincerely hope it pays off, but it is a risky strategy. And I think that while we are talking about the fourth seat, we are talking about 1 and 2. You know, it would just have to, as Enda was saying there at the moment, he didn't call the third or fourth seat.
No, he didn't.
No.
2 only.
Yeah. No, so that's and he's his director of elections. So you just have to. I listened very actively to what Enda said at the moment. So he didn't come out and say that Frank was definitely taking the third seat. I hope he does, but he didn't say it.
I wouldn't blame him. You know, there's still too many variables at play, bar those two. So there are all. You know, I was just sending a text to somebody there. I mean, you know, what looks likely of the information before us is that Kenny and Scanlon take seats, that Feehan takes a seat, and that of Clark, McManus, Harkin and McSherry, on current trends, Clark takes the seat. Mm-hmm. But there's a lot to happen yet.
Yeah.
So there could be turns in the road, and there may well be. And 16% of the vote should give you a seat in spades. But John knows the sharp end of that.
There was one little piece
John McCartan.
There was one little piece of information in what Enda said, I suppose, that we don't have, and that's that he saw the Ballinadlera boxes being opened and that he was happy with what he saw.
There was 2 boxes he mentioned, actually,
So I guess if that's the case, we can assume that our prediction that there's a Leitrim vote for Frank Feehan there, we can assume that Enda's happy with what he saw. So I guess that's one little piece of information we got from Enda there that we don't have.
Yeah. John, you're grinning broadly there.
Well,
don't know why.
I'm thinking of Ballinadlera.
Yeah.
Because my grandmother came from there. But it was always a good Fine Gael box anyway. Even in my time, I was getting it very hard to break 50-50 in it. But what we see happening here is very simple. It's obvious that Marion Harkin is in serious trouble, bar she gets a massive vote out of North Leitrim.
Yeah.
And that's not going to happen, because if you take it, the amount of votes that she'd need to be taking 80% of what's cast in North Leitrim to get back anywhere near the races. When she goes south of Drumshambo, they'll be very limited. And it's back to what we said earlier on. You have the situation where you have Eamon Scanlon and Martin Kinney are definitely going to be elected.
Yep.
But Martin Kinney is going to need a big chunk of Chris McManus's to get him over the line. Because Martin Kinney is going to be, I would reckon, not much with half a quota when the first count is over. And he'll be needing what he gets from Paddy, which will help to stretch him away from Chris McManus. But there could turn up a very unusual situation here, that if Chris McManus were ever to stay ahead of Martin Kinney, then anything, you could have an absolute upset.
Yeah.
And you said that a couple of hours ago when we started.
Well, if you take it, I don't know how many votes has Martin Kinney in Sligo?
Percentage-wise?
No,
number-wise.
Numbers.
We'll scroll down here. Kenny is on 1,647.
What percentage Sligo boxes are counted?
Up to the top, 92%.
92%.
Yeah.
So he's 1,600.
Yeah, over 1,600.
Yeah.
And John's point is right, because if you look at the Martin Kinney got nearly 6,000 votes in Sligo the last time, so I think he's going to depend very much on the.
It's very much going to depend on what he comes out of Leitrim with.
Yeah. Just on that question for the panel, Martin Kenny got just under 8,000 votes between Leitrim and South Donegal in 2020. Given he is already over 1,500 in Sligo at the moment, is it likely that he'll have a decent surplus when he gets O'Rourke's transfers?
No.
In that scenario, what votes will be distributed? It could be very significant for keeping McManus in the race.
There'll be no big surplus.
There'll be no surplus.
Yeah, in my opinion, only one candidate will reach the quota.
Yeah. What's going to come from Paddy Rowe?
It's possible all 4 get elected without reaching the quota, mathematically, but I think one will, and the other 3 will be elected without reaching the quota. So I just see Ross's Point, Rathcormac in there, and I see Feehan and McSharry have done very well there. There's now 800 between Harkin and McSharry. I think that's interesting, because you still have 17% of a vote that's going to be centrist, in my opinion, as opposed to, true independent that might have a bearing on things for both Marion and 10% between Cosgrove and Casserly that could have a bearing for Harkin and McSharry.
A couple of questions, lots and lots of questions coming in. Carrow, you haven't mentioned Carrow. Is it not significant?
No, it's just I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, one has come in. Yeah,
Okay,
two in from Carrow.
Okay, let me get to that.
Booths 2 and 3, and a significant vote there for Feehan. If you can see that, it's hard to scroll up.
Still looking for it here.
Yeah. So that's Carrow.
They're number 64 to 66 on the.
Are they? Yeah.
Numerically on the list.
Good man. That's what I needed to know.
To Carrow. Sorry, John.
Just looking at Bunaned now, it's a very Bunaned is a very interesting box there now.
Yeah.
If you look at Michael Clerk has got a very good 63 votes in Bunaned. Frank Feehan 38. Harkin 17. Harkin 17. Kenny 21, and McManus 13.
22. McManus is on, I think.
Yeah, 22.
22.
And so that's it.
And Scanlon 195 in Bullinaddin.
That is a massive vote from out of Bullinaddin. Massive.
Yeah.
Massive.
For Eamon Scanlon, you mean?
Yeah. Because normally we'd say that that vote would be, in my time it was Fine Gael got the prominence, we cleaned out that box at that stage.
Right, okay.
Carrow, do you want to talk about Carrow?
Carrow, yeah. As I said, two booths counted in Carrow. There are 3 polling stations.
Yeah, so very strong there for Feehan.
Yeah.
In and around 65, 68 and 54. That's significant. Edel McSharry has got a good vote there. There's a family connection there of her husband. Niall Hughes, also Eamon Scanlon would have connections there, has also polled pretty well. I think they're the 3 that have done the best there that I can see offhand. Let's see who's.
But again, even Clark picking up votes there.
No, Clark's picking them up everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is significant. Okay. And again, these are just random questions coming in. With no one getting over a quota and unlikely to get past one, is it not all number 2s for the transfers? Does that make sense? Is it not all number 2s for the transfers?
No, because it depends who's eliminated along the way, you know. So number 2. So if I voted number 1 for, say, Nessa Cosgrove, and I gave my number 2 to Des Gucking, it's not going to come into play. So it's going to go on to the number 3 or 4 or whatever there, you know.
Yeah. Candidates will soon find out that calling in person does work. It makes all the difference. Taking videos in villages, not the way to canvass, is this person.
That, you know, I mean, I get that, and people love to see the candidate if they can, but it's nonsense to think that they all get there, you know. So I would say 18 of the candidates were at a good, decent share of doors each, but none of them are at them all. Not a chance.
Ivan Yates always had the strategy of everybody who was canvassing for him had a card written, "Sorry I missed you," signed Ivan, so that at least the doors that he didn't get anybody at were under the impression he was there, whether he was or he wasn't.
I think he wasn't the only one to engage in that sort of activity. Lads, listening to you, Harkin is going to pull up. Just wait for the Leitrim. Have Beecham boxes. Have patience, is this person. Someone else says Harkin will climb surely in Leitrim, but Clark will surprise everybody in rural Leitrim. His campaign showed huge strength from start to finish, and alternative voters outside the 3 main party hardline people will be voting to elect a strong politician. Marion Harkin has always been a tower of strength and honesty. And they go on. So there you go. And I think that's what you said, John Ellis, that there is going to be a significant Clark vote, you think, in rural parts of North Leitrim, not least connected with the standing of Michael Fitzmaurice.
You see, that has a bearing in South Leitrim, the Fitzmaurice element. But the big thing is, as I said earlier on, when somebody gains momentum like that, all of a sudden it has the ripple effect and it spreads out entirely across it. Like, I'm surprised at some of the people that told me that they were going voting for Michael Clark. Absolutely shocked.
Why? Because they're traditional party people.
There was 2 different families. One would have been each side. One Fianna Fáil, one Fine Gael. And basically what they said was that the 2 parties are forgetting about people in rural Ireland. And farmers are definitely disaffected with regards to all the red tape that's come into play, and all the Greens did untold damage from their time in government to both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael as far as rural people is concerned. Very, very much damage them. Like bringing in levies on diesel and on everything else. If you were out in rural Leitrim or anywhere else, the first necessity is the 4 wheels under you. And if you were increasing the cost of running that every day, it's going to have an effect. And let's not be trying to hide it here from any of the main political parties. The populism of Sinn Féin, who are promising everything, knowing they'll never have to deliver it, is definitely affecting how younger people vote. And the social media element of it, somebody said to me recently at a meeting that 45 or everybody under 45 is now on social media, and everyone over 45 is on no media except RTE.
Sorry. I'll come back to you in a moment, John. We're going to a guest in a moment. It's 97 of the boxes in County Sligo tallied. The running total, Marie Casterly has pulled up a little bit in the last few boxes.
What numbers? Can you give us the numbers?
We'll give you the percentage or the numbers, would you prefer? Percentage.
Percentage.
So 97% of the boxes in Sligo. In order of preference, Eamon Scanlon's on 16%, Michael Clark and Frank Feehan both on 15%, Chris McManus is on 12%, Edel McSharry on 10%, Marion Harkins on 7%, Marie Casterly is now up to 6%, Nessa Cosgrove and Martin Kenny both on 5%. Right, and I'll get back to the point you were making in a moment, John, but for now we're going to be joined, it should be interesting to hear from our next guest. Micheál Gaffney is part of Marion Harkin's campaign team, and it's going to be a bit of a struggle, I think, for Marion over today and tomorrow. John, talking to Micheál.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Niall. As you mentioned, there are quite a lot of interest right throughout the Count Centre here in the performance of Marion Harkin so far when we maybe compare it to previous elections. As you mentioned, Micheál Gaffney has been a long-standing member of her campaign team, not alone for this elections but many elections in the past as well. Let's cut straight to the chase. At this stage, would you be worried about the early indicators? Is it too early to say? Or maybe have not some of the boxes been tallied yet where you would expect Marion to do really well?
Yeah, John, we would be worried to a point, yeah, because the vote would be way down in Sligo. Now, a lot of the leads from South Donegal boxes have to be opened yet, so we'd be very hopeful yet. Now, we have a battle on our hands. We've been through that before, many occasions. We've battled and we've come back, So by no means, would we be throwing in the towel at this stage. There's a lot to play for yet. It's a long way to go. We've always been transfer friendly. We're waiting on the leads from boxes, South Donegal boxes, and we're not as happy as basically we would have been in the past, but we're not by no means throwing in the towel yet or anything. So we're hopeful, and transfers on that are funny, and it will depend on eliminations as well and who goes and how we transfer at that. But we're still there, we're still hopeful, and as we say, it's all to play for, but it's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day.
Some of the areas that you just mentioned there, in particular, say in North Leitrim, Ballintorra, Marion's own area where she has so many connections with, the James Gilbarton factor, a recently elected independent councillor, and everyone of Marion's as well, that will be a big plus there, you feel, in making sure that she not alone will take a good first preference, but again, you've already alluded to it, will be very much transfer friendly. Will that extend, though, across the entire electoral area, across the entire constituency, her ability to pick up transfers, considering that there's a number of other strong independents in the field this time round?
Yeah, this time round, we have sort of two more independents that will be lower in our first percentage vote, and James will be a big help. James polled very well, as you know, in the local elections in the Manor-Hamilton area. So when them boxes come in, we'll be very hopeful. Marion has been transfer friendly all across the board, over all elections. And even at that, today, it's still looking good. We're looking at 2s and we're looking at 3s there. And there'll be certain candidates, when they are eliminated, we will be picking up votes. So hopefully we're more transferable than other candidates, and if that happens, it's all to play for. It's all to play for. Percentage-wise at the minute, it wouldn't be looking good for us, but...
Yeah, from what you've seen so far, at this stage, would you acknowledge that you're going to be in a dogfight for at least the third seat and, in more likelihood, the final seat?
Well, the latter probably, but but we're there, and we're going to keep watching, and we're going to be watching close here, and we're by no means would be giving up hope. It's going to be a long battle, and I still quietly confident.
The transfers as we go on, and there's eliminations, and indeed some of the candidates with a higher number of votes start being eliminated. That really ultimately is going to decide an awful lot in the third and most definitely the fourth seats.
Yeah, you're in a position here where we will probably see two people elected. You could end up with two candidates being elected without reaching the quota. So it will depend. Eliminations will be a lot got to do with it. So if it works out the way we're hoping that it will work out on the transfers and the leads from boxes, it can change very quick. We are behind, but I think that we're in a good position looking at the boxes that's open and the boxes that has to be opened, that we're going to pick up a lot of votes yet along the way,
All right, okay, Micheál, for there we'll leave it. I know Micheál Gaffney has been in regular contact with Deputy Marion Harkin this morning, Niall. There you have it. They're waiting for a clearer picture to come in. I think it's fair to say they're obviously concerned about what's taking place here early on. How much concern they will have later on, well, it remains to be seen. But definitely, the performance of Marion Harkin so far, everybody you talk to out here, it's one of the big talking points so far.
Yeah, as Micheál said, it's going to be a long day. He's worried to a point, but still hopeful. And as he says, Marion has always been transfer friendly. We shall see. By my reckoning, there's only 2 boxes left to be tallied in Sligo: the Colliery Booth 2 and St John's Hospital in Sligo. So when we get those, we will have a complete Sligo tally results, which we'll have in a few moments. Just before the break, someone says that John Ellis calling Micheál Martin liberal is like Americans screaming communist at Kamala Harris.
Well, we leave it to Camilla to talk about it, but Micheál Martin has taken Fianna Fáil away from the Fianna Fáil that I would have started off with, as would have Ray McSherry or Matty Brennan. Totally taken us away from our base.
All right.
We represented the terraces in my early days, and as Mark said, the small farmers, and the probably way you best describe it was we looked, as TDs, we looked after those people, and they in turn looked after us when it came to the ballot box. Because the happiest place I was in my early days canvassing was up a terrace, let it be Bowley Hill in Manor Hamilton, or Hyde Terrace in Mohill, or St Patrick's Park in Carrick and Shannon, because that was where you got the...
Or Dorley Park in Sligo Town, don't mind them.
No, I didn't get in there.
You weren't supposed to be going in there, John.
I was kept out.
Yeah. Right, okay.
But that was the difference in that time.
Yeah.
We had basically 3 set areas, and we concentrated on them rather than the gunshot that goes on now, and everybody has a poster up on every pole in every part of the constituency.
Back in a moment at the Clayton, and we hope to maybe to have the final County Sligo tally in a few moments.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels.
Are practically complete. We're waiting on one, Sligo St John's Hospital, which is not going to make any huge change to the overall position. And I'm going to give you running, and these are on our website, oceanfm.ie. Follow the general election tab, and you'll see all the statistics. So essentially, this is essentially the completed County Sligo tally, and I'll read out the percentage totals and the figures as well for those interested. So Molly Candon of the Party for Animal Welfare, 239 votes. That's 1%. Marie Casserly, non-party, 2,004 votes, which equates to 6%. Michael Clark, Independent Ireland, 4,991, which is 15% of the vote. Caroline Corcoran of Independent Ireland, 47, 0%. Nessa Cosgrove of the Labour Party, 1,660, which is 5% of the vote. Frank Feehan of Fine Gael on 5,335, 16% of the vote. Blauhin Gallagher of the Green Party, 430, 1%. Des Guckin, non-party, 76 votes, 0%. Marion Harkin, 2,361, which is 7% of the vote. Michael Kelly of the Irish Freedom Party on 453, 1% of the vote. Martin Kenny of Sinn Féin, 1,815, equating to 5%. Jimrit McConville, non-party, on 30, 0%. Chris McManus, Sinn Féin, 4,172, which is 12%. Edel McSherry of Fianna Fáil, 3,448, 10% of the vote. Graham Monaghan of Aintu, 651, 2%. Gino Boyle, People Before Profit, on 1,280, that's 4%. Paddy O'Rourke of Fianna Fáil on 77, 0%. And finally, Eamon Scanlon, 5,332, which is 15% of the vote. That's you could say, the County Sligo tallies complete. Percentage-wise, 26% to Fianna Fáil, 16% to Fine Gael, 17% to Sinn Féin, and 41% to others and non-party and so forth. So that's essentially the County Sligo tally figures complete. John Ellis, what do you make of those figures? Marion Harkin vote, obviously, that's the talking point. Down.
The Marion Harkin vote at 2,300. I think that poor Marion has probably gone to one too many. But the interesting things down the line in this is Gino Biles, 1,300 votes. Nessa Cosgrove's 1,600. That's 3,000. Mm-hmm. Then you go up and you have Casserly, who is behind Marion Harkin and therefore is not going to pass her, because Marion Harkin is going to get a bigger vote out of Leitrim than Marie Casserly. So what's going to happen here is that when it comes to the eliminations, you're going to have O'Boyle, Cosgrove, Monaghan, they're all Sligo town.
Yeah.
And they're going to help Chris McManus probably more than anybody else. But he's still going to do well to get himself to 6,000, and which would leave him behind Martin Kenny. Like, Kenny's 1,800 votes in Sligo. It means that he's going to probably finish on around between 6,500 and 7,000 on the first count.
Okay, Mark and John Perry.
Yes, well,
John Perry.
Just looking at the vote, I think the county vote, Frank Feehan would have to be pleased on the 5,335 vote.
Yeah.
You know, and if he gets the 2,200 votes he got in Leitrim the last occasion, and up to 500 votes in South Donegal, you know, that is going to, you know, I would say certainly he's in the frame, definitely. But Michael Clark, I think, when you look at the just short of 5,000 votes leaving the county of Sligo, not going into South Donegal or Leitrim, he should be extraordinarily pleased with that. I think that's, you know, he's certainly in the frame. He's definitely in the frame for a seat. When you look at the Marion Harkin's vote, dramatically reduced, and as John said there correctly, when you look at the you know, not all those transfers, but Cassidy's transfer will to a fair degree, you know, from a rural base out in North Sligo, you know, a lot of that will go to Michael Clark as well. And I think that the Gina Boyle vote, I suppose, you know, it was McManus on 4,172. You know, it's all down. I suppose really the litmus test of this will be and Eamon Scanlon, obviously, I mean, he's a remarkable result there, 5,300, and he has a lot of other avenues for votes. So I think that when you look at the ultimate adjudication and the final seat will be the Leitrim boxes.
Yeah, as John and John Ellis and John McCartan said earlier, Mark.
Sorry,
you know.
back. Yeah, I was looking at just at a few indications around the country from different colleagues to see how
yeah, well, what I mean, apparently, Steve, for those, I mean, we were a bit tied up here in just in one constituency. Stephen Donnelly and Bother, apparently.
Yeah, didn't get to see that. Now I was looking at Charlie McConlogue there in Donegal. Doesn't seem to be in super shape. The Willie O'D 20% in Limerick to be expected. Dooley looks to be coming back in Clare. I was obviously keeping an eye on some of the Fianna Fáil ones there. Yeah, and there's no change. We're still waiting for those couple of boxes, I think, in Sligo.
Yeah, one St John's, and I'm not quite sure if we ever get. Do we get tallies from Sligo, from St John's Hospital?
Yeah,
I don't think we do.
I don't think we do.
Yeah, so in that case, it's complete then.
Yeah,
yeah.
So I think that's complete on there, and I think exit poll way out on Clark, unless he's about to hit a wall in Donegal and Leitrim, which the trends don't suggest. And as John says, you know, the ripple effect, you know, these things tend not to happen in isolation. And that would suggest at this stage, I mean, there's obviously going to be turns in the road, potentially, but it suggests, Kenny, Scanlon, Feehan and Clark at this stage. There's still a lot to happen.
Yeah, okay. And numerically, and I know a lot of people, they want to hear numbers as opposed to percentages. So from top to bottom, the County Sligo tally, Feehan with the most votes, 5,335, Frank Feehan. Eamon Scanlon next, 5,332. Michael Clark on 4,991. Chris McManus, 4,172. Then Edel McSharry, 3,448. And Marion Harkin, 2,361. Okay. Now, and again, I'm not clear. I don't know, John, if I presume they go to the Leitrim boxes next. I'm not quite clear on that yet.
Yeah, well, certainly Leitrim seems to have been looked at before anything else, although I have heard that people have seen ballot boxes or have seen ballot papers from the Donegal boxes.
Oh, no, I stand corrected. Yeah. We've started the Donegal tally, so we're doing Donegal. Yeah, so we have a couple of results in from South Donegal, from Ballintra.
Interestingly, I did hear from some of the Sinn Féin camp that they felt that Martin Kenny was getting nearly 50% of the vote in Donegal, and that his vote was 80-20. The Sinn Féin vote was 80-20 in Martin's favour.
Well, he's got a big vote in Ballintra and 2 booths in Ballintra Community Centre, and Kenny has 67 and 89 well ahead of the rest of them. You know, well ahead of everybody else.
But here we see Cork
Fianna
still picking up a vote here.
Yeah, interestingly, 18 in one booth, 14 in another. Frank Fianna on 55 and 39. Yeah, so Clark's momentum continues, does it not? For now.
Yeah.
And that's significant.
I'm just trying to get into Donegal here myself.
Yeah, Edel McSherry is polling well ahead of Eamon Scanlon now in Donegal, so we're beginning to see the geography coming into play.
That'd be expected too.
Yeah, so 2 boxes tallied in Donegal. There are it's 13% of the number of boxes. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. But the Kenny vote there, Ballantrae, John, you're not surprised by that at all.
No, well, obviously Donegal has a strong Sinn Féin vote anyway, but that south part of Donegal has been cut off now from the rest of Donegal, and I'm sure they have an affinity with people who are always left out and left behind, and that's us in Leitrim. So I guess it's the disaffected sticking together. So no, I'm not surprised at Martin Kenny doing very well there in that constituency at all.
All right, any observations on Donegal or overall in Sligo?
No, Sinn Féin expected, hitting for 30% there.
Yeah.
I would have expected that. Fianna strong.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, there has been a kind of a strong team around the Ballyshannon area, and that
Barry Sweeney, of course.
Barry Sweeney and the Travers and those guys up there. That has, that was always surprisingly a good area for Fine Gael, that very south part of that tip of Donegal. So Frank obviously capitalising on that, and he has clearly not let go of it.
Right. Okay. I tell you, we've a quick break to take. We've more guests to talk to. John has more guests to talk to, and we will do so after a very, very short break.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company that looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really, really looked after me very well.
Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours.
In from Bundoran, 2 booths in Bundoran, 1 in Ballyshannon, and Martin Kenny is polling very, very strongly. We look at St Anne's Hall, booth 1 in Ballyshannon, 100 votes for Martin Kenny there. And the nearest to that is, as I scroll across, the nearest to that would be Frank Feehan on 41. And then if we look at Bundoran, 2 booths there, and I know a lot of people are interested in the Bundoran situation. Again, in booth 2, 89 votes for Kenny, and in booth 4, 102 votes for Kenny. And again, the nearest to that would be Frank Feehan, 50 in the first booth 2, and on booth 4 he's on 32. So very, very strong showing by Martin Kenny in Bundoran. And Marie Casterly also polling well in a couple of the Bundoran booths as well. As I say, John McCartney, you're not surprised by that?
No, this is where we expected Martin Kenny to start to claw back that the gap between he and Chris McManus. It is worth noting, though, that Martin Kenny there on 31%, Chris McManus getting 10%. That's a very high vote for Sinn Féin. I know we would expect them to do well in that constituency, but nevertheless, it's a very high vote for them.
Let's hear from more guests. Keith Henry is standing by with John, of course, in the Eamon Scanlon camp, and broad smiles all round so far from Eamon Scanlon's team.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Niall. As you mentioned there, Keith Henry joins us here, Director of Elections for Eamon Scanlon. And let's maybe start by talking about some figures. And let's maybe look at the Fianna Fáil vote in Sligo, where the boxes have been tallied. Eamon Scanlon, 15%, Edel McSharry, 10%. Let's start with the fact that Eamon Scanlon has taken 15% of that Sligo vote. That's a very positive aspect and a positive footing to launch any campaign on.
Yeah, look, it's a positive start. We realised that Eamon needed to be strong, particularly in the Ballymote-Tubbercurry local electoral area, and he has been, thankfully, because as the only candidate, particularly in the south side of that constituency, we needed a high vote. So, the vote is up there for Eamon in Ballymote town and in its surrounding areas as well, which is good. And Tubbercurry was very strong in its surrounding areas, but we needed that because when it comes to transfers geographically, we don't have a huge amount of candidates to help us out. But from Eamon's perspective, yes, it's positive at the moment, but there's a long way to go yet. On 15% of the vote for Eamon at the moment. As we go into Leitrim, that might drop down a little bit, down to 13 or something. I think the exit poll might have inflated it similar to the last time by maybe 1% or so, which doesn't sound like a lot, but in vote terms
it can make a big difference. I'm interested to talk to you about Leitrim, the fact that you mentioned it there, and the fact that Fianna Fáil decided to run 3 candidates. Now, obviously, Edel McSharry has taken 10% of the vote, the vote for Fianna Fáil in Sligo as well. There would have been those, I presume, in the Scanlon camp that prior to the decision by Paddy O'Rourke to run in the general election would have been expecting Eamon Scanlon to do very well in Leitrim, perhaps due to the allegiance that he has there, due to the contacts that he would have built up over a long period of time. So was it a disappointing aspect for the Scanlon camp, the fact that Paddy O'Rourke was added so late in the campaign?
Well, I suppose we'll tell you at the end of the count when we see the results of it. But look, Paddy is a long time experienced councillor, and we have the height of respect for Paddy. As you say, in North Leitrim in particular, where Eamon would have been a TD there from 2007 up to 2011, and he had an office in Manorhamilton, we would be hoping that in the Manorhamilton municipal district that we will pick up a decent enough of a vote. They're only going through those votes at the moment. I just tallied a box there in Fianna, and Paddy O'Rourke is beating Martin Kenny there 2-1. So, Paddy will poll well. It's kind of hard to gauge him at the moment because we are only going through the Leitrim boxes at present. But look, I suppose the party's strategy at a national level was to decide to try and get the high percentage. It looks like we will poll somewhere between 25 and 26%. I know it's spread out among 3 candidates, but you would imagine that that's enough to get you one elected. And I suppose from the Scanlon campaign, we're content that we're at the top of the pile of the 3 of them so far, but things can change.
They can change, and you'd expect maybe that Paddy O'Rourke vote to come back to you a little bit, obviously later in the contest through transfers, maybe something similar to 2016, where it had a telling factor in getting Eamon Scanlon elected at the expense of Jerry Reynolds.
That is true, and look, there will be a Leitrim voting for a Leitrim factor as well, so we would expect that Paddy would give a decent transfer to Martin Kenny, but if we can get the party transfer and get our fair share of it, we're in with a great chance. In terms of canvassing, we did put in a bit of a canvass into North Leitrim. If it's not for the want of canvassing on our behalf, because we were canvassing right up until Thursday evening, and in parts of South Sligo and indeed in parts of North Leitrim last Sunday where we were the only candidate to call. So if canvassing counts for anything, we should be in the shake-up.
All right, $6 million question coming up now. Can you take 2 seats?
It's again, I can't call it until we see the exact tally figures from Leitrim. There's a chance, but Michael Clark is polling a lot higher than the exit poll, so he is in contention for a seat, in my opinion. And even looking at some of the Leitrim boxes, he is picking up votes there. So, Clark would be taking a bit of a Fianna Fáil vote, particularly in West Sligo from us as well. So it's a little bit early to say for 2 seats. On 25%, it's to get to 2 quotas is 40%. It's a little bit off. But as the pattern of transfers emerge in the later counts, we will see. But it's certainly not out of the question, but could be an ask.
All right, so at this stage, most people are more than confident in predicting 2 of the seats, in the sense that there's a lot of people here telling us it's going to be Eamon Scanlon. A lot of people are going for Martin Kenny for 2 of the seats. After that, maybe the confidence fades somewhat and gets a little bit more diluted. So even at this stage, and I know it's guarded optimism, would you be buying into that school of thought?
I based on the tally so far, I do think Sinn Féin are going to transfer very well to him. So I think if Martin is a good bit ahead of Chris McManus, he will take that Sinn Féin seat. Frank Feehan is polling well. He may have a while to wait to be elected in terms of the transfers for candidates to get him up high enough. Then I'd be hoping that, depending on the order of eliminations within the Fianna Fáil candidates, that hopefully Eamon will get over the line. And the last seat, there's 40% of a vote there for independent and other parties. There has to be a seat there, you would feel. Who's in the shake-up for that? Michael Clark is there in the shake-up for that. You still have Harkin, may pull up. Her vote.
Chris McManus has polled well.
Chris McManus has polled well, yeah, and again he could be in that shake-up. So there's a possibility of 2 Sinn Féin as well as 2 Fianna Fáil.
That's 2 Fianna Fáil.
Yeah.
There you have it. It's fascinating stuff to see where the breakdown is going to take us, Niall. There you have it at the moment. It could well be a Fianna Fáil strategy masterstroke to run 3 candidates in Sligo Leitrim. We'll have to wait and see. Thanks for the moment.
Thanks for that, John. Yes, we will see. So possibility, according to Keith, of 2 Sinn Féin seats or 2 Fianna Fáil seats. Nationally, if you're following the picture, ministers in bother apparently are Health Minister Stephen Donnelly and Catherine Martin, Minister for Arts of the Green Party. She's in difficulty as well. It's also apparently looking good at this early stage for Gerard Hutch, the monk. He's in strong contention for the 4th seat in Dublin Central. RTÉ reporting also that Green Party leader Roderick O'Gorman could be in difficulty, and he's already admitting that it's clear his party is not having a good day. Right, well, more on that later. Right, okay, we are tallying the South Donegal boxes. There are 10 boxes tallied, if you want to go on our website, which equates to 63% of all the boxes. We brought in Porricart again to give us just an update. So you were saying there's only a few boxes left to be open now, Porrick, is that right?
There are 8 boxes on the floor that haven't been opened, and our tally people are tallying the remainder of the boxes. So I'm sticking with that prediction that by 3 o'clock we should have a tally, or very, very shortly after 3 o'clock we should have the tally completed. Because these boxes that are being opened at the moment, the tallies are nearly complete on them, and then there's only the other 8.
Right, okay, and the Donegal tallies are almost complete as we stand at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, and there'll be a refresh. If anybody goes onto the Ocean FM website, there'll be a refresh very shortly, so you'll see some more results coming in immediately now.
Yeah, so these are, again, for those who don't know, who are not used to this, and they should be by now, because we've done it now for how many, 10 years or more. As the tally figures are inputted at your table beside us, you can access them on our website.
Yes,
on Ocean FM.
Ocean FM have access to the tally figures. The tally figures are being inputted on ATU cloud service. The cloud service is linked to Ocean FM, and Ocean FM are pushing it out to all the viewers and listeners across the globe.
Yeah, and it is across the globe, and people are enjoying our coverage yet again, and we appreciate all the kind comments coming our way. Thanks for that, Porrick.
Okay, before you go, Porrick.
Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Tell us about the exit poll on Clark.
The exit poll percentages were across the county, not just the county of Sligo, they were across the constituency. So until the entire constituency...
What we're wondering is, we're obviously well in excess of the predicted vote of sort of 3,570. Clark is obviously doing very substantially more than that. The trend seemed to continue in Donegal, where he's picking things up.
Yeah.
So is it possible that the exit poll was that far out on Clark? It seems to be pretty correct on the rest.
Well, the margin of error was 3.4%.
Which are at a margin of error of 25 at the moment now with Clark, so far.
Yes, but wait until the final percentages come in there, and we'll discuss it then, Mark.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
And it's 3 o'clock. There's our friends here believe you're on course to get it done well before 3 o'clock, Porrick.
Yeah, we thought you'd get it done before.
Well,
not putting you in the spot or anything like that.
I love their optimism and confidence in us. Thank you for that.
No problem. Thanks for that, Porrick. Donegal boxes 12 tallied, 3/4 of the boxes tallied in Donegal. Percentage-wise, Martin Kenny way out in front in South Donegal. He's on 30% of the vote in the South Donegal boxes. Frank Feehan is on 15%, Edel McSharry on 12%, and Marion Harkin and Chris McManus both on 10%. But
it's really 40% for Sinn Féin in Donegal.
Yeah. And again, nobody's too surprised by that.
McSharry, Harkin, then sharing sort of 21 or 2% between them, and then the rest. And well, obviously Frankie Feehan doing very well on 15 too. And then the rest just shared at 4% and 2% each across the board.
Yeah. Are you surprised by that, Mark? A very strong showing for Sinn Féin. It used to be Fianna Fáil, Hartland, was it not? Some of those areas?
I mean, you got to sort of put into perspective. I mean, Eamon was a late addition. Edel is recently elected to the council. I mean, when I would have got in 2016 25% or 26% of the vote, I think, and Martin Kenny got 24 or 25, and all of the rest of the candidates split between the rest. You know, from 2013 it had been part of the constituency, so you were holding clinics there, you were taking a presence in the area, you were being visible there. So I mean, obviously, Edel wouldn't have had that kind of time to begin to sort of carve out, a work rate there. Having been elected to the council in June and then being put on the ticket then at the end of August.
Okay, again, referring to RT, are now reporting there's a possibility of a complete wipeout for the Greens. No seats at all. I don't know if people would be surprised or not by that, John Perry.
But I think not. When you look at the green agenda, while it has environmentally some benefits, but when it came to I suppose their base was notably in Dublin, but outside they had no electoral base. Maybe they won it in Cork, whatever, but the electoral base was non-existent. Really, the green agenda was really a red alert to rural Ireland. And when you look at so it's. But for that, it would appear that there's a Labour gain there, you see.
There is seemingly. I remember the Greens have outgoing 12 TDs outgoing, so it looks like they could lose all 12 seats.
A big problem that the Greens have, obviously everybody is concerned about the environment, but I think it was just the cart before the horse view of a lot of voters that the Greens were trying to take us out of our cars before they gave us the alternative, and I think people have become a little bit disenfranchised with that, and I don't think it's a reaction against green policy or green initiatives. I think it's just specifically a reaction against the Greens' endeavour to move everybody into a new modus operandi without offering us the viable alternatives beforehand, and the view that they have scuppered countless infrastructural projects around the country. And I think Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil are probably lucky that we're not feeling more punishment for that in government.
Yes. Mark, did you want to make a comment on
No, I definitely agree with that. Look, on an individual level, they're all very nice people and so on.
Yeah.
But what people in rural and regional Ireland are sick of is that we can't do the climate change thing on our own. Okay? And it's one thing, we're in effect passively as a country supporting or facilitating 6 or 7 wars throughout the world, and yet we're focusing on punishing, elderly people and pensioners with carbon taxes and so on. The N17 and the programme for government, the money was provided. It was unilaterally blocked by Eamon Ryan with the help of his Sligo advisors, funnily enough, in his office, and that is reprehensible. Because we're all on board with climate change and the need to embrace environmentally friendly policies and do our best. However, you have to take cognizance of the fact that there is serious infrastructural deficits in this part of the country that with climate change measures or not have to be addressed, and they haven't been. So they're never going to be getting a seat in this constituency anytime soon, in my view, and we see it manifesting itself throughout the country.
All right, quick comment from John Perry before 1 o'clock.
I would agree. The N17 was, that was you travelled that road. It's the most treacherous. It's quite comparable to the N4, where it was 20 years, or even 3 years ago. But when you look at and the Western Track is another big issue that you take from railway from Clooney to Claremorris. I think that all of those will be big agenda items for the next government.
Okay, Martin Kelly said earlier in his interview he hoped that Fianna or Sinn Féin would be on course for 45 seats. My sources are telling me that Sinn Féin are likely to take 50 seats at this stage.
Too early to say.
We shall see. We'll take a quick break, or 1 o'clock break, and we'll get some food for our guests as well. We'll be back in a few moments, and we will have a completed count, tally count from South Donegal. Only 2 boxes left to tally. Back in a moment.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly. And I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome back. We're in the Clayton Hotel. The counting continues in the Sligo Leitrim constituency, and it's going to be a very interesting day or days. The way things are panning out, I think generally, to summarise our panellists from this morning, they're I think unanimously of the opinion that Martin Kenny is okay to retain his seat, and Eamon Scanlon is going to return to Dáil Éireann. More than likely, Frank Fianna is going to retain his seat as well, and then the battle for the last seat commences. And I think they're thinking there's Michael Clark, Marion Harkin, Chris McManus, Andy Del McSharry, all in the hunt, with Clark certainly ahead at the moment. The tallies for South Donegal are complete. There's 16 polling stations in our South Donegal part of the constituency, all tallied, and I'll give you the total for South Donegal. They are available on our website, but for those who haven't access to the internet or whatever, or these results on their phone or tablets. So this is the South Donegal final tally in terms of numbers of votes and percentages. Molly Candon of the Party for Animal Welfare, 35 votes, 1% of the vote. Marie Casserly, non-party, 163, which is 4% of the Donegal vote. Michael Clark, Independent Ireland, 202, which is 5%. Caroline Corcoran of Independent Ireland, 12 on 0%. Nessa Cosgrove of the Labour Party, 92 on 2%. Frank Feehan of Fine Gael, 619, 15% of the vote in Donegal. Blothin Gallagher of the Green Party, 58, which is 1%. Des Guckian on 9, 0%. Marion Harkin, 467, which is 11%. Michael Kelly of the Irish Freedom Party, 72 votes on 2%. Martin Kenny of Sinn Féin, a huge 1,215, which is 29% of the South Donegal vote. Diarmaid McConville on 7, 0%. Chris McManus of Sinn Féin, 416 on 10%. Edel McSharry of Fianna Fáil on 498, which is 12%. Graham Monaghan on 80 on 2%. Gino Boyle, People Before Profit, on 86 votes, 2%. Paddy O'Rourke of Fianna Fáil, 65 on 2%. And Eamon Scanlon of Fianna Fáil on 96, which is 2%. So as we heard earlier, and not surprisingly, and we commented on this, massive vote for Martin Kenny in South Donegal. And you're not surprised by that, John Ellis, I'm sure, either. Yeah.
Because Martin Kenny was obviously allocated South Donegal by Sinn Féin, and once that happened, he was going to get the bulk of it. But it's an amazing, Sinn Féin have 40% of the vote in South Donegal.
Yeah, and vote management, it's been commented on nationally as well. They have executed a very, very impressive vote management system here so far, haven't they, in Sligo Leitrim?
Oh, they have, but they've copied the Fianna Fáil operation of old, when basically areas were divided and they were stuck by. But No, you have to. It's not going to change the thing. They're not going to get 2 seats, bar there's an awful swing in the transfers to them. But no, they've had a good day.
Yeah, John.
And Fianna Fáil had a very bad day in South Donegal.
Yeah. Well, we were saying that earlier. You remember the days when Fianna Fáil were in a stronger position, you would say, in those South Donegal.
Yeah, much stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say,
John.
Leitrim is just coming in now. I was just going to say, watching Frank Feehan's vote in Sligo, it was almost the exact same percentage in Donegal. Therefore, there was a level of consistency that seemed it was going to walk across the constituency. We were wondering about the Clark vote. It went down from, I don't know, somewhere around 15% to 5% or something like that from Sligo to Donegal. So that one is not maybe translating as well in the north part of the constituency. But Leitrim coming in now. And I guess there is a takeaway from that, and that is the 19% that Frank Feehan has gotten in the few boxes in Leitrim so far, which are some of them to the east of the county, Carrick and Shannon, 2 boxes in there, Kilnagross down in the south of the county. And so far, Feehan showing 19%, way out ahead. The combined Fianna Fáil, Leitrim it's 34 when you combine the two. So let's take a look and see how Paddy O'Rourke is doing there, because Paddy is on 29%. That's a very solid vote there for Paddy O'Rourke in that constituency. So that's certainly going to put Paddy on it's going to put Paddy's foot on the scale and make his contribution to this election somewhat significant. The Sinn Féin vote, obviously we'll be expecting Martin Kenny now to start to pull way ahead. So McManus only getting 1% there, whereas Martin Kenny on 22%. I guess Martin will probably hope for when some of these boxes in the north part of the constituency, and maybe even when he gets in around his own home area in Ahavas, that he'll even do better than that.
All right, okay, so I don't have them on my computer also. You have some of the Leitrim tallies coming in on your...
I've inside information.
All right, okay, so they're not... Sorry, I was wondering why I was so far behind there. You have inside information.
Yeah, no, I am getting this from Motion FM's site. Maybe yours just isn't uploading as quick as mine. Yeah, but do you want me to call them out?
No, that's okay. No, I'll get it updated in a moment. John, you have access. You were taking down those...
No, I haven't.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Now they're in. Okay, yeah, okay. Right, and there's 9 boxes tallied, 14%, okay. Right, a couple of Carrick and Shannon boxes in there, as John said as well. Okay.
And the Carrick and Shannon boxes, what way are they breaking?
Let's have a look here. A strong vote for Feehan and Carrick and Shannon.
Yeah.
86 in one booth, 73 in another. Martin Kenny, 72 in one, 46 in another. And Paddy O'Rourke, 38 and 52. So a strong vote for Feehan.
Yeah, well, again, Frank Feehan's a neighbour there. He's spent a lot of his time in Boyle. I would be expecting Frank to do very well in Carrick and Shannon anyway. But interestingly, we'll have to take a look and see how he's doing around the rest of the county. So if we look for something that's a little more outlying, we'll say Carrigallen School there. In booth 2, so Frank is getting 34 votes there in Carrigallen. Solid vote. Martin Kenny 67. It's his home town. He'll have to share with Paddy O'Rourke, who gets 262 votes in that booth. And Paddy cannot say his neighbours let him down anyway.
But that'd be roughly the same as what Paddy had in the local election, I think, John, wouldn't it be?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a great vote. Now, I mean, in the local election, that was an incredible performance, considering he was contesting it against a more local field. Paddy will be.
He did have the advantage in that there's 3,000 or 4,000 votes in that end of the area, and he was the sole candidate.
Yeah. Well, he has Martin Kenny, of course, can call himself a local in that area. He went to Carrigallen Vocational School. He went to Havas Primary School. He lived in Havas up until I think maybe moving to Carrick and Shannon now. But certainly that would be a home home vote for Martin Kenny also.
Yeah, but bears out what Buzzy were saying earlier, that there has always, if he's always had support, Frank Feehan, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Leitrim throughout
there's
the county, helped of course by the fact that he once represented South Leitrim when it was Roscommon South Leitrim as it was.
Yeah, and I mean that was a crucial election for Frank Feehan. It was a very unusual thing for Leitrim not to have a candidate running for that part of the constituency at all. There had always been between, even my own house, the Reynoldses, there had always been a sort of a bigger name in that part of Leitrim running the Ballinamore electoral area in particular, and Frank knew that if he was to court that vote and keep that vote, he had to fight very hard for it. And I remember, I think it was that 2011 election where Frank got 111 votes in Utongore, which was the furthest place away from him. So it was quite an achievement, and he's obviously held on to that vote.
All right, okay. John Perry, you've looking at the Leitrim votes, John, you have?
Well, just looking at the two, Michael Clark on 4% on 75 votes, and Marion Herkin on 4%, just slightly on 87 votes. So when you look at when you see the trickle of vote, actually Michael Clark is getting a trickle of vote right across in the box, in all them boxes he's getting a vote on them, every one of them. And when you look at his vote is nearly comparable to Eamon Scanlon's in those trickle of boxes.
Yeah. Now, mind you, there's only 9 boxes open, but still, it is an indication.
But that's an indication. If you look at, he's marginally just behind. He's just marginally behind Marion Herkin, and I tell you that he's on, and he's Eamon Scanlon in those 9 boxes got 25 votes.
Yeah, but Eamon he won't be expecting to get a big vote down around Mohill and Gartletter and Ross and all those places. But when he gets up into Dromahare and Killargy and Kinlaw and Manor Hamilton, he'll be expecting to make up a lot of ground there.
But still, I know he wouldn't be expected. But how would you expect Michael Clare to get the 75 votes that he got? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you see, you have to, as I said earlier on, Michael Clark is going to pick up votes. The ripple effect goes out the whole way.
Yeah.
And if you look at it, Michael Clark is picking up the same percentage in South Leitrim as is Marion Harkin.
And
Eamon Scan. Well, you have to accept that people in South Leitrim voted for Paddy O'Rourke. They weren't voting any other way.
Yeah.
So, as man says, the only ones that would be voting for Eamon Scanlon would be the disaffected.
And just on in relation to Michael Clark, he has picked up votes in every single box tallied so far, which include 120 in Sligo, 16 in Donegal, and the 9 in Leitrim.
Yeah.
And his lowest vote was one vote in one of the booths in Cranmore in Sligo. So he has polled at least one vote in every single box, which is significant.
Like, if you take it, what sort of vote did he get in Carrick-Shannon, John?
Michael Clark got 14 and 9 in 2 of the 5 booths that have been counted so far in Carrick-Shannon.
And what did Marion Harkin get?
Marion
would be reasonably fertile ground for her.
It should be, but I'd say she probably didn't beat him.
29 and 23.
29 and
52.
Yeah.
She got 52.
Yeah.
So
and that's a heavily populated area now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's also would be fertile ground enough for her to pick up votes
in the past.
Leitrim. Yeah.
In the past.
Yeah.
I'm sure it would have been better to her in the past.
Oh yeah, much better.
Okay, so based on, like I said, there's only 9 boxes tallied in Leitrim. What are you saying? How is it swaying now from what you see so far in Leitrim? Clark still the favourite for that?
Well, Marion Harkin is not closing the gap on Clark in Leitrim so far, and that's what she needed to do, and she hasn't been doing that so far. They're on 4% and 4% each. Now Marion is 23 votes ahead of him, we'll say numerically, but that is not enough. It's too little too late, I'm afraid, and if North Leitrim doesn't change significantly in Marion's favour, it's bad news.
Yeah, well, certainly I would agree with John that when you look at the, as John Ellis has said, when you look at the trend coming from the start, when the trend starts rolling, I mean, it continues, doesn't it?
Well, it'll continue down through the preferences. That's where it'll really start to play, because if the wind comes on your back on the preferences, it's amazing. Instead of getting maybe 10% off somebody, you'd be hoping to get max. You could end up getting 20%. And that's when it'll really start to play.
And just one point, John McCart might answer this. Frank Feehan got, and the last time in 2020, he got 2,167 votes in Leitrim. Can you see him passing that?
He'll pass that.
I could, yeah. I think he'll get more than that this time around.
Yeah. that would be he would need to.
Yeah, but he's on course for, they're talking about this 16 to 16.5% has been the magic number, and there he sits exactly on 16%.
So we maintains that.
Yeah,
But you
and,
see,
he will retain that, I think, because he's going to get it everywhere in the county. He's a fairly consistent performer. He doesn't have hot spots.
Yeah, he gets it.
But the one thing you have to remember from his point of view is that down the line, Fianna Fáil has 26 or 27% of the vote. So you need 20 for a quota.
Yeah.
So that's 6 or 7%. At least 50% of that is going to end up in Frank Feehan's basket in the end.
On the transfer.
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually, yeah.
Right, okay. 071 911 8104 if you want to contact us on any issue or make any observations on our count coverage today, or you can text or WhatsApp now to 083 3500 530. Somebody wants us to offer your thoughts on Gino Boyle, or do you have any thoughts on Gino Boyle, People Before Profit, and how he did in Sligo? I think there was a feeling earlier that he took up some of the traditional Brie vote. Him and Chris McManus.
Yes, he certainly did that, and I think that left vote. I suppose I've no doubt that McManus is watching his number twos very attentively, really now. At the point of view of if McManus would be hoping to get transfers from the left leaning vote in Sligo, and that would be it would certainly make a difference.
Okay, somebody was looking for details of the Killorn box, and I had them scribbled down and I have mislaid them, but I'll come back and I'll give you the results from the Killorn box. Okay, let's see, is there any more updates in Leitrim, John? Any more boxes coming in?
No, not
from Leitrim so far.
Not as of yet.
Okay.
Let's do one more refresh.
We have results from Mahawillan, Aughnasheelan, Carrigallen, two in Carrick, Shannon, Eslin Community Centre, Kilnagross, Jamestown, Askill and Tarman.
Askill could be interesting. It's only a small box, but it's on the Donegal border.
All right, okay. So why is it interesting? Explain to us.
To see what would have gone to Eamon Scanlon and Edel McSherry and Paddy O'Rourke, how the vote. In my early days in politics, it was the highest percentage Fianna Fáil vote in Leitrim.
Askill?
Yeah.
Okay,
it was only a small vote.
Scanlon got 6 in Askill, O'Rourke got 5, Edel McSherry, in keeping with what you're saying, got 16, but 21 for Martin Kenny in Askill, 10 for Marion Harkin.
Yeah.
So there you go.
So therefore, it's quite obvious that Marion Harkin isn't going to pick up what she needs to pick up.
Doesn't look like it.
No.
Right, okay. Niall, the greatest story from the election so far is that Gerard the Monk Hutch has polled very well in Dublin Central and definitely looking like he could get elected. I followed politics for many years, not since 1981 when we elected 2 of the hunger strikers, Kieran Doherty and Cavan Monaghan and Paddy Agnew in Louth. Has there been such a sensation, says a regular listener. Well, it remains to be seen. He's in the running for a seat apparently, and apparently Clare Daly is out of the running.
If Clare Daly is out of the running, he has to get it.
Yeah.
It is a protest vote though, and Clare Daly's vote was a protest vote.
Yeah.
That is not a vote for something, it's a vote against the status quo, and it's a pox on all your houses. That's what that vote is.
It's quite a manifestation of a protest vote though, is it not?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's inner city Dublin. Remember that they feel that they're totally deprived, and as one client said to me last week, I thought it was very funny. He said, the monk will get elected if he can get them out of bed to go to vote.
Right, okay.
But it's going to be an interesting scenario down the road if he's elected.
Right, okay, we'll take a quick break. We're back in more in a moment and we'll get more details of the tallies from Leitrim.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels. honesty where it's personal.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, price at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
Welcome back. We're in the Clayton Hotel discussing the ongoing tally figures coming in for the Sligo Leitrim constituency. It's quietened down here considerably. A lot of the counter's gone for lunch, it seems. Right, okay. John, a couple of more boxes in. John McCartan, a couple of more boxes in from Leitrim. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we're just taking one at random here. Auchnasheelan, beside the town of Ballinamore, a rural part of that parish. So Clark picked up 10 votes in that box, and that's a little bit of a surprise to see 10 votes there. Frankie Feehan got 23, Martin Kenny got 83, McManus 15, so a strong Sinn Féin vote in that box, 5 for McSharry, Paddy Rourke got 63, so very strong showing there for Sinn Féin, decent showing for Frank Feehan. And
what did Frank get, John?
Frankie got 23 in it.
Yeah.
And so that's it. It's a sort of a consistency from Frank Feehan all the way across. Michael Clark with those 10 votes. Again, you know, we've been talking about this, picking up a vote in every box. You know, looking down the numbers here, 8, 10, 12, 16, 19, 13, 14. He's picking up a vote in every box in County Leitrim.
Marion Hirschen got 7 in that box.
Yeah. And that's, again, she would need to be putting daylight between her and Michael.
No, it's going the other way.
And it's not happening.
Okay, so she's going to run out of road, is she? John,
like
you think so?
Looks like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
John, Perry, you've been looking at those figures as well.
Yes, and I think when you look at, Clark on 10 votes there, Cosgrove and 0, Feehan on 23, that's, as John said, that it's a good showing there. But the real change, the real reverse to this at the moment, where the independent seat was Marion Hirschen outgoing, I think that it looks like very much just changeover on the votes at the moment, on that trend. That if he's getting the 10 votes in that box, the trend will follow through in all the boxes.
Yeah.
It's the trend. The trend always keeps going.
Yeah, and once again, Clark scoring in every booth in County Leitrim, and significantly in some cases.
But he put in. You must remember that he put in an extraordinary campaign. You see, if you look at he had his wagons out, and it was a land, sea, and air attack, really, wasn't it?
It was.
In every sense.
Don't forget the trucks as well, John. There were a lot of trucks outside the work.
When I was incorporated as land, sea, and air in every sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. Well, 17 boxes in County Leitrim tallied.
There's a surprise one now.
Sorry, John. John McCarthy.
It's Fianna. Michael Clark taking 19 and 13 there.
I told you that.
Yeah. Booth 1 there in Fianna, 19. Frankie Feehan got 16. So beaten Frankie there well in that one booth. Now, I think there are 3 booths in Fianna, so I'm not quite sure what.
No, it's only 2.
Two. And that's John Ellis Heartland, as we know, isn't that right, John?
Yeah.
You're not surprised by that?
No. I said that earlier today, that I was shocked. People that told me that they were going voting for Michael Clark.
Yeah. Right, okay.
We'll zero in on them now, John. We'll nearly be able to name them by the time we're finished.
Oh, I could name them. I could name the bulk of them now, I'll be honest with you. But they're both sides. We're Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, which is really...
Yeah.
All right, okay, 21 boxes tallied.
Paddy getting Fianna?
In Fianna, Paddy has a very good vote there, 123 and 79. So...
21 boxes tallied in Leitrim, 30, that's a third of the boxes tallied, so we are flying through it, and we'll give you a running total maybe. Again, people like to hear figures and percentages. This is with a third of Leitrim boxes tallied. Molly Candon is on 41 votes, 1% of the vote. Marie Casterly on 76, that's 1%. Michael Clark, 251 and 4% of the Leitrim vote. Caroline Corcoran, 8 votes, 0%. Nessa Cosgrove, 103 on 2%. Frank Feehan, 814, that's on 14%. Blóithín Gallagher, who's from Leitrim, of course, 79 votes, that's 1%. Des Guckian, also a Leitrim councillor, 288, 5% of the vote. Marion Harkin, Deputy Marion Harkin, 392, that's 7% of the vote. Michael Kelly on 68, representing 1%. Martin Kenny, 1,537. That's 26% for Martin Kenny there. Jeremy McConville, 10 votes, 0%. Chris McManus of Sinn Féin, 176 at 3%. Edel McSharry is on 163, that's 3%. Graham Monaghan, 156 on 3%. Gino Boyle on 78, that's 1%. Paddy O'Rourke, Leitrim councillor, of course, 1,561 on 26%, and Eamon Scanlon 127 on 2%. So they're the running totals in Leitrim, 1/3 of the boxes tallied. Sorry, John. Yeah, John Perry.
It's looking very much like the southwest and East Sligo, which I suppose come back to since the foundation of the state. I mean, in majority of that they had 2 seats. When you looked at the Matty Brennan and myself, and you had Eamon Scanlon and myself as well. So that's really where I think when the election is over, the real win geographically will be southwest and East Sligo.
Yeah, and you're not too disappointed by that, John, are you?
No, I think it's important for this part of the region to be represented at the best possible level. Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. A couple of questions and observations coming in. Niall, will Eamon Scanlon get elected? I don't think anybody believes he won't get elected, and that's quite a spectacular return for Eamon Scanlon, isn't it? I don't want to be congratulating him yet, but of course he lost his seat very narrowly last time out in 2020, pipped by Frank Feehan at the end. Mark McSharry, a big loss to Sligo Towns is this person. Feehan is getting in on the back of the Sligo Rovers money. I'm not so sure about that. I'm sure it helped, but I'm not sure it helped to the point where it would get him over the line. Do the panel think that Harkin is being affected by Casterly being in the election and vice versa? Now, we made reference to that earlier, John McCartan, didn't we?
Yeah, well, obviously, numerically, she's going to be affected by her. But then we did talk about the fact that there are so many independents now and that they have different allegiances. And Marion has had to make tough decisions, as you do when you've been around for a while and you've been fighting elections and campaigning for a while. You have to make tough decisions, and she's had to support some local election candidates who may have in the past supported her. And you know, eventually you accumulate your enemies. As they say, friends come and go, but enemies are there forever. So definitely a fractured non-party or independent field makes it more difficult for the likes of Marion Harkin.
Okay, this person says Michael Clark represents Independent Ireland, who were set up as an alternative to Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael for people who did not want to support Sinn Féin. Why are your panellists surprised that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have supported him? He ran a terrific campaign, I thought. Well, John, I don't think you're surprised, John Ellis.
No, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, you were saying that.
He has taken up the ground a lot. They've taken up a lot of Fianna Fáil ground and Fine Gael ground with rural people. And they can identify. And Michael Fitzmaurice has been a very active TD for an independent. And the alliance is there. It's not, the alliance isn't seen with Michael Collins in West Cork or with O'Donovan or the guy in West Limerick. It's seen with Fitzmaurice. And it's no different if you look at any election. If people identify with somebody, they vote for them, whether they like them or dislike them, because they identify with what they stand for. So I'm not surprised. Absolutely not surprised. And as I said at the start, and we've seen it coming through, he's getting votes in every polling booth, Michael Clark. So that's the whole trick. It's all about making sure you get a vote. It doesn't matter whether it's number 1 or number 10. As long as you have enough number 1s to stay in the race, you're in business.
Well, they say all politics is local, and Joe's been on to say, in relation to Michael Clark, some years ago I was living in rural Sligo. It was during the very severe winter. I requested many times from Sligo County Council to drop off some grit for the roads. Nothing happened. I then contacted Michael Clark and asked him if he could do anything, and to his word, he had 2 deliveries. So how could anyone forget someone who does a good turn?
That's it.
Yeah. And these things matter, as we know, and you all know that as former councillors and former TDs. John, would you buy into that, John Perry, that Independent Ireland is that alternative to Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael for disaffected voters of the 2 main parties who don't want or couldn't countenance voting for Sinn Féin?
Well, they call it very straight, you see. It's straight talk, really. That's what it is. And they identify with issues that are pertinent to an awful lot of people at the moment who are certainly living remotely, the farming sector, people who are with the rural divide and the urban divide is, it's very evident. And when you look at the... and then it's all about, at the end of the day, it's about a good candidate. You know what I mean? It's like the franchise, as good as the work that you've done. And he got the franchise of, and it's a new face as well, which is important too. And where I think very important to have a new face on this. He was a new kid in the blocks. He had an energetic campaign, Jeremy. He was fighting fit, and he was fighting to get the votes. And I suppose when people see that determination and energy, it's very hard to resist that. And people say, well, at least the question you would ask at the moment, if I wanted something done tomorrow morning, who's the most likely person then to do it? Based it on the campaign. And if you were to base it on the campaign, it would be Michael Clark. And that's what people identified in West Sligo and beyond.
There was also the fact that, the sort of middle of the road voter who would vote Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil, maybe turned off going to one extreme or the other, certainly enjoyed the message or believed in the message that Michael Fitzmaurice was giving them. And Michael Fitzmaurice and these guys have the advantage of not being in government, so they get to choose what they talk about. They only talk about the issues on which they know they can win the argument. Whereas for the Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil candidates who are out there, they have to talk about all the issues, and the only thing people want to pin them down on are the issues that are difficult and tricky for them, or where they've had to make difficult decisions. So, I did say Michael Clark's performance is noteworthy, but I didn't say I was surprised by it. I was surprised by the poll last night that didn't show him performing as well as I expected him to.
Okay, 45% of the boxes now tallied in Leitrim, 29 in all. We go through maybe the larger percentage numbers at the moment. Fian's on 15% in Leitrim, Frank Fian. Marion Harkin on 7%, Martin Kenny's on 25%, and Paddy Rourke is on 28%. They're the most significant ones. And as you were saying, gentlemen, just Marion Harkin not making the gains that she needed in Leitrim to make up the ground she lost in Sligo. That's the way.
McManus on.
Chris McManus in Leitrim 3%. Is on 3%, 220 votes. So again, John, you said that came down to vote management. Okay.
You take it. Fianna F, Paddy Rourke and Kenny combined with McManus are on exactly the same vote.
Mm-hmm.
What has Eamon Scanlon picked up on it, or Clark?
No, Clark in Leitrim. Clark is on 305 votes, which is 4%, and Eamon Scanlon's on 152 votes, which is 2%.
Yeah. So if we add Martin Kenny's performance in Leitrim to his performance in Sligo, and let's take a look at Donegal.
What's his first preference then?
I just haven't the facility to add them here as I'm talking to you, but just taking a cursory glance. I'm not so sure if Martin has passed him yet, although Martin does have Paddy Rourke's elimination to do that for him. So no, Martin Kenny will pass. Will pass.
You haven't the totals there so far for each, Niall?
For each of the candidates in Leitrim?
Yeah. No, overall.
Overall. I don't know. I don't, and I'm looking for if there's an option on our site for that.
You do have an overall tally.
Overall, well, that's for the. Oh, we do. We do have an overall. Yeah, you're right. We do have an overall. Okay. Let's see. So overall, okay, just making sure these are correct. Yeah, they would be.
Kenny is already ahead of McManus.
Yeah.
And he has Paddy Rourke's elimination to look forward to. Frank Feehan seems to be at the head of the field on 7,166. Eamon Scanlon is on 5,638, followed by Martin Kenny on 5,012.
What's Michael Clark?
Michael Clark is on 5,500. Sorry, he's up in this mix now.
5,545.
5,545. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll read out the running total. So, will we, if that's okay, in numbers. Yeah. We'll give you numbers or percentages, John. Numbers. Okay. Yeah. So numbers are: Camden is on 337. Castley is on 2,277.
2,200.
And 77. Clark is on 5,545. Corcoran is on 70. Nessa Cosgrove 1,897. Frank Feehan 7,166. Blauhin Gallagher 598. Des Guckian 419. Marion Harkin 3,362. Michael Kelly on 635. Martin Kenny is on 5,012. Dermot McConville 49. Chris McManus 4,841. Edel McSharry 4,160, 60. Graham Monaghan 931. Gino Boyle 1,480. Paddy O'Rourke 2,411. And Eamon Scanlon 5,638. So that's with all the Sligo boxes tallied and the Donegal boxes tallied. And we're into, 45% of the Leitrim boxes as well. So that's where it stands at the moment.
Those figures coming up on the screen, no?
They are. I'll show you where they are at the moment. It's the overall tally results. Anyway, we'll take a quick break and we'll get John sorted out, and we'll have more analysis in the Clayton Hotel in a few moments.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And solar generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far solar generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending solar generation.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, price at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome back to the Clayton Hotel. If you're following the count, and you can follow it exclusively here on our Ocean FM website, oceanfm.ie, we have 85% of all boxes in the constituency tallied. 85%. So all done in Sligo, all done in South Donegal, and 55% of the boxes tallied in Leitrim. And the running total, the top 10 at the moment in the constituency and the tally figures are as follows. Frank Feehan is on 7,166 votes. Eamon Scanlon on 5,638. Michael Clark, 5,545. Martin Kenny, 5,012. Chris McManus, 4,841. Edel McSherry's on 4,160. Marion Harkin next on 3,362. Paddy O'Rourke is on 2,411. Marie Casserly 2,277, and Nessa Cosgrove 1,897. They're the top 10 vote getters with 85% of the boxes open. And it's looking more promising, is it not, panellists, for Michael Clark? Would you agree, John? Barton first, yeah.
Yeah. Michael Clark has maintained the momentum that he had from earlier on. He's still in the mix there on 5,651 votes, which puts him actually, in the same sort of, that's total. Puts him in the field with Martin Kenny there, ahead of McManus. So he's going to hang on, and unfortunately for Marion Harkin, she is now on 3,513 votes, not making the sort of headway in Leitrim that she needs to make to close that gap.
Yeah, in 7th position numerically at the moment. And John Ellis, you were saying that you believed that Clark was going to continue that momentum through County Leitrim, and it is turning out to be the case.
Yeah, that momentum is there. That rural momentum is there, and that he's picking it up. And I said that from the start. Like, when I saw the exit poll this morning, I was surprised how low he was vis-a-vis what you saw going on. And vis-a-vis, like, I've known the Clarks for 50 years, and they have an affinity. They know a tremendous amount of people around the country, and they've been basically a big part of the McSharry vote in their heyday was coming through the Clarks. That's now gone, but the interesting scenario here is going to be how long Edel McSharry stays in for. Because I would see that once she goes out, she's going to be a big bonus to Clark and Eamon Scanlon. Paddy will be gone long before that, but I don't think that Paddy is going to give as much to Edel McSharry as he will give to both Kinney and Feehan, and
Scanlon.
To Scanlon.
Yeah, the Paddy O'Rourke voter and the Eamon Scanlon voter are very much the same sort of person.
I would say that the Paddy O'Rourke vote is going to finish somewhere short of around 4,000. I don't know what you think, John.
Yeah, I'd say you're right. Most of Leitrim is in already, and Paddy is on 3,010 votes. So, yeah, that's where he's going to finish up.
Yeah.
John, Perry will bring you at this point.
Well, just looking at the Michael Clark vote, I suppose, if he pulls it off, it'll be the first time since the foundation of the state that there'll be a TD in West Sligo. Never happened.
Didn't realise that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so really it's history in the making. When you look at in the Oireachtas members since 1922 coming from that part of the county. So and I think when you look at the vote and he's on, he's certainly up there. He's on 11% of the vote currently, and if you take the Marion Harkin is on 7% of the 7% of the vote. There's a huge gap there. There's nearly 2,000 votes of a gap there, and Martin Kenny's on 12% of the vote. He's getting up there, and if you look at Chris McManus, the Sinn Féin vote, they were very well managed. It's 22% combined, the two of them, and he's just short of 5,000 votes. So really at the moment, it's you want to be a really intelligent person to pull these final two seats out of this now.
Yeah, interesting enough to have Gino O'Boyle there on 1,540, Nessa Cosgrove on 1,949. So that's 3,500 votes there, left leaning in Sligo. What was that going to do to the relationship between Martin Kenny's vote and Chris McManus's vote? And if Sinn Féin are in the hunt for two seats, it's immaterial. But if they're not, could that be a toss-up?
I think it can be a toss-up. I might be wrong. I think that once you see the distribution of O'Boyle's and Nessa Cosgrove, you're going to know exactly who's going to be. Mm-hmm. Because I would say the max that Martin Kenny can hope to get from Paddy O'Rourke is 1,000.
How much, John?
1,000, I reckon. I'll tell you why. You're still going to have Eamon Scanlon is going to be picking up the hard Fianna Fáil vote. Edel McSharry will pick up the rest of the hard Fianna Fáil vote. Michael Clark will pick up some of the soft vote there.
Yeah.
And so
It
therefore
probably doesn't leave enough for Chris McManus to be ahead of Martin Kenny, but
wait now, you have to then come back and look. You have Marion Harkin to go. You have Casserly to go. They're all Sligo based. So they're going to be more friendly towards Chris McManus than they would be towards Martin Kenny. But I still think Martin Kenny will survive it.
Yeah.
But he'll
sweat
a bit.
They have by no means. If they're fighting to keep it even and fighting for 2 seats, they have managed it very well. But there's always the danger in these strategies that it becomes an uncomfortable squeeze.
One question: the quota now is the quota. What's the quota roughly?
Roughly 11,000.
11,000. A lot of people asking that. What will the quota be? So you think, John Ellis? You think 11,000? Okay.
11,2 or 11,2.
There's an awful lot of transfers to get up to 11,000.
Yeah.
John.
There'll be a stack of them elected without reaching
Was the turnout 60%?
Yeah.
Wasn't it 60? Somebody said
62, I think.
62.
62. Okay, I'll tell you. Divided by.
John,
that would be 11,656, if that's correct.
Right, okay. At this stage, it's 2 o'clock. We're going to take a very quick break from the Clayton Hotel, as it is extremely quiet. We're about the only ones left here at the moment. Everybody's gone for lunch.
They do such coverage.
Everybody's gone for lunch except us.
The masochist.
It won't be long before the crowds will be back.
It's not the first time we were the only ones left in this place.
No, that's for sure. Okay, and incidentally, if you're following our tallies online, 75% of the boxes tallied now in Leitrim, so we're nearly there. Won't be long before we have a full tally from the entire constituency. Join us again after 2.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
Shinn FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Right, okay, welcome back. Still waiting for the last few tallies to complete the entire constituency tally. Where are we now? In Leah, 78% of the boxes tallied in Leitrim, 50 boxes tallied in Leitrim, so only a couple left, and then we'll be there. We'll have a full first tally, which is always going to be very interesting. John McCartney, been looking at more of the Leitrim figures. Again, nothing surprising from what you said earlier.
No, nothing surprising. One thing that is worth noting, though, is the consistent performance of Michael Clark in County Leitrim. Boxes that are very far from where he lives. Carrigallen, we'll say Booth 2 there, 12 votes, and at Clune Community Centre 16 votes. I know these aren't massive numbers, but considering this is an independent who has sort of come out of nowhere as far as we in Leitrim are concerned, it's a decent vote. 19 votes there in Booth 1 in Fianna. This is a strong performance, and Marion Harkin needed to stem his progress at this stage and to put some light between her and him in Leitrim. And unfortunately for her, this is not a trend that's apparent in these figures.
Yes,
John Perry.
I think that's clearly, that it's Michael Clark's theory, that's looking at the figures very clearly, that's he's getting the vote across Leitrim. I think we all predicted the fact that it's like things start going in your favour, they all roll, and I think that.
But it's not coming as a surprise to many. There was, people felt that he was in the hunt. He ran a very high-profile campaign, as we've talked about.
No, and honestly, I definitely predicted that to be honest, from the very start that he was in for a running for a seat. I certainly did.
Yeah, you did. In fairness, you did say from earlier. Why did you think that? I mean, isn't it particularly difficult for a candidate in an outlying area of a constituency, certainly as broad as Sligo Leitrim, to make an impact?
He empathises with people. He has that very good personality, his connectivity, and I suppose at the moment that people like him. And they're the three great combinations, I think, that and he listens, and people see him as John, 15 years of work on the local authority. He was determined. He would leave no stone unturned. He was putting all into it, and you'd have to admire him that it wasn't very much a half-hearted campaign.
Okay, this person says, will you tell your panel that Clark's vote is a farming vote and they work 12-hour days? Well, I don't think it's exclusively.
It's big time farm.
Is it?
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, but not exclusively, of course.
No, but it's big time. It's that disaffected vote from Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael going to him from the rural areas.
And they feel that the Independent Ireland Party are more representative of the needs and concerns of the farming community.
I don't think it's actually an independent party or Independent Ireland, whatever they call themselves. I don't think it's a party thing. I think it could be a Michael Fitzmaurice thing in our general area. He's well recognised and he's very much associated with rural affairs and with agricultural issues, and I think that's resonating with people. For Michael Clark in places where he may not be known personally, there's almost a personal vote for Michael Fitzmaurice coming out.
Okay, someone else is...
There was slick postering as well, because you had the combined poster of Michael Fitzmaurice and Michael Clark. So basically people saw it as Michael Fitzmaurice's man.
Yeah. Even though, correct me if I'm wrong, Michael Fitzmaurice is not the leader of the party at all, is he?
No, but you see, for all intents and purposes, they've managed to create the impression.
Michael Fitzmaurice, and I think Michael Collins is the leader, is he not?
But they've managed to create the impression in each area that the big personality in the region is the leader. So while people in our area would not be able to name any of the other members of that party or their TDs, they know Michael Fitzmaurice and they presume that Michael Fitzmaurice is the boss.
Yes.
Yeah. Apparently he's topping the poll as well in is it Roscommon East Galway he's in now? Yeah, Roscommon East Galway. Right, okay. Somebody else says, why are the panel trying to make such a big deal out of Frank Feehan picking up votes? Sure, he's the only Fine Gael candidate in it. I'm enjoying your coverage very much. Well, that's just the point. That was one of the main talking points before we started, was the one candidate strategy, and had Fine Gael made the right call? Looks like they had, but it was risky, John, wasn't it?
Look, it's always risky. Every strategy...
And not everybody in Fine, and I won't opinion this, but not everybody in Fine Gael believed it was the right and proper thing to do, and that you should have run a second Leitrim-based candidate.
Yeah, but I mean, again, we had this discussion before, and I'm not saying we know everything or that we tested this scientifically in every possible way. But the attitude was, and John, we did this to you.
You did.
We decided, why would we be putting on a candidate in Leitrim who's going to be bet? And when they're eliminated, a soft Fine Gael vote will end up going as a number 2 to John Ellis. Whereas if we deprive that Fine Gael voter of the opportunity to use his number 1 for a Fine Gael candidate, he'll have to vote for Fianna. And that's what happened, and it worked for us on that occasion, and that's why we have favoured that strategy again.
That one was an amazing one, because I ended up getting 50% of the vote in Leitrim, but like that, there was no transfers to come back, and I suppose hindsight is a great educator, but if Fianna Fáil had been wise that stage, we probably would have made sure there was a candidate in North Roscommon.
Yeah.
North Roscommon was left to Frank.
And make Frankie go home and work at home.
Yeah.
Instead, Frankie was able to go and target you specifically in South Leitrim.
Oh, yeah.
There are only 5 booths left in Leitrim to open, so we're nearly there, and we'll have an overall final tally then in Sligo Leitrim. So if we run through the Leitrim totals, just to give people, as I say, with just 5 more boxes to open. Camden is on 1%, Casterly on 1%, Clark on 4%, Corcoran on 0%, Cosgrove 2%, Fianna is on 17%, Gallagher on 1%, Guckian on 5%, Harkin on 7%, Kelly at 1%, Kenny of Sinn Féin 26%, McConville 0%, McManus 3%, McSharry 2%, Monaghan 2%, O'Boyle 1%, Paddy Rourke on 23%, and Scanlon on 2%. Sorry, go ahead, John.
You can nearly call the 4 seats, really. Looking at those figures.
Well, do you want to call it so at 2:10, and I'll mark this down for later.
Well, I would certainly say that Emma Scanner, Frank Feehan, Kenny, and Clare.
Okay, you're calling it so at this stage.
Martin Kenny has put an important 1,200 votes, or 2,300 votes, an important 2,300 votes between him and McManus now.
That's my call.
That's your confident prediction at 2:10.
It won't change.
John Ellis, do you want to stick your neck out?
No, I'm inclined to agree with John, because Martin Kenny has now put enough distance between himself and Chris McManus that Chris McManus cannot catch him.
Yeah,
and
so that scenario you were kind of contemplating a couple of hours ago, that McManus might stay ahead. That's not going to happen now.
Not because Martin Kenny, I don't know what vote Martin Kenny is out of Leitrim. How many has he, John?
So Martin in Leitrim is on.
He's on 4,218.
Yeah, sorry, mine's refusing to update for me.
And what's Paddy on for?
And Paddy O'Rourke is on 3,790. Sorry, I have here.
I have him at 385.
Okay, we'll just refresh that. Yeah. Okay.
So,
yeah. No.
I tell you that it really is.
What is Frank Feehan in Leitrim?
2,918.
So he has got the 3,000 that he needed.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll continue this. We're actually now only waiting on one box in Leitrim. One box, which is Largy National School.
That's not too big a one.
Yeah, so when we get Largy National School, the entire tally is gone.
Largy at about...
The selection aisle, in my opinion, is Michael Clark.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah? Yes, definitely.
Okay. We'll continue chatting for a moment, because we would like to get the final tally figure before we let you all go for a bite to eat for lunch, and then reflect with some of the supporters and campaigners as well as to how the morning has gone. Right, okay, so again we talked about Michael Clark. Frank Feehan, was there ever a doubt, John McCartney, in your mind, Frank Feehan?
Well, I'm not telling tales out of school when I say I'm a Fine Gael man, but I certainly had no doubt that Frank hadn't put in the grunt and made the appearances. And, again, I've said this before today, I'm at the extremity of the constituency, and Frank wouldn't pass the road without stopping in Newtown Gore, going in and buying a couple of steaks from Robert Richardson, making sure that people saw him in the village, give me a text and say we'll have a cup of coffee somewhere. He was on the ground, he was seen, and therefore I felt he had done enough work to be elected, but you're never fully sure. And if there's one thing is consistent in modern politics, it's inconsistency. And things change and are so fluid that there's always that little worry. I never felt we had anybody who could get elected in South Leitrim or in any part of Leitrim in this constituency, in this election, with Fine Gael sitting in the low 20s. So therefore, what was the point in running another candidate to bring out a vote to transfer to somebody else?
Okay, and that little, well, it was more than a little blip on the campaign trail nationally, which was well documented in Simon Harris's interaction with the disability worker in Kanturk and Cork. Did that throw any doubt into your mind as to how that might impact on a local constituency like Sligo Leitrim?
I always felt that Fine Gael's high polling numbers prior to the little drop was a little bit soft on us. I didn't believe that we were at that in the polls, and therefore I think the correction that we saw around the time that Simon allegedly made these gaffes, I think we might have put a little bit too much weight on what effect they actually had. I think there was probably a correction in the polling that happened around the same time. I don't believe that people going to vote for Frank.
Did it galvanise the Fianna Fáil supporters to come out and campaign that little bit more vigorously in the last few days?
I think Fine Gael supporters and Fine Gael workers felt a little bit under siege, and that's never any harm. And the last thing you want is anybody to take anything for granted coming into an election. But look, we have to look at the numbers nationally to see how this is all panned out. But I don't believe that 99% of people going out to vote in Sligo Leitrim were swayed in one way or another by what Simon Harris had to say in the last few days of the election.
It's just very much a media-driven story.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that, John, I have to say.
And I think that in fairness that I think nobody ever doubted his empathy for special needs and for people with disabilities and for carers, because I suppose it's clearly stated from his own personal experiences and family experiences as well that, you know, I think he has a consideration, concern and respect for all those people who are in that category of needless carers and special needs, so that I think people actually saw beyond that a phenomenon that was up on Facebook and Twitter and pumped out everywhere. I think it didn't materially affect the vote. I didn't think it did myself.
All right, okay. Mark is back with us as well. You're still poring over the figures, Mark. Do you want a few moments?
I'd like to go through Leitrim, and I haven't done that yet. So.
Yeah, well, we'll wait because we're waiting on one more box in Leitrim. And just some random questions coming in. Question, Scanlon, this is from earlier. With Scanlon's vote and Edel McSherry's vote and a lot of Sligo Town eliminations to come, is there any chance in the panel feel that she could pass Scanlon at any stage? She's currently slightly ahead of him in Leitrim. I don't know if she still is or not, but...
No, I don't think she can pass Scanlon. The question is, can she catch up with Clark? That'd be the only question.
Yeah, she's on 473 in Leitrim and Scanlon's on 422, so she is a couple of votes ahead for him in Leitrim.
It's immaterial.
It's immaterial. Yeah. You know, it's the only seat that's in play, in our opinion, so far. And obviously, based on the data we've seen, without any transfers, is the last one, with Clark looking like the favourite at the moment. But yes, there is about 6,000 votes to be distributed. Yeah. Some of them from professional, centrist, arguably centre-left female candidates in the broader Sligo town area that could benefit Edel McSherry. But we're going to have to wait and see.
This person says, hopefully Michael Clark gets in. He's put up a great campaign in South and West Sligo. He will be a great voice for the West of Ireland farmers. And I say get rid of these yes men and false promises. Now, I don't know who they're referring to there. But there are certainly a lot of supportive comments coming in this morning from Michael Clark.
He did run a great campaign, but I'm just not going to take from the fact that there's no substitute for 15 years of work and delivery and small little issues. Well, you know, his core constituency is Ballysadare to Ballina, but that would stretch in his daily life across a much broader constituency with his work and in the agricultural sector and so on, you know. So.
Now, Porrick Hart is with us again. Yeah, I think you're kicking for time here, Porrick. You don't want to be ahead of time. You said 3 o'clock, but to my observations, you're only waiting on one box. Is that right? Largy National School.
No, Largy National School isn't going to be tallied because the numbers in it are too small, so the tally is now completed.
Okay, so Largy won't be tallied and St John's Hospital won't be tallied either.
Yes,
is that right?
because both of them are too small.
So,
the numbers in them are too small. So the tally is over. Complete. The tally is complete.
Okay.
And in the tally and reconciling with the exit poll that was done last night, the margin of error was 3.34 on the exit poll, and we were actually within all the margins of error for each of the candidates. The reasons the number of votes is higher is because we were going on a national exit of 52%. The total electorate that voted, the percentage we were going on was 52%. Here in Sligo, it's 60%. So that had brought up all the numbers. So we're happy that the exit poll, with the margin of error, actually stood up
again, as it did 4 years ago.
Explain that to me, Porrick, because you had Edel McSherry, Marion Harkin, and Michael Clark at the same numbers. I appreciate if it's a higher electorate, and I actually said this last night, that you were saying 52%, and I said, no, it'll be 60, and Porrick Gordy said, yeah, but that just means everybody will move up proportionately.
Yeah, but
the reality is, you know, Michael Clark is eons ahead of Marion Harkin and substantially ahead of Edel McSherry.
Yeah, because there's a margin of error. There was also a margin of error on the.
But it's more than 3% just in that sense. And I know, it's brilliant other than that, but I just.
But if you look at the margin of error, if you take that Michael Clark is on 10.2%, I think. Is that I'm just? I don't have the figures here in front of me. What percentage is Michael Clark on there?
Yeah. No, it just.
And we had
the final 10.5%.
10.5%, and we had him on 7.1 last night. So if you add 3.4 to 7.1, you're thereabouts.
Okay, yeah.
So that's the figures.
So now, Niall, have we got the?
I'm going to read them out, and I've been scribbling furiously to trying to get them in numerical order, and I haven't had time to do that yet. So I'm doing them in alphabetical order, and then we can readjust. So this is the final tally in Sligo Leitrim, which is well ahead of schedule, Porrick, in fairness to you and your team. And I'll read out the vote numbers, okay? Yeah. So Molly Candon, who's the Party for Animal Welfare, 415 votes. Marie Casserly, non-party, 2,411, 2411. Michael Clark, Independent Ireland, 5,938, 5938. Caroline Corcoran of Independent Ireland, 79. Nessa Cosgrove of the Labour Party, 2,072. Frank Feehan of Fine Gael, the poll topper, on 8,947, 8947. Blauheen Gallagher of the Green Party, 745. Des Guckian, non-party, 901. Marion Harkin, non-party, outgoing TD, 4,307, 4307. Michael Kelly of the Irish Freedom Party, 776, 776. Martin Kenny of Sinn Féin, 7,733, 7733. Diarmuid McConville, non-party, 67. Chris McManus of Sinn Féin, 5,158, 5158. Edel McSherry of Fianna Fáil, 4,453, 4453. Graham Monaghan, Aintu, 1,106, 1106. Gino Boyle, People Before Profit, 1,658, 1658. Paddy O'Rourke of Fianna Fáil on 4,082, 4082. And Eamon Scanlon, Fianna Fáil, 5,908, 5908. They are the final tally figures from Sligo Leitrim. Percentage-wise, 25% to Fianna Fáil, 16% to Fine Gael, and 23% to Sinn Féin, with 36% to others and non-parties and so forth. So that's the final tally from Sligo Leitrim. I'll ask you for your observations now. John McCartan, starting with you, and I'll try and get them in numerical order then.
Yeah, some sort of pattern anyway, at least crystallising for us. So obviously it looks like Frank Feehan is going to be pretty strong on the first count there, 8,947 votes. Going to leave him within 2,500 of the quota in or around. Now, I think Mark predicted that there'd be a number of elections without reaching the quota, and Frank could well be one of those. Martin Kenny has also put some distance now between him and McManus, so that leaves Martin at 25 or 2,600 votes ahead of McManus, leaving him fairly confident of taking a seat there. And Eamon Scanlon on 5,908, likely to be the survivor among the Fianna Fáil candidates there. And so again, the sort of upset, if there is to be something called an upset, will be on 5,938 is Michael Clark. So I think, even though none of us really wanted to call it earlier in the day, there are none of us shocked with the way this is panning out so far. The one thing we did mention on the Clark front, and I've just got this information from John Lynch, who has sent it to us, Michael Fitzmaurice, that factor, he's after tallying in at 11,847 votes in Roscommon, Galway. So that's with all boxes open there. The quota there is just 10,156, so he will be elected on the first count. And
he has a surplus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's going to have a surplus, and that's indicative of the sort of popularity that Michael Fitzmaurice has and brought to the campaign of Michael Clark as well.
Where is Murphy in that one?
Murphy is on 4,231.
And where is the Fianna Fáil candidate?
So you have Daly, Fianna Fáil, 7,252. I'll call them all out to you if you want.
Yeah.
Byrne, non-party, 196. Corcoran, Aintu, 781. Daly, Fianna Fáil, 7,252. Daly, Fine Gael, 2,100. Dolan, Fine Gael, 4,831. Michael Fitzmaurice, 11,847. Kiran, Sinn Féin, 7,930. Mannion, People Before Profit, 807. Murphy, non-party, 4,231. O'Connor, Green Party, 432, and Sweeney, TIP. What's that? What's TIP?
I have no idea, to be honest.
So,
the only
214.
TIP I know politically is Tip O'Neill, but it's hardly his party. I don't know.
That one is over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, John Ellis, your observations on the final tally.
I'm not. If you look at the final tally, it's not going to make any difference to what we've been thinking all along. The only things that have to be decided is Sinn Féin on the first count have over a quota, and Fianna Fáil are the same, well over a quota. So they're going to get 2 seats no matter what happens. And the independents between them have a quota, well over a quota. So therefore, it's all over. 1-1-1.
Yeah. It's all over as far as you're concerned on those figures.
We could be here till tomorrow night, but it's all over.
Okay. Mark, you're still typing in figures there, so I'll go to John Perry first and I'll come back to you, Mark.
Thanks.
John.
Unless something fundamentally happens on the transfers, it doesn't change. If that happens, but I don't expect that at 12. I think I would still call it. It would say Feehan, Kenny, Scanlon, and Clark.
Yeah, Mark, do you want to?
No, I'd agree with that at the moment. I'm just completing my.
You're doing a bit more analysis
here.
Okay. Any more of? I'll give the results in numerical. Poor Hart, do you want to say something as a neutral observer here?
As a neutral observer, they're probably right, but I think it's just a tad early to call it that definitively yet, because the order in which people go out is going to have significance. So I wouldn't be 100% confident. So the confidence level is very high there on some of the speakers. I wouldn't have as high a confidence level on that.
Okay, I'm going to read out the final tally figure for Sligo Leitrim in descending order, which people always find interesting, but these are on our website. Just click on the tab which says overall tally results. So the final tally result from Sligo Leitrim is as follows. Just 2:30 now on Saturday afternoon. Topping the poll, Frank Feehan of Fine Gael, 8,947 votes, 8,947. Martin Kenny of Sinn Féin, 7,733. That's 7,733. Michael Clark, Independent Ireland, on 5,938. That's 5,938. Eamon Scanlon of Fianna Fáil, 5,908. 5,908. Chris McManus of Sinn Féin, 5,158. 5,158. Edel McSherry of Fianna Fáil, 4,453. 4,453. Marion Harkin, non-party, 4,307, 4,307. Paddy O'Rourke of Fianna Fáil, 4,082, 4,082. Marie Casserly, non-party, 2,411, 2,411. Nessa Cosgrove of the Labour Party, 2,072, 2,072. Gino Boyle of People Before Profit, 1,658, 1,658. Graham Monaghan of Aintu, 1,106, 1,106. Des Guckian, non-party, 901, 901. Michael Kelly of the Irish Freedom Party on 776, 776. Blauheen Galler of the Green Party, 745, 745. Molly Candon, Party for Animal Welfare, on 415, 415. And then Caroline Corcoran of Independent Ireland on 79 votes. And finally, Dermot McConville, non-party, 67 votes. So that's it. That's the final.
I'm bleary-eyed or something. Can I see that? Because I'm
sorry.
adding up myself here, and I have different figures.
Okay. Well, they're the tally results on our website. Okay. So is the big story, do you think, John Perry, so far, is Marion Harkin? Is that the big story of the Marion Harkin and Michael Clark? But
yes, I think that that we'll have three Sinn Féin, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, and the final seat is I think would be, you'll see. But at this stage, looking at this point in time, you see Michael Clark taking the independent seat.
Yeah, well, you called that half an hour ago, and you're not swaying from that, I'm sure. John Ellis, would you agree that the two big talking points of the morning have been Marion Harkin and Michael Clark?
Of course.
Yeah.
Definitely. There's no doubt about it. Like, what has happened is that the independent vote has gone away from Marion Harkin and
gone to Clark.
Gone to Clark and Casserly.
Yeah.
It's obvious that whatever problems there was between herself and Casserly have now come home to haunt.
Right, okay. John McCartan again.
Yeah.
You think it looks, well, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but it's more clear-cut than it was even an hour ago, you feel?
Yeah, well, the pattern has emerged. Look, I'm not going to call it because we've often seen shocks happen.
Yeah.
However, this one is beginning to pan out just as we quietly expected it to pan out. Obviously, a lot of eliminations in the Sligo area going to favour Sligo candidates. A couple of big left-leaning eliminations there, but I don't see those left-leaning eliminations going much further than Sinn Féin, and I don't see them changing the standing of Martin Kenny and Chris McManus in comparison with each other. So after that, Frankie Feehan doesn't have a lot of places to go for transfers, but I believe he will be picking them up as we go. I think your exit poll showed him picking up 10%.
10%, I think it was, yeah.
10% of transfers. So that means, that means that there's just enough there to put Frankie within touching distance of the quota, even if he doesn't pass it. So, I mean, big question again. Is it going to be Clark? And certainly, if he's as attractive to transfers as he has been to number ones, he's going to be there or thereabouts.
A couple of comments coming in. Regardless of the result, I would compliment Marion Harkin's team out in Sligo today, taking down posters. Well done to her. Your panel said at the last general election, I think they're having I think this is referring to you, John Perry. Your panel said at the last general election that votes don't cross the mountain between South and West Sligo. It looks like Clark has achieved that on this occasion.
Yes, because he was seen as if you're going to Killanny and the whole area into, and you must remember Tubbercurry and West Sligo and the whole area. Really, it was South, West and East Sligo. There was 19,000 votes there cast, and it was a three-way. You could say really it was a three-way divide, and he certainly got a considerable portion of that vote from that area.
Okay, somebody else says, during local events in the summer and throughout the year, Frank Feehan was out and about.
Yes.
I would see many people having a great time for him because he always chatted with everyone. Maybe everyone thought he was a safe seat and gave him a lower vote. The number ones are king. Frank would always have a smile for everyone he met, and many times he was out and about with his family. And as John Ellis acknowledged earlier, that makes a difference, does it not?
Yes, of course it does.
Been out and about, and I can't remember exactly what the percentage was in our poll last night, but
over 40.
Yeah, wasn't it? Local recognition was
local and others.
Local and
Local
others.
was
It was hugely important.
So the vote always crosses the mountain.
Yeah.
We were talking in the context of the local elections, where it's more difficult to get it across the mountain.
Yeah. And I mean, that's Michael Clark built a lot of his success, as a number of you referred to earlier, on his performance in the local elections, because he was always a big vote getter in the local elections. Wasn't that the case?
Absolutely, yeah. And I say it again, 15 years work.
Yeah.
You know.
But I observed him on at the local authority. He was very much he was a people's representative. He wasn't the top table executive. He fought the issue. And I think that he had no fear or whatsoever of challenging the executive initiative that he felt passionate about. And I think that which is very important at the end of the day, when you know the status quo and all that what has to be done in the local authority, that he fought entirely for the constituents. Right. At this stage, we'll take a quick break. We have more guests to talk to because the overall finish tallies are now in. So we'll reflect on some of that for the next while. Back in a moment.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly. And I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, price at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome back, Clayton Hotel. The final tally is in for the Sligo Leitrim constituency. You can access it on our website. Just go to overall tally results and you can browse it for yourself and make it of it what you will. And the big story this morning is the great performance so far of Michael Clark, Independent Ireland, and the difficulties being encountered by the outgoing TD, Marion Harkin. And I think most of our panel are of the belief at this stage, early on Saturday, that the seats will go to Frank Feehan, to Eamon Scanlon, Martin Kenny, and most likely Michael Clark. Not all agree at this stage, but they are the most likely winners of the 4 seats. Let's go to John. He's joined by Blaheen Gallagher, of course, was a Green Party candidate. John.
We have got joined here by Blaheen Gallagher from the Green Party. We're just very much, I suppose, coming to terms with the final tally figures now at this stage. Your overall reflection on it now, I suppose, from a Green Party perspective, from a personal perspective, disappointed, I presume?
Of course, it's very disappointing, John, but this is the thing, this is what the electorate have decided. I want to thank every single one of the people who did give me a vote. I'm sure there are some transfers as well, and everybody who thought of me on the day, and I am very grateful for that. I'm not running for me, I'm running because I really believe we need to secure our future, and I hope the people who do get in actually do that, because it's very important. I think the Green Party really delivered in government, and I think the electorate are perhaps punishing us for some things that aren't actually true. But the electorate have spoken, and I'm incredibly grateful that people got out and gave me a vote. And it is disappointing.
It's disappointing, and that's always the risks sometimes maybe of being the smaller party in government, that sometimes the electorate very much can have a backlash when it comes to that. Now, equally so, maybe people will look at some of the local issues here. And I'll use, for example, and you're probably sick of hearing it at this stage, the N17, for instance, and the indecision of Eamon Ryan, former leader of the Green Party, around that particular issue. Moments like that you could look back and you could very much identify as being hugely damaging to the campaign. Is that something that you'd agree with?
Yeah, there's lots of things that are going to be damaging to a campaign, but I think we need to also look at what has happened in this region. Look at our public transport system. Successive governments had dismantled our public transport. Look at what we've done in the few years that we've been involved. We have 70% of the rural population is now served by a local link service. That's incredible. We rolled out a new service every week, and I do hope the next government keeps that going, because it is going to cost money. We have subsidised public transport in order to get people travelling across the country in a more carbon tax efficient way. People are using the transport. Like yesterday, for people trying to come down and vote, there was no trains at all available for booking from early morning. So it has worked, but it really is up to people to keep this going. And history has shown the smaller party in government has always suffered. The big parties do better, and they have a little party to blame, but I have absolutely no regrets, and I'm very, very proud of what the Green Party achieved in government across so many things. We improved issues on social justice, we improved issues on cost of living, we improved public transport. There's so many things, the list is very long. Our programme for government had 26% of it the Green Party asked, and we delivered on almost everything. And if you look at one of the complaints of many of our opposition was the bloody Greens deliver, and we delivered.
If I can just slightly move away maybe from the Sligo Leitrim area, and you've touched on it there, a quick look at the national picture. We're hearing maybe Catherine Martin in trouble. What are you hearing elsewhere from across the country today?
Yeah, I'm hearing that it is going to be a very, very difficult day for the Greens right across the country. And as I said, that is one of the issues that you have with being a small party in government. So it is, I think all of our people are perhaps struggling and will have a big battle. But we have to wait and see what happens with transfers. Transfers do make a difference, and that's why I'm so glad we live in this democracy. You heard the story earlier of John Ellis, who topped the poll and didn't get a seat.
1982.
Yeah, so we have to look at that and realise that, the way our system works, anything can happen.
Was the writing on the wall to a certain degree, in the sense that, when you're going into a general election campaign, it's nice to have a base with councillors there, for instance? And even if we look at Leitrim, for an example, some would argue that perhaps Leitrim returned, you could say, to very much environmentally based councillors the last time round, yet you ran for the Green Party. Unfortunately, they didn't return a Green Party candidate for your perspective. Is that a big disappointment, or does that show in some way that maybe the Green Party locally are failing to make that connection with the electorate in North Leitrim for this instance?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. But I also think that we're a party that goes into government. We're not a party who's going to shout from the sidelines. And I think when you're an independent, it's much harder to get things done. It works at local level, though, because we have a very good council in County Leitrim. And I think James and Eddie will do fantastic things for the environment. On a national level, though, I think you have to go into government if you want to get anything done. And that's what the Green Party does. So that's why I chose to go with the Green Party than run as an independent. I come from a completely different political background, and a lot of people said to me, if you weren't with the Greens we might have given you a vote. And I said, well, I'm with the Greens because they will act. They're not just going to shout. We get in, we make the hard choices, and we discussed this before we went into government. Is this going to be a death knell for the Green Party? And you know what, it has happened before. We will build ourselves up, and this is a new chapter for the Green Party.
What about your own long-term future with the party? You've been a high-profile member. You've occupied positions of great importance within the party over the last number of years. Where to now on a personal level, Blahin?
Well, all of the work we do within the party, everybody is a volunteer, and I will continue to do what I can to make sure the green message is heard. So I have no problem in staying with the party. I have no idea what's happening from today. I mean, to be honest, John, I was not expecting to get elected anyway. I went out there to give people the opportunity to, nobody's shot me here, give people the opportunity to have a green vote. And that's what I did. And the people have spoken and they didn't vote green. And that is disappointing. I think people do really care about the climate, but they are now so kind of, I don't know if traumatized is the wrong word, but people want to make the change, they don't know how to make the change, and they're so worried about their own current situation that they don't know how to deal with the future yet. So I think there's a huge amount of work to be done.
If we look at the situation maybe going forward for the rest of the constituency here, very much the panel here calling it now at this stage that it's probably going to be Eamon Scanlon, Martin Kinney, Frank Feehan and Michael Clark possibly to take the 4 seats at this stage. Maybe a little bit early to say 100% certain on that. There's some big stories emerging here. Obviously Michael Clark doing well maybe than the exit poll had identified. Marion Harkin is somebody you would know very well. Are you surprised with how things have gone for her in this campaign?
Yes, I am very surprised, and I think it's an awful shame that we may not have a female representative, and I think that's a big problem across the country. We are 51% of the population. Marion has done very good work for the region, and I'm sure Marion and her team are heartbroken. But we've had a lot of good women candidates. We've Nessa Cosgrove, and Nessa's done very well, and I hope next time Nessa will get in. But yes, it is very disappointing. There's a big shift, and that will have to be analysed, and I'm sure our political analysts will make a decision as to why that has happened. But yeah, it's changed times for Sligo Leitrim now.
That debate is going to continue, and again Sligo Leitrim, it looks now, will be used as an example. No female political representation when it comes to TDs. Again, with all the work that's going on to promote women, to the training that goes on, organisations like See Her Elected, Women in Politics, but unfortunately in this region now it seems that Sligo Leitrim is not going to be returning a female TD.
Yeah, well, I see what the parties have to do, and they're not doing this, is they need to put female candidates into winnable seats. I knew I was not a chance of getting a seat. As I said, I went out there to give people a green vote. But the bigger parties did not put a woman forward. And that is something they have to ask themselves. Where did they put the women? Did they put them in winnable seats?
Was that a difficult thing to do, to go into a campaign and, just to use your own words there, knowing that you hadn't a hope of winning a seat? Was that demoralising in any way, being out on the doorsteps, meeting people, trying to sell the green message in an area where sometimes it might have been hostile? You tell me, but was it difficult?
No, it's not difficult because I'm not in it for a career. If I was, it probably would be heartbreaking, but I'm not. I'm in it to make a change in society. I'm involved in lots of things in voluntary level, and that's what I want to do. So in that sense, it's such a privilege to have people speak to you and tell them what's on their mind. Now, I don't necessarily agree with them. There's lots of issues that we we didn't agree on, but it is really good to have another perspective on life, because I'm not right, you're not right. It's by bringing the collective together that we will make a better society, and we have got to learn from each other and try and bring everybody with us. And so for me, it's out there giving people an opportunity to hear the green message. But it's not just about green, it's about you cannot have climate justice without social justice. And for me, that's really critical, that we have to make sure that the poorest and the most vulnerable in our society are brought along. We can't be just changing it for the people who are the best off.
Final question, with so many, I suppose, younger people now having the interests of the environment at heart, and we're expecting that there would be a sizable change maybe when it comes to the issue, the importance of where the issue of the environment would be up there. Again, is the results obviously here, but elsewhere across the country, and again it's early days, but what we're hearing is that it could be a difficult election campaign for the Green Party. I take on board the fact it comes as being a minority partner in government, but at the same time, would that show in some way that perhaps the issue of the environment has been overemphasised?
I don't think it has been overemphasised. In fact, I don't think it has been emphasised enough. I think what's happened is the messaging has gone out that if we want to save the climate, we have to spend money, and that's going to cost the poorest people. In fact, it's not. If we do it right, it will not cost the people who are most vulnerable in society. We need to tackle this idea that it's exponential growth, and the huge companies who are contributing the most to the climate crisis getting away with things. That's what we need to tackle, and that can't be done in a short term. You've got to do it on long term, and we are all the time looking at our economics instead of looking at our well-being and our quality of life, and I think that's what I would like to see, a change in society.
Finally, you've tasted a few election campaigns now over the last number of years, national, general elections, local elections. Would the appetite be there for you to come back again and contest another one?
I think you need to look at today, John, and I think what we need to look to the future. I would have no way of saying yes or no, but I have done my duty. I think I've done my duty.
Right, okay. Blaheen Gallagher, thank you so much indeed for joining us today. Green Party candidate, thank you very much.
Thanks
indeed.
A million,
thank you.
There
you go, Niall. Those are the views of Blaheen Gallagher. Unfortunately for Blaheen and the Green Party, it looks as if not alone just in Sligo, Leitrim here, but indeed right across the country, it could be somewhat of a difficult general election day for the Green Party. With that, it's back to you, Niall.
Yeah, a wipeout, they're saying, possibly losing all 12 of their seats. Let's hear from more guests. We're talking now with Sligo Fianna Gael councillor Thomas Walsh, and also his Fianna Fáil colleague Donald Gilroy. Good morning to you, or good afternoon to you both.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for joining us. Well, first of all, Thomas Walsh, you're in the Frank Feehan camp, obviously. You must be more than happy with his performance and what looks like a retention of the seat. Not guaranteed yet, of course, but looking good for him.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Frank will be retaining the seat here in Sligo, Leitrim, South Donegal, 15.8% after the tally. Very good achievement. And I suppose we found that on the doors, there was a very positive and warm reception across the county where I canvassed across Sligo North for the investment that has gone into our towns and our villages, our sports facilities, and for government in general. And the country has spoken today, and this is what the democratic process is. There's a confidence around the return of this government. That's very clear now today.
Is there, I'm not in tune what's going on nationally. Is there a confidence in the return of the government?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it looks as if Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil are outpolling the exit poll from RT last night. Seem to be polling very well. I see Fianna Fáil are polling better in other places, and Fine Gael are polling better in other places. For example, Dublin rat down. It looks like Neil Richmond will top the poll and bring in his running mate. We'll be retaining Michael Ring's seat in Mayo with Mark Duffy, with Alan Dillon either taking a first or second seat, and likewise Fianna Fáil, Donald can speak for them. They'll be having a very good election in Kilkenny, and I think the Minister for Housing looks to be topping the poll in the constituency, and I think there's a vote of confidence in what the government are doing in terms of investment and our economy. And your own exit poll, Niall, I think outlined housing as the number one priority, and the economy number two. So the economy is very important to people, and our economy is very strong in terms of investment right now. And we're delighted to retain our seat here in Sligo, Leitrim, South Donegal. I think there's 2 seats now gone, and there's 4 in the mix for the latter 2 seats.
Yeah. Well, I'll ask you to call it in a moment. Donald Gilroy, you were out canvassing for Eamon Scanlon, and it looks like he's been returned to the Dáil once again.
Yeah, it looks like it, but nothing is sure till these transfers are, and there are a lot of Sligo-based candidates, but nobody gets all of the transfers from anyone.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the key point at this stage that we have to look at, no matter how you go, be it Marie's transfers to Marion, they'll be good, but they won't be. There's never 100%, and myself and Thomas discussed it the other night. Even when his surplus, I think somebody said that Tom Fox needed over 50% of his, and he got a very good 30%. But it's very hard for anyone to get more than that of any vote, So.
Yeah.
Look, it's great that we've retained a seat, and Eamon has been a friend for a long time, and that was just the way it was. It's great to see him back, a great constituency man, and again, I think his likeability should hold, that he gets enough transfers to keep him ahead of the other 2 Fianna Fáil
all right.
followers.
Okay, well, I'm just interested to get your views on Michael Clarke, because both of you are, and have been for a long time, colleagues of his at county council level, and leaving party affiliations aside, I'm sure you're. Well, what's your thoughts, Thomas, on your colleague Michael Clarke?
Yeah, look, I think
his performance.
I came into Sligo County Council in 2019. Michael is a remarkable public representative. Works extremely hard at Sligo County Council level, I know that. Spent a huge amount of time with myself and Donald on the recent county development plan to improve the level of land that has been zoned across this county, and we've made a positive move towards that. We've a long way to go in terms of housing development in the county. But Michael, I think the campaign he ran was probably extraordinary. Probably a lot of investment has gone into it. I think he captured the imagination of a lot of people, and those things I might be borrowing now for my next campaign. But he'd be very.
There's a lot you could borrow, I suppose. You'll have the trucks and all in place. You will.
Yeah, well, now he might have took that idea from me, so I won't give him credit for that one. But he might have multiplied them. No, look, I think the Clarke family. There's huge connections in it. Renowned in West Sligo, renowned among the agricultural community. And I think that's borne true by when you look through the boxes across the county of Sligo and Leitrim, and where Michael picked up his vote. He'd be very, very close to a seat. I'm not going to call it. He's going to be there or thereabouts. I think Edel McSherry, my other council colleague, I wouldn't be ruling her out. And likewise, Chris McManus, you can't rule him out, because there's a lot of people that's going to go out in that core Sligo town area very early, and there's many thousand votes to go out there. That's going to decide who goes out and the pattern that goes out. But I suppose at the moment there's 4 in the mix for them 2 seats. And can I also mention my other council colleague, Councillor Nessa Cosgrove? Anybody that puts their name on a ballot paper deserves huge credit. I lost an election. I've won 2 elections. Lost in 2020 by about 1,200 votes, a general election. So it's a very difficult place when you don't win an election, and I think many of us have been there. It's hard not only as a candidate, but it's hard for your supporters and your family in particular. And there are people watching in that have spent the last 6 weeks preparing election campaigns, on doors, giving up their family time, we should acknowledge that, because there's a personal element to elections and being a public representative, and I've been on both ends of topping the poll and losing an election. Donald, you have as well. Look, I want to congratulate all my council colleagues. It's not clear yet. 2 of them could be elected to Dáil Éireann, it would seem, and 2, maybe 1 of them will. So we'll have to wait and see. It's going to be a very long count. This is going to be extremely tight when you look at the margins. Like Michael Clarke, I think there's 30 votes now between Michael Clarke and Eamon Scanlon, for example. Chris McManus has polled extraordinary. I don't think anybody was expecting that. So I think he's there on 5158, Michael on 5938, and Eamon Scanlon on 5908. So there's handful of votes between all three of them, and it's all about the bounce now and which way it's going to bounce.
And Donald, as a councillor, a colleague of Michael Clark.
The first thing I was going to say was what Thomas said there, that the three of us probably took the lead on the development plan, and we took a bit of flack on it, and the three of us were, to be fair, though we came from different backgrounds, we were of one mind, and that battle goes on, and we will ask him to take that to a national level, even though he's not for my party or not for Thomas's party.
If he's elected, of course.
If he's elected, and look, I'm going on the presumption that your panel, who have been studying it all morning, have called it pretty much right, but I'll have a closer look maybe in the afternoon at how I think the transfers will go. I suppose I was shocked by Marion's vote drop, and I had done a prediction, as you know. I sent it on to you, and I was I actually
now
it didn't well. To be fair, I had Marion on 1,500 less than she was, and I met yourself and Paul Taylor at the function for the Sligo under 18 ladies the other night, and you were saying you're 2,000 off. She's going to be 2,000 higher than that, and I went home and I gave her an extra 1,500, and I took it off different places. I didn't expect Chris to do as well as he did. He's done very, very well, and that was it. I had Michael and Edel fighting for the last seat, but I was writing Frank off. I thought he was in trouble, and I thought the thing about the cancer bus on your debate, I thought he had done himself damage on that, and I had heard a bit of complaints about it, that he shouldn't, he missed out on that. But it just shows you, these things are there to be, there's always a
the party
always a way back.
Came back and rallied around them, and that was important.
And look at if I'm not writing anyone off or anything like that, but again, I'd like to just say how my praise for the families of all the candidates themselves, and their supporters, and all the work they do to keep democracy alive. And Thomas and I know how much those volunteers mean, and they mean so much. And even your tally people here today and people like that, it has been so good. And I might talk to you later on when we know for certain that somebody isn't going to be going any further.
I think on Donald's point, actually, Ivan Yates made a very good point during the weekend. I think he was on a podcast, but he'd done a national interview on one of the stations, and he said that in general it can be taken that 80%, if you're a candidate rerunning, 80% of incumbents will be re-elected. And I think that's a huge
it's a huge advantage, and it is in the local elections as well, as you all
absolutely
well know.
It's more difficult to be a new candidate coming in, either to a general election or local election, build that brand, build that policy platform, sell the message, build profile. It's much easier when you are in the seat and rerun, and I think and we see that across the country today, where we're seeing candidates of my own party doing well.
I think Bertie Ahern's line too about the left needing to organise themselves when they won't talk to one another. I know Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael didn't talk to each other for a long, long time, but all these things about a left alliance and all that, it just can't happen until they all compromise and pull themselves together. And maybe we do need it. I don't think it'd be healthy for Ireland to have Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael in government for the next 30 years. I think everybody...
Well, it looks like it'll be in government for the next 5 years, perhaps. There's not many alternatives. Looking at the national trend.
There'll be about 80 seats, or maybe somewhere in that region, plus or minus 2 or 3, and then we're looking at what smaller grouping might. It might be Michael Clark and his colleagues. We don't know. It might be the Labour, but Labour seem to want to bring in some sort of an alliance that the SDs don't want. So we have to wait and see.
All right, okay. Thanks for taking the time to drop by. We'll talk to you throughout the weekend. Thanks very much, councillors Thomas Walsh and Donald Gilroy of Fianna Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. Right, at this stage it's 3 o'clock. We'll take a break. The situation, if you're just joining us here at the Clayton Hotel, is that the first tallies, or the final tallies for the Sligo Leitrim constituency are in. You can browse them on our website, and then we're awaiting, and there is usually a very, very long wait between the tallies being completed and the first count. So that's where we're at the moment. But looking good at the moment for Martin Kenny and for Eamon Scanlon, for Frank Feehan. And it looks at the moment that Michael Clark is favoured to take that final seat, but a lot of action to go before that. Back in a few moments.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
With me at the moment, and suppose we look at votes from the tally figures. 651 votes, 1.9%. Give me your initial reaction to that.
Well, John, thanks a million for talking to me. First of all, I would like to thank all the people that put a little bit of faith in me and went and marked me as a number one on the sheet. That is most important, and it fills my heart with with a lot of love. It also gives me a lot of hope for the future, because we're only building into in this area. As an organisation within County Sligo, we're literally only just over a year old. Leitrim has had its coming for a number of years, while Sligo, we still don't actually have our own coming.
Yeah, and 3.6% nationally, and seen from the exit poll last night.
Yeah, as I said, N2 is a party that's only 5 years old, so we're still a work in progress. We're still growing. This election was really important to the party, because as things stand pre this election, N2 wasn't getting any public funding whatsoever, so we had to pass through that 2% threshold to receive that public funding, which means now that the party can put in place a permanent office. It can put people in there to work full-time on policies and formation of policy. Plus, obviously, the hope is, with a little bit more wind in our sails as things progress nationally, we'll have a couple more bodies on the benches beside Pather. So all in all, I think when the figures are all done, it will show that N2 is the party that actually has increased its vote nationally, definitely, and in certain pockets we've developed a long way. And I'm very, very happy to say that, and this is, you've got to look in the positives of things. There are very few booths right across the whole length and breadth of our constituency that I didn't get at least a 1 or a 2. Now, I know they're only small numbers.
I was interested in that. I'd be very interested to find out in relation to what the campaign was like for you. Going out representing a party like N2, relatively new, as you mentioned. Some people would have concerns maybe in relation to Pather Tobin's links in the past to Sinn Féin. They would claim it's almost like a watered-down version of Sinn Féin. You'd hear that being mentioned time and time again. What was the reaction that you found on the doorstep here?
Well, thankfully, no. I didn't get any of that negativity at all. In fact, people were very, very. If people were chatting to, I love people, even if they're against you. I like people to engage in the whole process, because if we lose our democracy and the openness with people, then we lose an awful lot. It's a foundation stone of our nation. So I like people to engage, but actually personally, no. Thankfully, I got a really, really nice welcome, warm welcome for people. There was one or two that were maybe a little bit adverse, but nothing terrible at all. I think actually in general, I think the campaign across all the parties, I don't think anybody got too many negative things. No, look at Pather's past. Is his past? I was involved with Fianna F for years. Do you use that as a stick to hit me with? In the main, politically, N2 is made up of people that would come from the Fianna Fáil gene pool. Now, I'm speaking in general here, so don't hold me this.
Yes.
So there's Fianna Fáil gene pool. There's also Sinn Féin gene pool, and then there's an awful lot of people that would align themselves to what we're trying to achieve, which is common sense and accountability. And we need to get that back in our society.
All right, let's look for a moment, if we may, at the Sligo Leitrim constituency. And again, any guesses that's been made at this stage certainly comes with a major health warning in relation to where transfers go. But it's looking like Eamon Scanlon, it's looking like Martin Kenny. It's been speculated that Frank Feehan perhaps on the third seat, and Michael Clark is very much going to be in the mix as well at this particular moment in time. Anything here that surprises you? The absence from Marion Harkin in the above, is that the big talking point from this election?
Well, it's definitely one of the things that we have to look at, and it's very hard to explain. Maybe the fact of the split of the independent vote with Marie Castlery coming into it, and obviously Michael Clark as well. So there's two extra independents in the field, which definitely would have had an impact on Marion's vote. That is absolutely no doubt about that. What's really, really strange to see, and I'm not a person that was looking at the bookies or the odds. It was actually another journalist last week and talking to him that he put me on to looking at what the bookies were saying, and they got it completely wrong. At one stage, Marion was 1 to 10. She was hot favourite to win a seat. I'm sorry for her. She's put in a very good service to the people for many years now. Look at, as is repeated by an awful lot of people, everybody that puts their name on a ballot in the first place and puts your name forward and puts yourself under that pressure, this is not for the faint-hearted, and it's not something that you would do.
Absolutely, it takes a special kind of person.
Special is right. Special is definitely one.
That's right. The whole situation now, just in relation to Michael Clark, and you touched on an interesting aspect there, that the independent vote this time round was severely diluted in the fact that you are going to have, obviously, Marion having competition from Marie Casserly, for instance, in there, Michael Clark. But when we look at the last time round, technically Mark McSharry, we could say independent at the time when he finished up in politics. Obviously we had Marion Harkin there. But this time round there seemed to be real momentum behind Michael Clark. And that, again, is one of the big talking points from this particular campaign.
Yeah, well, I couldn't... again, going back to the bookies and the odds on it, they were showing 2 independents winning 2 seats at the top of their market. And I couldn't see that there was 2 independent seats in our constituency. Now, that would have been different had Mark stayed in the field. If Mark was there, I could definitely have seen that he would definitely have... I would think he would have definitely held his seat, and there was definitely place for Marion Harkin or another independent. Nationally, I think Independent Ireland are underachieving. I think they're not achieving what they were expecting to achieve. So for Michael to break that through, it's definitely a step for them as a party going forward. How we can read it, I don't know. I mean, it depends on how people look upon independence. Is it a good thing to have a fragmented Dáil, or is it better to have a strong party structure?
Time will tell.
Time will tell.
To go back momentarily to Fianna Fáil, and you mentioned you would have historical links there. Looking at it from a Sligo perspective, and I think overall in general, I stand to be corrected, I'm walking off memory here, but I think Fianna Fáil ended up with somewhere about, was it 25% of the vote?
Yeah, well, but I mean, historically Fianna Fáil right across the and again, I'm not a numbers cruncher person, but I remember a time, and I'm open to correction this, that Fianna Fáil used to have 2.5 quotas. So 25% now is still kind of holding around that number, in and around. So Sligo Town, as has been stated by many people, Sligo Town was never, the actual town was never a very strong base for Sligo or for Fianna Fáil. But in the counties around, there was definitely a stronger vote for it. And of course, that was for a number of reasons. But I couldn't, talking about Fianna Fáil, I'm steeped in Fianna Fáil, my Republican Fianna Fáil. My grandfather would have been a founder member of it, involved from the very start. It broke my heart to have to leave the party, but I have to be honest to myself, and I have to have my own integrity, and I just could not stand by and watch a once proud party. I'll just say, John, just for a second, and I've said this to a few people, if in any other business you had a situation where a company was run, be it in retail or whatever, and take it that 45 years ago, Fianna Fáil was able to have an overall majority in the Dáil and hold over 50% of the vote, a percentage of the vote. And in the space of 35 to 40 years, you eliminate 30% of your support from that. In any other organisation, people would be held to account to say, what are you doing wrong? Why are you losing all this support? Why are you losing all this customer base? Fianna Fáil seems intent on pulling the plug on its own party, and it just makes no sense.
Well, I'm sure Micheál Martin would argue with that and maybe come back with the counter-argument that politics has changed.
Well, that may be fine, but they had the people, they had the support. Why have they lost it? That's the question that they have to answer. And if they continue on the policies of turning their back on the people they're supposed to represent, then we will get a more fragmented thing. And hopefully, as I said, A2 is a party that's on the rise. We're still only fledgling. We will continue to build, and this is a starting point for A2, because now we will get public funding.
But yet we see small parties, and I'll use today as an example, say for instance the Green Party. All 12 of their TDs are in serious risk of losing their seats. For a small party, for instance like A2, any of these parties now that go into government or as a junior partner are probably taking their lives into their own hands, and they're much better off maybe for the development of the party to stay in opposition.
Okay, okay, well, why does anybody get involved in politics at all? As I said, going back to why would you do it? The reason anybody, and no matter what your philosophies are, politically or socially, you want to try and make an influence to change things for the better and how you see things to be moving, that could be moved better for society in general. And being part of a party, you formulate an opinion and a policy formation that you see collectively can improve things for. Now, if you're end game is to improve things for everybody, then Into is already having an influence, because an awful lot of policies that we've been promoting for over the last year particularly have been taken on by the bigger parties. So in fact, we're already having a political influence.
Would you like to see Into propping up the next government?
I don't see it as propping up. I don't
supporting the next government.
Well, you see, that's, we live in a democracy. What I don't like seeing is where somebody rules out. I'm going to contradict myself a little bit here. Into has said quite clearly that we would not go into government with Fine Gael and the Greens. That's a stance on behalf of the party, which, in all intents, I completely agree with, particularly on the Fine Gael side of things. I think it was wrong of Micheál Martin to say such a derogatory thing against everybody in Into, that Into had said bad things about Fianna Fáil. The reality is, pre the last election, Micheál Martin completely ruled out Fine Gael. He said it would be immoral to put Fine Gael back into government, yet they went in coalition with them. So, in politics, those at the power, they make the call at the end of the day. Look, we need a stable government and we need to move things forward for everybody.
All right. Well, look, Graham, thank you so much indeed for that. A hard look at the way things ran today, but at the same time, I presume, happy that you took part, and you've got now contested a local election, you've been in a general election campaign. Will we see more of you on the political scene?
Oh, I don't know. What I'm hoping to do is that we build our organisation across this constituency and nationally. I think we have an awful lot to offer the Irish people, and as I said, I'm thankful, absolutely from the bottom of my heart, thankful to everybody that put the number 1 on, and 2 and 3s on their ballot paper for me this time, and across in other areas. We have something good to offer. Stick with us and we can build something good.
All right, thank you so much indeed for joining us, Graham. There you go, that's Graham Monaghan from Aon2, joining us live here now in the Count Centre. Obviously, interesting times ahead for Aon2. Whether they'll be supporting a government in some shape or form, we'll have to wait and see. But for the moment, we hand back to you.
Thanks for that, John. Thanks to Graham as well. A couple more comments from people and questions. Indeed, a lot of people are now asking us, when is the first count? I do not know. I'll try and find out from the powers that be here. It'll be another few hours anyway before we have a first count, but we have the first tallies in and they are on our website. What's the quota likely to be? I think 11,600. Our panelists were saying earlier in the region of, Mark, wasn't it 11,600? Was it?
I had 11,352. Maybe
right,
I'm wrong. I didn't look at the detail.
Yeah.
Just listening to Graham there.
Yeah.
Just to pay tribute to him. It takes great courage to line out. Graham was part of my team in the past, and a childhood friend, and still a good friend. And he spoke very well. He contributed well to the debates during the thing and campaign. I was listening to his party leader earlier in the day as well on the national media. He spoke very well. I think Aon2, there's space for them. They're in it for the long haul, and I think that they will build over time. He was making the point, actually, their party leader earlier, that as people probably know, depending on the number of deputies you have, you qualify for state funding, towards, I suppose, the day-to-day operations of a party, not for electoral purposes. And that can assist in terms of policy output and things like that. And I think this election may put into that zone. And look, that can be only good for politics and democracy if they're in a position to contribute more.
And whether you agree with their policies or not, their leader is an impressive politician and an impressive debater.
Totally.
Is he not?
He very, very much is. And a very nice and impressive individual. And, I think they're going to be there again. I think we said in the locals as well. And I didn't get to see nationally, but I think they are in the running for 2 additional seats on top of Peadar Tóibín. So let's see what happens there.
A couple more observations. Why is there so much surprise around the fact that Michael Clarke is doing so well? When he says he'll get something done, he will get it done. He's a hard worker for rural Ireland, says this person. Michael Clarke seems to have huge amount of posters, articulated trucks with lights, heavily promoted video content, and huge fleets of vans and jeeps on the road. He did, and we referred to it earlier, and no doubt it helped his campaign. And there's a lot of questions coming in. This one, Frank Feehan. Frank Feehan had a good document out. I presume they mean election leaflet, showing the money that he and the councillors had delivered in this region. And Eamon Scanlon was always going to get a seat, as he had no opposition in South Sligo. Eamon's a good friend of yours and a colleague for many years.
Yeah, very hard worker. Right? I mean, once once Fianna Fáil implemented a strategy that was going to involve Eamon, he would be the longest in politics of those in the field, and was always going to be a formidable candidate. I don't think there's any doubt about him getting a seat. In terms of Fianna Fáil's strategy overall, I think there'll be legitimate criticism about, they sort of started with a candidate, then they added a second, then they added a third, and there may be some analysis due on that when the music stops, as it were. But no, Eamon he's been out of the scene for the last 5 years. I don't think he initially anticipated coming back, and then he did. And once he did, he was always going to be very strong coming out of South Sligo, and the name recognition that he will have may well surpass anybody else when it comes to transfers as well, you may see, because particularly in Leitrim and South Sligo and other parts.
Yeah, and we touched on this before. A lot of questions again coming in relation to you and your decision to quit politics. Any sign of a return?
No, definitely not. I mean,
ruled that out.
There was some jokes about it, just to put a bit of colour in, and my great friend Pat the Cope Gallagher, who I know effectively since I was born, and one of the best interviews I think in the run into the election was when Pat announced that he was running.
Yeah.
And people were saying, and this isn't to be ageist, and Pat certainly wouldn't mind me saying, that he was 76. And he said to you, yeah, I'm 76, but I have the biological age of a 50-year-old. And that is a fact. I mean, with the energy he has.
And I think he told us how many miles kilometres he's walking every day.
Of course, no, when he big walk every day on land near his house. But somebody was saying to me, sure, you might be like Pat the Cope and take a 25 years hiatus, because I'm 51 and return at 76. But no, that won't be happening. I mean, I certainly am enjoying being involved today with yourselves in some analysis. But it was a privilege. I was very lucky to have it. You do the best you can. You hope to get your exit strategy correct. I think I did, and it's on to other things now.
Right, okay. Now, interesting to hear from our next guest, no doubt. As far as I know, he's the first of Michael Clark's camp to arrive in the count. Barry Clark is Director for Elections for Michael Clark, and he's with John.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Niall. Barry, you're very welcome to our coverage today of the elections for 2024. First and foremost, the exit poll last night didn't really give an indication that Michael was going to do this well. What was your reaction when you heard the programme last night with Niall and the guests?
Who do I have to give out about that exit poll? Because none of us got a wink of sleep last night because of that. Not one wink of sleep the whole night. So we're obviously, the reaction is very positive today, obviously, because we actually couldn't just figure out the figures. We're a lot of figures. We've gone through the figures with everything. We planned everything out very well, but we just couldn't get over this 3,500. That would have meant really that we didn't get a lot of support in a lot of areas that we thought we might. So we're obviously delighted today with the real figures.
The tally figures very much at odds of what was on the exit poll. Your overall percentage and tally figures much more impressive. And the big question now is, it very much puts Michael Clark in the mix for a seat.
Yeah, and we're delighted with that, in fairness. Now, I don't get all political and things, but every year, every 5 years, we send a team to Leinster House. You know what I mean? Or sorry, to the Dáil, and that. Basically, for 50 years, we haven't had a minister in the Northwest, and that really is a show of what they think about the Northwest. So for nothing else, for Northwest's sake, that I'm delighted that we're actually mixing it up a bit now and sending a representative from Independent Ireland that might have common sense policies that will tailor to the Northwest. And one thing that they will hopefully insist on is that we actually get a minister for the Northwest, which we hadn't had for 50 years since Ray McSharry was the last one, and he was a great one at the time.
You mentioned very much at the heart of the manifesto there for Michael Clark is the Northwest, and predominantly he would be seen from his own area, Sligo, as a Sligo councillor, South Sligo, that particular direction. The secret behind the success of doing well outside his own heartland, coming into areas like Sligo Town, North Leitrim, into South Leitrim, areas like that, down as far as South Donegal. So what would you attribute what's looking like a success at the minute? What would you attribute the success of this campaign to?
Yeah, well, the first thing I'll say is that this was all being set up for the lad. Mike's a councillor for 20 years and he's worked hard, and it's unbelievable the roads we went down that you'd never see and you'd never think we might. Next thing, Michael, yeah, he helped us do this. He'd never tell us. That's the great thing about Michael. He keeps everything on the quiet, and would have been helpful if we knew these things were canvassing. But that's what's good. But another part of the government having a lack of respect, especially for West Sligo, and most of Sligo, that they put the West and South together. They reduced our councillors and put us in together. So that basically opened up the opportunity for someone from West Sligo to do work in South Sligo, first of all. And as we know, there's a lot of votes in West and South Sligo. Never enough in West to actually elect someone, but now that he got access to the South and actually could do work there, and you see he's done massive work around that Ballymore country, and you can see that now with that support he's getting. And obviously, Leitrim, you know Michael is very agricultural. No, he's not only agricultural.
And business connections in Carrick and Shannon.
Correct. And that he was around the Marts, and Michael Fitzmaurice had a great effect there. And obviously, we a lot of people we know in Donegal. So
you spoke of Michael Fitzmaurice and the Independent Ireland. The link there with Michael Fitzmaurice as well. Absolutely flying it in Roscommon today again. So Kieran Maloney elected in Europe. Obviously, the Fitzmaurice factor today. Michael Clark going well. Is there a movement starting here? Is there real momentum getting behind the party now at this stage?
Like, I could go all political here now, and we could talk for an hour. But 100 years ago we had a civil war, and that caused two parties, okay? And I'm watching all the votes here today, and the amount of 1s and 2s and 3s going to Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, and they're in government for the last 5 years. So basically, the war's over. Do you know what I mean? And that it's going to be Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael together. So we basically need something different, possibly not than the far left. The Independent Ireland are a good centre party. They want to look after everyone, in particular rural areas. And when I say rural areas, I mean basically ever outside the cities.
So there was a niche in the market that the party has successfully identified and are building on that.
Correct. And that's what I know. He's my uncle. I'm a director's elector. We're very happy, but I'm also happy for the Northwest that this man is going up there now, and he's going to do nothing but common sense policies. Common sense policies, the whole party. And there's a real
at this stage, are you calling it? At this stage, you're very confident that the third or fourth seat is more or less in the can?
Well, no, absolutely not. But it's just that it's far better than the poll, the exit poll. Do you know what I mean? So we're obviously on a bit of a high that it's going well, a lot better than that. And we're actually in the mix, and it's great. And again, it's great for the Northwest. It's not just great for us, it's great for the Northwest.
Already, would you believe, before we hand back to Niall, the speculation, Niall, that in relation of Michael Clark does go to Dáil Éireann, there will be somebody co-opted to Sligo County Council in his place, and already the name of Barry Clark has been mentioned here in one or two circles today, so I'm going to put you on the spot. If he does get elected, would you be one of the people perhaps that could be co-opted onto the local authority in Sligo?
We'll have to discuss that obviously with Michael's group, and we have a good campaign group. We'll have to discuss that, but I have a lot of sheep that I have to look after, so I have to go home and look after the sheep now after this, okay? Is that okay?
At least the election is over before lambing season.
Thanks a million, thanks a million.
So, Barry, a pleasure to talk to you. Good luck for the remainder of the campaign. Thank you so much indeed, and good luck for the rest of the day. There you have it now. That's the reaction that we've been waiting for to get from the Michael Clark camp today. Barry, his nephew, his Director of Elections, joining us just to give us a view in relation to what is going to be there for the next few days and ahead. So there you have it. Back to you.
Might be more difficult to go after his sheep after a sleepless night. Anyway, we apologise for that if we worried anybody in the Clark camp. Goes back to I'm not sure if you heard that part, Mark. Barry was saying they had a sleepless night last night based on the exit poll.
I understand that, but I mean, I know they're saying 3 points is a margin of error, but it was the only one that far out.
Yeah.
So I mean, and I called it earlier on. I said this isn't making sense at all. So I mean, look, the exit poll has been very good, and the students in the college do great work, but it just shows you that. What the exit poll was saying about Michael Clark was the full margin of error out, you know.
Yeah. Anyway, there you go. It was interesting. Barry Clark, who knows? And it's funny. I mean, we shouldn't be talking about distribution of Marion Harkin's votes or less of who's going to be co-opted in Michael Clark's place on Sligo County Council. Way too soon for that. But he says the war is over in Irish politics, the war between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, and I'm sure, John McCartan, you know that to be the case from not least 4 years ago.
Yeah.
If even beyond that.
Beyond that, yeah. Like, I guess people have grown up a lot in this country, and we tend to think of our political allegiances more on ideology of today rather than the ideology of the past. And certainly the centre ground all over the world has been embattled by all sorts of populist messages from left and right and social media threats. So I think the reasonable centre ground, realistic type of politics is going to have to consolidate. And look, I guess Ireland is probably an exception, where you have two of our largest parties occupying such a similar space within the ideology spectrum. And I, for one, don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, okay. You were out for a little bite to eat. And what's the talk out in the hotel generally about how things have panned out so far? We're a bit cocooned in here, as you know.
Yeah, well, I don't think that there's any huge surprises. I do think, as Mark was just saying when I was sitting back down, and of course we all said earlier on, that poll that showed Clark as low as he was last night did take us all a little bit by surprise. However, things are coming back more into line with normal expectations. Look, I wouldn't be calling this 100% just yet.
Yeah.
There's a lot of eliminations to come, and many's the slip twixt the cup and the lip. So we'll have to wait and see how it plays out.
Right, okay.
Agreed.
More from the Clayton Hotel in a couple of moments.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances played a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome back. We heard a couple of claps, ferocious claps there a few moments ago. We thought there was a first count imminent, but seemingly it's our own Austin O'Callaghan celebrating Cullara Strandhill ladies in the Junior All-Ireland semi-final against Mungret of Limerick. And I'm told the game is finished after extra time and it's gone to free kicks. Is that it? Free kick shootout, which is a new one on me. So we'll keep you updated for all those interested. Cullara Strandhill against Mungret. Fergal Nealon is our next guest. Were you director of elections for Frank Fian or just heavily involved in his...
No, I would have ran the campaign in Sligo.
In Sligo,
Strand
you
Hill.
ran the campaign
Sligo
in Sligo.
Strand Hill. Yeah.
Well, what are your thoughts on Frank's performance?
I think it's fantastic. I think we're coming from a place where at convention time, Niall, I know you were there yourself, we got a lot of heat for running and just choosing to run one candidate.
You did.
And I think that strategy has been proven correct here. Now, I would caveat that with, that's only correct in the particular case of Frank Fian, because we can see that Frank has topped the poll in the booths of Strand Hill, Mercy Booth 1, Carrow, Ballysadare, as well as Carrick-on-Shannon. Now, there's no other person, I would suggest, in this constituency that could possibly do that. So Frank has feet in both camps. So I think in the particular case of Frank Fian, it was correct to run the one candidate. That's been proven correct today.
Was there ever a nervousness at all on your behalf in relation to that?
Not really. I think, look, what's helped since Mark pulled out of Fianna Fáil, Frank has been the only government TD there. So he's the only one on the ground that's delivered in terms of St Angela's, in terms of the hospital, in terms of Sligo Rovers. So, and we did feel that on the doors.
That made a difference. We made reference to that later. What?
Oh, certainly. Like I think the night that Simon Harris, you interviewed him yourself in the showgrounds.
Briefly.
We sent out 5 different teams.
Very briefly.
Out to Maharaboy.
Yep.
And we were meeting people that would have never voted Fine Gael in their lives, and were giving Frank the stroke because of delivering for the showgrounds. So I think that's something to note. Look, in Sligo Strand Hill, he's increased his vote by over 500 votes, which is a great result. I think as well, I've heard a lot this morning. The coverage has been brilliant, by the way, lads, and well done. But listening in, I heard a lot about Frank doesn't have a running mate, and he's short of a quota, and he's left high and dry. In my opinion, every other candidate is Frank's running mate, because you will see he's extremely transfer friendly. Mm-hmm. We knocked on doors in Maharaboy, as mentioned, not traditional Fine Gael areas, that said, I've never voted Fine Gael in my life, Frank's getting the vote. That Frank he's an awful decent fella. I met him at a tractor pull in Giva, or at a show in Beltra, he's getting the 2. So you'll see that coming in across the board.
He's never lost an election, as far as I know, and we'll check eventually with him. Whenever that may be. Is that right? Frank Fian has never lost
an election. And I suppose for us, like a lot of the team and the new Fine Gael members that would have come on board for my own local campaign, like the majority of them transferred over because they would have met Frank during that campaign on the doors. And he's such a likeable guy. He's such an easy guy to get behind. So it doesn't surprise me. I think as well it's important to note that he would have been new in Sligo town as such at the last time around. This time around, his kids are going to primary school. He's got much more of an anchor in the community.
So he's seen as the Sligo candidate, even though he was the only candidate. But he's seen as the Sligo
a Sligo candidate that can also top a poll in Carrick-on-Shannon, which is powerful in this constituency, I believe.
Okay, just before we talk to our next guest, it was John that made the observation, because anybody watching on YouTube at the moment on various platforms will see young Nealon and young McCartan and young McSharry.
Young Ellis.
And young
and
Ellis.
how about young Ellis there?
But the relevance of this, for those who don't remember...
You have a long way to go to get up the same sort of mileage as I have.
There was a time when the TDs representing this area were Ted Nealon, Joe McCartan and Ray McSharry, isn't that right? And John Ellis probably at the same time, maybe not. Matty Brennan, was it?
That was the one I got done in 1980.
But it was an interesting observation by you, John, and it's... you followed the path into politics, all of you, by choice. You weren't dragged into it, I'm sure.
Yeah, and actually, John Ellis and I were just having a conversation during the dinner break. We can all sit down here and respect each other and respect the legacy that our parents left in politics as well.
Yeah.
And John Ellis, those were tough elections, ferociously competitive, fought tooth and nail. But we have maintained a level of respect for each other personally, for the ideology and the differences we have. We don't always agree with each other, and I think that's something to be remembered fondly. about politics, and I often fear that some of that respect is being lost, and the tone of discourse has definitely coarsened, and I'd like to see that we could get back to being able to have a proper relationship.
I want to pick up on that point in a minute. Just stay with us for a moment. We've an important guest to talk to, Councillor James Gilmartin, who's a Leitrim councillor, as we know, elected in June, very, very heavily involved in Marion Harkin's campaign, and of course a cousin of Marion as well. Be interested in what James has had to say. He's speaking with John.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Niall. It's James, a good place maybe to start. The contrast from your own election as a councillor to today, two entirely different atmospheres in the camp. At the moment, how worried are you? How worried is the Harkin camp?
Yeah, it's a big difference from the last surely, but anyone will tell you a general election and a local election are two completely different animals, you know. You'd have to be concerned at the moment, but you wouldn't be just thrown in the towel just yet now. I mean, really, Marion has a mountain to climb, like Michael Clark, who's done, you know, you have to give credit, exceptionally well. She's 1,650 behind him at the moment. That's a lot of transfers to get. Now, we still watch, hopefully, and patiently where the number twos do come from, but at the moment, there is a lot of ground to work.
Was there anything on the doorsteps during the campaign that in any way suggested that it was going to play out this way? No, I wouldn't say that now. We got a very good reception on a lot of doorsteps we went to, and we kind of had a good feeling coming into it, you know. But I guess when you add it up and you look at the areas where I suppose Michael would be strong, and Amos Scanlon as well, I mean, you're talking your West Sligo, South Sligo, they were always going to be hard areas for Marion to come against, because if you look at the people running, I mean, you know, Marion would have been seen as the independent. Michael is running for Independent Ireland Party, but nonetheless there is that association with that. You've Marie Cassery running, Des Guckian again running in South Leitrim, which will, you know, he would, before that vote, a lot of that vote would have gone to Marion. So you have to bear all them things into mind when you're looking at the numbers that came in to answer that. So basically you're saying that a big contributing factor here was the number of independents in the field and the quality of those independents.
Absolutely. You'd have to, you know, I mean, it's not, look, it'd be great if it was just one person running, but I think it's really important that if people want to run, that they do run. Like, it gives them you know, they're putting their best foot forward for the people, and the people will vote accordingly. So I guess to Marion's detriment in this case, it has come to pass that way. But look, we're still in it. You know, I mean, as I said, it is a long shot. But I know you're a Man United fan, but I'm kind of thinking of Liverpool, AC Milan in 05 at the moment. But you never know.
You never know. And the transfer of the votes from the independents a little bit later on, when some of those are inevitably eliminated, that again is going to be hugely interesting. Similar factor with the Paddy O'Rourke transfers, where they're going to go as well. Again, many would say perhaps maybe not necessarily independent. So you'll be watching where these transfers go, but it's still a lot of ground to make up.
It's a huge amount, and that's the thing about transfers. They don't, you know, I mean, sometimes with parties when they would have, you know, ran two candidates or whatever, you would have your ones and your twos coming that way. But the independent vote, like for example, like Marie Casserly, you would be hoping to get a proportion of that. But the reality is it'll go local too. You've Del McSherry in that part of the world. There's a connection with Sligo County Council as well with Michael Clark. You have all of these variables as well. So you just don't, it's hard to get them all, is what I'd be saying, you know. Martin Kenny is doing a wonderful polling very well in Leitrim as is, and you would imagine a lot of his, you know, if Paddy O'Rourke, when he does go out, a lot of Paddy's vote will stay with Sinn Féin, you know, so that's where you're at, you know. I mean, we'll be watching patiently.
It's a very difficult situation maybe for any independent TD. Prop up a government, support a government, you're damned, go against a government, then you're accused of not delivering enough for the region. So in some ways, is it a no-win situation for independents in the Dáil?
No, I don't agree with that. I mean, look, when someone puts themselves forward, it's to do their best for their area, and obviously they want to be in government, and naturally, by the nature, if you look at any of the parties, Green Party or Labour in the past, or the PDs when they get squeezed from the big party and the government goes down. But what I'd be trying to say is, you got to get in to do your best first of all, and then let the people decide after that. Politics is too important to kind of be trying to manipulate things, and you know, it's people putting themselves forward to do their best for their area. If they're lucky enough to get into government and it doesn't work out, then so be it. But I do think it should be tried.
Final question, James, if I can put it to you, was Marion a victim of the speculation that was out there in the week leading up to the election that Harkin's seat is safe?
It'll take a bit of time. I don't think any seat is ever safe. Now, to be honest, I think like Michael Clark really has, done exceptionally well. That's really harmed her. A lot of her vote that she would have got if he wasn't running, well, then that might have worked out that way. So, we never took her for granted. I can tell you that for a fact, because you can't in this game. In the wind-up, people, maybe if she doesn't get in, unfortunately, that'll just have to be the way it is. But
there's always a
safe seat.
Apologies. There's always a danger as well, James, in politics where people are maybe taking 2-3 steps ahead. And I've heard it already mentioned that, James Gilmartin could be maybe taking over the legacy. It's a political dynasty there. Touch on that for me. Humour me for a minute on that type of talk. I know you don't want to hear it. I know you don't want to discuss it. But again, it's been mentioned on the doorsteps out there that you want the year in waiting.
Yeah, and that would be an issue I would have with that kind of thinking. And I understand where it comes from. It's too important politics to kind of have that kind of thinking. Like this time last year, I had a notion run for the council. I can say that with my hand on heart. And a lot of people came and said, would you consider doing it? And after a lot of consideration, I did, because it's not a simple job, let me tell you, but I wanted to do it for the reasons. And I got a great vote, and I'm delighted to be delivering for that. Like, the people in North Leitrim and Manorhamp Municipal gave me that. And I'm so happy doing that at the moment. Like, you can't just say, because you got a good vote that you go on. To me, that seems it's not fair to the people who put you in, first and foremost, in your county council. And obviously there is that angle that people would say that, but no, it wouldn't be my line of thinking.
All right. You're accepting you're facing a battle, but not throwing in the towel as of yet.
Completely. It's never over till it's over.
All right, there you have it now. That's the views there from James Gilmartin, cousin of Marion Harkin, and indeed somebody who is himself a councillor in Leitrim. Back to you, Niall.
Thanks for that, John, and we thanks to James Gilmartin for coming on as well. Concerned the Harkin camp at not throwing in the towel, and James outlined a number of reasons why he believes that the Marion Harkin vote was down. Number of Leitrim candidates, extra number of independent candidates. Fergal Nealon, you've been listening to that. You have your own theories on why Marion Harkin didn't poll as strongly as maybe had believed she would.
Yeah, something I've seen coming the last couple of weeks, and it's obviously a bit of talking point in the campaign, but she's had that independent vote to herself in the constituency for a long time. She's never had the threat of a strong independent candidate. I think we see two here in this campaign, and one in particular, Michael Clark. To combine with the fact that she had that to herself, we're looking at Michael Clark's campaign, and I don't think we've ever seen this amount of resources gone into a campaign in this constituency ever. So a combination of those two factors.
Yeah.
Leaves her in trouble.
So you weren't particularly, or you're not particularly surprised by what you're seeing then?
No,
Alice?
No, not really. And I think there's something intrinsic in an independent vote that is a vote that is seeking change, and it is an anti-established party vote. And so I suppose it leads to the question: was it a Harkin vote? And is Clark symbolising that need for change within an independent vote? So I found that a fascinating question throughout the campaign, and I think it's been answered here today. It's a combination of the resources of Michael Clark, and I think as well, the first time Marion Harkin has had a strong competitor for that independent vote.
She's going to be around, I'd say, 2,600 first preference votes down on her 2020 showing. Were you picking up on what James said there, John? John McCartan? Did you hear what James was saying?
Yeah, and I agree. And obviously, there's we've said it before earlier on today, at the risk of repeating myself, but maybe people haven't been listening all day. There are so many more independent candidates now, both contesting the election here and also at local level, so that the draw on the independents' resources with regard to who they campaign for in local elections and all the rest of it is split now. So there's a pull on them, and it's not so easy. There was a time when Marion Harkin was, the sort of big name independent in the northwest, and all the independent councillors gravitated towards her, and that was a much more consolidated and easier power base to make use of. And that's not so simple anymore now that there are multiple independent councillors in electoral areas competing against each other, and she's had to pick sides. So it's a more fractured thing nowadays.
Yeah.
And then we talked about complacency earlier on. I'm not saying that Marion was complacent, but supporters can be complacent and think that you just get elected because you've put your name on the paper because you did every other time, and why wouldn't you this time? And then somebody comes along with a new and vigorous campaign and there's just something fresh about it and people think, let's give them a chance.
Okay, John, Ellis and then Mark. John, on that.
You could see it coming.
Could you?
Yeah, because the activity on the ground wasn't there that you would have seen from Marion Harkin supporters. And sadly to say, our electorate has been diminishing down the years, because whether we like to admit it or not, people are now very conscious of the candidates that they're going to elect, because they want to make sure that they're able to give full commitment to the job.
Yeah.
And that's an everyday occurrence. But what I would say about it is that she probably did the second best postering campaign in the election.
Yeah.
But it's back to what Mark said earlier. Posters are useful, but they don't get you votes. They only get your name remembered when it comes down the ballot paper. It doesn't get you in the first. And the bottom line of it is that Marion Harkin has been TD and MEP, and basically she hasn't delivered anything of any notoriety.
I mean, you said this during the local elections, and it caused a lot of controversy.
Yeah, but it's proved out today.
I don't know if it is or not, is it? How can you say that?
The votes, the number of votes.
But what has she not done that other TDs have done?
Well, you see...
And what can you do as just as a TD?
Well, the first thing that you have to do as an ordinary TD is make sure you look after the constituents that contact you. That's the first thing you must do. And the word of mouth is a very dangerous thing in ways. It can be very productive for you, can be very harmful to you. But she hasn't been as active on the ground as would have been Frank Feehan for the past 5 years, or Mark when he was there, or Martin Kenny. And remember,
I don't know if it's fair to say that. I don't know if the proof is there or not in relation to that. I'll come back to you, Fergal, in a moment. Mark, you want...
The big problem for her was that Michael Clark coming into this campaign was going to hurt her. He was an independent. He was seen as a new kid on the block, new face, new rural type candidate. And that's where she lost. She has lost most of those votes to to Casserly and to Clark. And whatever happened between herself and Casserly, and Casserly worked for her as a PA, obviously has come into play.
I don't know if that.
Well, we don't know.
That's a fact. No, but I don't know if that's a factor in this at all. Right, Mark.
Three things. First of all, I think it's a good time for us to say we're not talking about cattle in the ring.
No.
You know, I mean, it's all human beings, and on a personal level, I would be sad for Marion, a very good colleague.
Everybody would.
But I'd also be quick to say Clark's success is not directly linked to Harkin's demise here.
No.
It's a different vote altogether. And where I would agree with John to an extent is that, and I've been making this point throughout, you know, for 15 plus years, Michael Clark has been doing the ground hurling, right? Mm-hmm. Now, Marion Harkin was a very good MEP. She was elected in 2002 to the Dáil first and then went to Europe, had missed out in 1999. Had always a high profile in speaking for the neglect of the West. And before independents were as widespread as they are today, would have been the sort of go-to person in media. And I'll give you an example. In the last general election, I was on the Fianna Fáil front bench. For good or for bad, the party chose to use me 18 times in the national media, across RTE, Virgin, whatever, between TV and media. Marion would have been on a similar number of times as representative of the independents. Now, if I was an independent, I'd have had an issue with that. But nevertheless, that's how it played out. Now, I didn't see much, if any, national coverage for her this time. And I think that would have always helped her campaign. That was an assumption that, you know, Marion was a very good communicator.
Yeah,
she was good in Europe. She was here. And that maybe, and you know, her entry into politics sort of grew out of the entire Western Seaboard, the Council for the West, wanting a voice. And that's where the success. And she built on that herself. And that's all great credit to her.
But the sort of ground hurling that Michael Clark will have become renowned for over the years, or which is more typical, say, for county councillors within the establishment parties, may not have been as much the bread and butter stuff of Marion Harkin. And I think that, together with Casserly running, two other professional ladies in the greater Sligo town area, and Nessa Cosgrove, who Nessa I see as a sort of soft left, it's sort of centre left, and obviously Annie Del McSharry too. So I think all of those factors come into play. I mean, we talked about running as an independent earlier. What can an independent deliver? Truthfully, nothing. That's just the fact. That's why it couldn't run as an independent. What they can do is they can build awareness and raise awareness. Now, there is a mythology down in South Kerry that the Healy Rays deliver everything. That's just because they're a bit cuter with the announcements.
Yeah, they're very cute.
And with the flow of communication than some of the others,
Your friend Michael has had an unbelievable first preference vote yet again down in Kerry.
Well, he is my friend, just because
I know
he got a bit honour on the collar one day when we called it out. But and no doubt both of them will.
He was pleased to come on and do an interview straight after that, because he said he had the fullest of respect for you.
Oh no, absolutely.
He told us that before he did the interview.
But he actually, to tell you an aside, he actually secretly never forgave me for it. Because when I left Fianna Fáil, the likes of Matty McGrath would have rang me and said, look, don't worry about speaking time. Our technical group will organise it for you. And Matty came back sort of embarrassed, and he said, geez, the Healy Rays won't wear it at all, they'll never forgive you. And ironically, this is the truth, right? Michael Fitzmaurice did the same. He rang me and he said, we'll give you a bit of speaking time, I'll talk to the lads. And he expected Marion Harkin might be the difficulty, being a constituency colleague. No. She wasn't a difficult at all. She said, no problem. Do you know who blocked it? Pringle and Connolly. They wouldn't allow it. So no.
And you've never forgotten it. Right.
Well, I mean, I might as well tell you. It's a long day broadcaster here.
Yeah.
You wanted a bit of colour.
Well, that's exactly.
There's a bit of colour for you.
Well, you were talking about the importance of ground hurling, and Fergal was talking about being at tractor pulls earlier. It all happens. Not quite the same. But you wanted to respond there to, I think, what we were talking about, Marion Harkin, was it?
Yes, yeah.
Reaction.
And I agree with Mark there. Look, she has been a fantastic champion for the West, particularly in her time in Brussels. A great communicator. She would never let us down on national media. I suppose I would agree with Mark. As an independent, if you're not at the table with the government, you're not able to deliver anything. And that's just a political reality. So there's only so many times, I suppose, an electorate can hear, I raised this matter, or I brought it to the attention of the minister. Whereas in Frank's case this time around, he delivered Sligo Rovers, he delivered the ATU with St Angela's, and he delivered the hospital. So you have an intrinsic benefit as an incumbent.
I don't even think Frankie would try and say that. In all fairness, Mark.
Well, the chairman of Sligo Rovers, Tommy Higgins, did say that, yeah. Mark.
No, well, do you know what? I'm not going to play this game because I'll win if we start playing. All right. I'll tell you who that was done for.
We've been waiting 30 years for a good McSharry and battle.
That wasn't
bring
done.
it on, Mark.
That wasn't done. That wasn't done for Frankie Feehan or Fine Gael or Mark McSharry or John Ellis or Ray McSharry, a former president of Sligo Rovers, or Ocean FM or anybody else. It was down to the quality of the application by Tommy Higgins and the great love and affection that was held for Tommy Gorman. The whole of Leinster House knows that. The whole of Leinster House knows that. That's not taken from Frankie's absolute genuine support for Sligo Rovers, as Tony McLaughlin's genuine support for ours, as your late father, as my own father as a former president, as John Ellis, another man with a name on his seat in there, Pascal Mooney, who I'm sure is listening in, a presenter for this thing. But the one thing that cracks people up in politics is when politicians start climbing on one another for what I call behind the winning jockey syndrome. At the Galway races, saying, well, I got that and I got this and I got that. Do you know what grand scheme I hated the most? The sports capital programme. Because it was never about who got the money, it was always about the ones that didn't. And frankly, with the work that the committees and the GAA clubs of the Sligo Rovers put into it, do you want to know what politicians have to do with the outcomes of those grand schemes, including the recent Sligo Rovers? Nothing.
Well, I absolutely have to disagree with you there, Mark.
You're wrong.
Because
when you're in it for 22 years, go back to.
Well, no, listen. I don't know what you've been doing in the last few months when you decided to check out, because it certainly seems you have checked out of the game here. Because I know fact that this money in the last week, Minister Catherine Martin was put under severe pressure from the junior minister, Fianna Fáil. Jack Byrne wanted to go to Drogheda.
Jack Byrne.
Bowes wanted Thomas Byrne. Joe. Money wanted to go. All the money wanted to go to Bowes, and the GA were nibbling away, right? And I know for a fact.
Well, I tell you one more further thing. I just tell you one more further thing.
No, you won't.
The senior minister.
Go back to
is
your
Catherine
retirement
Martin.
now, Mark. Yes.
And her brother lives in Thornhill, and he's an avid Rovers fan.
True.
So throw that into it.
True, exactly. A lot of magical things happened and came into place, but. At the end of the day, Frank walked into Simon Harris's office.
It was you, wasn't it? It was you, Frank,
walked into Simon Harris's office,
really, yeah.
right? And said to Simon Harris, "We need this money for the Rovers." When I'm walking the streets, right? And he got the money delivered.
He did.
Fact.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah.
So you can go back to your retirement now, Mark. Right?
No, Catherine Martin.
Because the fact of the matter is, and Sligo Rovers know that.
Catherine Martin and her brother.
And Tommy Higgins mentioned it on the front of the Sligo champion.
He did,
right?
It was all Tommy.
Yeah.
But
it wasn't all Frank, but he played a massive part, and it wouldn't have happened fully without him.
Listen, between yourself and himself now. Between yourself and himself.
No, I'm not claiming any credit at all.
Between yourself and himself.
But it certainly wasn't. It certainly wasn't a McSharry.
That's enough.
He made a great appearance in the showgrounds.
But that's enough about us. What do you think of us?
Well, that's the best bit of entertainment we've had all day, I can tell you. And that'll fill half our sports show tomorrow as well. We better take a break. We've lots more to come. Some bullet points nationally, which I'm hearing ministers in danger of losing their seats are the aforementioned Catherine Martin, despite what she did or not for Sligo Rovers. Minister Stephen Donnelly. It seems Gerard Hutch, the monk, is certainly in contention for a seat. Sinn Féin are said to be the largest party in the Dáil. The Social Democrats are making serious gains, so could be maybe a contender for coalition government. And the so-called celebrity candidates faring in a mixed way. I think Gráinne Seoige is well down at the moment, as is Alison Common in Louth. So there you go. They're the bullet points nationally. And for those who are interested, a lot of people texted us. We are told from the returning officer that it's likely to be 9 o'clock before we have an official first counter. 9 o'clock. And it is 4 o'clock now, so we better take our 4 o'clock break.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
Well, the main benefits transitioning to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really, really looked after me very well.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
Right, okay, welcome back. Clayton Hotel, we're waiting for the first count. It'll be hours away yet in Sligo, Leitrim. On matters away from the election for now, Ireland are losing at half-time to Australia in Rugby International, 13 points to 5. I'm told that Coolares Strandhill ladies have lost their junior final against Munger of Limerick, and they lost by 3 points to 1 from free kicks. Wasn't that it after extra time? And John, you wanted to mention Ballymote
Yes,
ladies junior C final, is that right?
Yes, indeed. Commiserations to Ballymote. An outstanding achievement to get into the Connaught final. I believe that they put in a sterling performance, but unfortunately they were beaten on the day. But it's still an extraordinary achievement for a wonderful team to get this far. I suppose naturally enough they are disappointed, but it's still a wonderful achievement.
Right, okay, lots and lots of texts coming in on some points. This person says, not fair, it's a disgrace slating Marion Harkin on your show this morning. She's worked tirelessly for the Northwest for years, and word of mouth can be full of lies and all sorts of mistruths. People should be careful what they're saying on the radio. And someone else says, Marion Harkin's biggest problem this time around was no one was aware of what she's actually done for the past few years. Would you want to reflect on your comments, John Ellis, or not?
I think that the comment actually proves what I said. No one knows what she did.
And someone else says, Mark McCharry, I think is correct. I watched various debates and I didn't see Marion on any programme this time. When she was in Europe, she would be on various television stations, so maybe people have forgotten about her as an independent in local politics. Well said, Mark McCharry, and the money for the showgrounds about politicians jumping on the bandwagon. Someone else says, totally agree with Mark. It was mostly Tommy Gorman who was responsible for the Sligo Rovers investment. I voted for Michael Clark, says someone else, because I like what his group stands for. The time has come to hold politicians and civil servants to account. If they're not up for the job, they should get the sack. People want to hold them to account the way they spend taxpayers' money. Okay, well, there is an element, is there not, of flash in the pan. I'm not suggesting it's down to Michael Clark, but we had you remember, who was in 92? John, were you there in 92 with the
Labour Party?
Yeah, with the Labour Party and Declan Bree getting the seat. So there is an element of that. There was with the Greens last time as well, isn't there?
Well, there's always some party will always get that benefit.
Yeah.
Like Sinn Féin got it the last time, and they're actually getting it again this time.
Yeah.
But you have to look at the overall, and there's going to be very little change. There'll be seats changing hands here and there. But until you get down to the 4th and 5th seats, you're not going to know until you get to that stage in most constituencies who's going to get the last seat.
Yeah.
And like there are some very interesting ones there if you see them up and down the country, and some very interesting ones in Dublin.
Mark?
Yeah, I have one. I think in the last campaign you had a sort of level of arrogance from Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael about, well, I'll tell you, we'll go into government with whoever, but we definitely won't work with somebody else. And particularly, I think Leo Martin's performance, it was ably helped by Leo at the time, sort of really put Sinn Féin in the zone. They were going to go well anyway, but they did much better, I think, as a result of what was perceived as arrogance. No, we won't deal with them. And you remember there was the controversy about the debate with RTE in the last general election. The debates this time, they were more careful. There was the one with everyone, and they were very careful the last time, the two of them, not to, sort of attack Mary Lou or anything like that in the main. But I do think, and I have a very strong view on this.
Yeah.
I don't think it's acceptable for any party to say, well, we won't be talking to X, or we won't go into government with Y. And I've always believed that shows the ultimate contempt for the electorate. Because we'll have coalition governments in Ireland forever again, amen.
Yeah.
And I think it's entirely a matter for the people to decide who they wish to elect. And if you're a true Democrat, you will work with whatever sort of mathematics come out at the other end of that.
Yeah.
And so this blind we will never go with Sinn Féin, or this blind we will never go with Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil, I don't think is acceptable if one calls oneself a Democrat.
Okay, well, is it? Can you take that? I know you won't take this a step further and suggest that it was only fair and proper and right that Sinn Féin were part of the last government, considering the votes they got.
No, that doesn't come into it either. There's none of this. We've the most democratic system in the world in terms of the single transferable vote. So who gets the most first preference? I mean, that's Donald Trump talking, in the last presidential election, or it's the way the Tories and Labour in England. But here it's more democratic. It involves everybody's vote. I personally voted for everybody on the ballot paper, 1 to 18.
The whole lot, the whole way down.
I did. Not everybody does that. And all I'll say is, the reality when people are putting forward, and it was a bit 1977-esque with all the promises from various parties, particularly Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, but the reality is none of them are getting into government on their own, no matter what. So they're going to be sitting down, and there's going to be a programme from government based on the actual figures that's going to be put forward, and whoever's in that government is going to have to work together. And I think democracy, and I'm a democracy purist. Micheál Martin used to give out at me for being a political purist. I will admit to being a democracy purist. I'm a great believer in democracy. And what the people vote for must be respected. And I think whatever way the arithmetic comes out, all politicians must be prepared to do business with anybody else. Fine. Based on negotiations after the fact, there's the compatibility on policy and economics and agriculture and education and health and so on, and that can determine who works together. But to be laying it out in advance to say, I am quasi-democratic in that I will only work with who I choose to work with rather than who you vote for.
But you'd give credit to Micheál Martin, wouldn't you, for going back in his word that he wouldn't enter a coalition with Fine Gael last time and then entering coalitions. You would give him credit for that. So maybe he might change his mind on what he said about Sinn Féin this time.
Oh, listen, you can chalk it down. He'll do
so?
whatever is necessary.
Including government with Sinn Féin, you think?
He'd do anything.
John, a quick word from John, and then we're going to a guest on the floor.
Yes, I think when you look at the last formation of the government, you had a lot of independents who were going through the antics of wanting to do a deal, but deep down they didn't want it. But this occasion, I think you have three various different blocks. You have Michael Fitzmaurice, and you'll have the Labour Social Democrat block, and you'll have Sean Kennedy and block. So there's three different sort of blocks that are very anxious to do. They've clearly stated they want to get into government. So I think that on this occasion, I would slightly disagree with Merck when you look at I think Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael were very clear from the very start. They stated quite categorically they wouldn't do. It wasn't saying one thing, but I have no doubt that when you look at the compatibility on policy and the whole the plan for government and dealing with the economy and enterprise and taxation, that they have to base it. When you might feel obliged to do a deal with Sinn Féin, but if you're not compatible on policy, it just can't be done.
Nessa Cosgrove of the Labour Party polled 2,072 first preference votes according to the tally figures. Her Director of Elections, John Davey, joins John on the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Niall. Let's start on that point. 2,072 votes by the tally figures that Nessa Cosgrove would have recorded this time round. Give me your take on that, considering it's her second time round in a general election campaign.
Yeah, great. We're delighted. She's done really well. She's doubled her vote since last time. And I'm not really surprised because Nessa is a fantastic candidate. She's been an inspiration to so many people in the constituency, especially young women who, have been brought into politics because of her. You wouldn't believe our campaign team has been so full of positive energy, and it's an energy that's been brought really by women. It is a woman's energy. We've had smiles, we've had laughs, we've not really had any rows. We've managed to keep that away, and we've been giving a positive message all the way. A positive message about childcare, a positive message about housing, about the climate, and I think really what we found on the doors is that people do have, the vote might not reflect this entirely, but people do have intrinsic Labour values. They do care about the things that we care about, and I think that's where the strength of social democracy comes in, whether it's from the Greens or Labour or the Social Democrats, that the bigger parties will take our ideas and they'll implement them because they know that if they didn't, that we'd get our turn.
The panel have just been discussing the makeup of future governments, and really many people could maybe perhaps look back at Labour's last stint in government and say the party is still rebuilding after that and very much paying the price of a disastrous term in government, where there was the water charges springs to mind straight away as maybe one of the legacies from there, and Joan Burton. Is that forgotten about now on the doorsteps? Have people moved on from that, or what was the response locally?
Yeah, most people have moved on. It does still come up, especially from people on Facebook. It comes up all the time. What about the water charges? But most people understand that Labour went into government when the country was in a state. It was at the verge of bankruptcy, and we had to make difficult decisions, and some of those decisions were wrong, and they've been apologised for time and again by the leadership of the party and locally by the party. Some of the decisions were unpalatable but necessary. And I think that's the thing with Labour, that we're not afraid to go into government. We're not afraid to talk to any party and to all parties, and we're prepared to be constructive. You know, you could look at other parties on the so-called left, and they're not really interested in achieving anything or independence. They're not able to deliver in government. They're able to deliver on small local issues, but we have a coherent programme, and we've had a fantastic candidate who's been credible and incredible at the same time. So,
would you put her success down to a large individual vote here? Because there are those that will say in the Northwest in particular, going back to the Labour tradition in the Northwest, that the party has lost its identity to some shape or form.
The Labour Party has never lost its identity. I suppose when you look back to the heyday of the Labour Party, and I'm thinking about, you know, we commemorated Tommy Higgins this year, who was a great Labour Party activist and trade union activist. But the left has become more diverse. So we've got people before profit. We've got Sinn F has become respectable. And we've got the Greens. Again, those parties, and it's great to see them emerging because it gives, you know, there's great diversity in Irish politics, and the proportional representation system allows that to happen. Whereas I grew up in the UK, and it was black or white, it was Labour or the Conservatives, and you know, and then you don't get minority views taken on board, and you don't get popular progressive views taken on board. But with the proportional representation system, it's fantastic to see other parties and independents having a chance to get their perspective across.
Speaking of proportional representation, what a lot of people will be watching on now with significant interest is where the Nessa Cosgrove transfers are going to go.
Well, we'll worry about where Nessa Cosgrove's transfers are going to go when that happens.
Do you accept it probably is going to happen, going by the indicators, that it could play a big part with, you know, a crowded field in relation to, say, some of the independents might be expecting to get something there. You can see where I'm coming from here, that there will be interest in that.
There will definitely be interest. I mean, at the moment, I'm interested to see where the transfers are coming from people who might be eliminated before Nessa. I mean, we're realists. Nessa's unlikely to be one of the four, but I think she's the best of the rest. And to be honest, I think she's, if she's not the very best candidate who was on that ballot paper, she's definitely the second best candidate.
So you'd very much look at this campaign and say the Labour Party are making slow but steady progress in the Northwest?
Better than slow and steady. Steady and, if not quite rapid, accelerating. Because we have got a message that's coherent, we've got a message that's positive, we've got a message that's based on youth and the future. We've also got a message that draws on a rich heritage, like I was mentioning there about Tommy Higgins, and you know, we've got great figures like Marcella McGarry and Veronica Corley, who is still hanging around in the town and you know, still very much in touch with the union movement and with the Labour Party. Now,
all right. Final question that I just want to put to you in relation, and you're again experienced when it comes to these campaigns. Various predictions are being made in relation to where the 4 seats are going to go. If you were a betting man at this stage, John, where would you be putting the couple of euro?
Well, I'm not a betting man, but I did put a bet on. I'm not going to get my money back. Now, I don't know. I'm not going to bluff you but there's definitely been surprises, I think, in the results. People were calling this one of the most easy to call constituencies, and it's not turned out to be that way, because we've got, you know, there are shocks coming.
Okay, so you're not going to make any solid predictions as of yet?
I think that would be a very silly thing for me to do.
All right, okay. John, look, it's great to catch up with you. Thank you so much indeed for joining us. John Davey, Director of Elections there for Nessa Cosgrove, who of course ran as a candidate for the Labour Party here in Sligo, Leitrim. With that, Niall, it's back to you.
Thanks for that, John. And John, Fergal, you wanted to say a word about Nessa Cosgrove? Again, a council colleague of yours.
Yeah, we work together on the town, Sligo Strand Hill and County Council. Nessa's vote is doubled here, and I'm just not one bit surprised, because anyone that meets Nessa finds she's extremely likeable, extremely passionate about her politics, and very, very, very capable. So, you know, if Nessa doubles next time around, then she's right in the hunt. So, look, well done, Nessa, and I know she's got a fantastic campaign team behind her as well. And as John alluded to, a lot of energy there.
They're daily better come up anyway.
I think in terms of the transfers, I know John was questioning on it there. I do know that Nessa would have polled very well in your Skull Ursula boots, So coming from your railway bridge there at Radedmond to the Second Sea Road, she would have also done well in the Strand Hill area. So I do think we will see a lot of Nessa's votes going in the direction of Frank and not necessarily back into a left town vote as well.
Yeah, don't know if our panel would agree with that or not, but maybe you've seen some of the patterns.
Yeah.
In Donegal, for those interested, and again, if you are tuned to 102.5 and want to hear what's going on in our Donegal constituency, just simply retune to 105 FM. We have a separate opt-out frequency with all the Donegal proceedings, and obviously Pierce Doherty and Padraig McLaughlin are safe, and Pat the Cope Galler is going to make a return to the Dole. 2 seats left, and there are 3 in contention. Outgoing Independent Deputy Thomas Pringle, as well as the Michael candidate Charlie Ward, and Minister for Agriculture Charlie McConlogue. So it's no means certain at all that Charlie McConlogue will retain his Fianna Fáil seat.
Couple of hellos if you want them.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Mark.
So the Conlon family in Manhattan, watching from there, Shane Conlon and Doreen and Liliana and Dashel. The Anchorage Bar in Carrick-on-Shannon, they're all, I think that's a connection with Michael Clark.
I think
actually.
Michael's son runs that, isn't it? Yeah.
Gus, so they're tuned in good spirits, obviously.
After no sleep last night.
Sleepless nights, yeah, Barry was talking about
Sleepless
sleepless night
yeah.
last night.
Right, okay. Okay, what else? Yeah, and then of course a lot of focus on Dublin Central and the vote there as well. Okay, a couple more questions. 100% agree with Mark McSharry. Sligo Rovers is the People's Club. The late Tommy Gorman, it was his legacy and no one else. But let Councillor Nealon think that it's his. Correction, Catherine
Certainly
Martin.
didn't say that.
Catherine Martin also played a good part in getting funds for Sligo Rovers, along with Frank Feehan. And someone else says, if deputy, you're not deputy anymore, are you? Can I go? No,
citizen.
If Deputy McSharry, Deputy/Citizen McSharry wasn't so bitter and thin-skinned, he would have been a better TD for Sligo and have been a minister. A fair play to Fergal for calling him out. There you go.
There you go.
Fair play to Fergal for calling me out.
I'm just sorry he's retiring when I'm only getting going. I'd enjoyed this.
I know, but listen.
Stop, man.
We live the Bernabeu up or Markovich Park is with. when you get into it.
We'll be talking very shortly with Eamon Scanlon. He'll join us, and it's looking like it's going to be a good day for Eamon Scanlon. And Eamon's had his successes and disappointments many times down the years, as we well know. Fair play. Michael Clark was the man that voted against the naming of a bridge in Enniscrone, says this person. Fair play to Mark for voting down the whole voting paper. I remember many moons ago, the word was vote 1, 2 and 3 and forget about the rest. And there are questions, I don't know who wants to take this one, there are questions coming up. Of course, we always assume here that people are very au fait with the PR system and how it works. And there are always a lot of people, and it's always welcome to see questions from people who don't understand how it works and the importance of voting 1, 2 and 3 in the preference. Who can tell us in a very, very simple way explanation of why it's so important? Just very simply, PR and why it's so important, and why number 2s and number 3s votes and how they come in matter and how they come into play.
Well, it's surpluses. So surpluses, if there's a surplus where somebody is elected on the first count in the first instance. Okay, we're not having that in this, but we had it in the last general election. So what would happen would then, let's say it was Martin Kenny the last time, let's say, just for argument's sake, the quota was 13,000 and he got 15,000.
Yeah.
So 2,000 of his number 2s are going to come into play. To calculate those 2,000 in that instance, they count every single number 2 of all 15,000 and work out the precise average percentage to put those 2,000 on to the next people. In all subsequent counts where people reach the quota, they reach the quota by getting a transfer from another party. So let's say John Ellis was elected by getting a transfer from Joe McCartan of 500. And that put him over the quota by 250. Then from that 500, they'll do a precise calculation on the number 2s, and they'll pick 250 of those and pass them on to the next person.
Yep.
That's effectively how it works.
And your vote goes all the way down the line, as we know. And I remember in the local election, and Pascal Mooney, who I know is tuned in at home, was talking with John Comiskey. I think it was in a local election a couple of years ago, and they were discussing the fact that they were then discussing the 10th and 11 preferences on the voting party.
And we will be here too.
Yeah.
We will be at that stage here too.
But I suppose we've discussed the mechanics of it, but the reason for it is so that you do get a proportion of the people's opinion represented in our representative body. So that, technically in America, you could be beaten 3-1 in a presidential election, technically, and win the election. You could be beaten 3-1 in the popular vote and still retain the presidency. We don't have that here. Or we've also seen in America, taking it for another example, where a spoiler candidate can deprive the most popular of the two bigger candidates of their seat. So if we just break it down that there are two opinions, one is grey and the other one's orange. So we have greys and orange are all contested, and all of a sudden there are two grey candidates. They could be 70% of the vote and still lose the election.
And I think, Niall, it's interesting to note here that Sligo Corporation was the first election in Sligo back in 1920s to run with the PR STV system in terms of single transferable vote. At the time, the landowners or the ratepayers had a full franchise to the vote. And then once we achieved our independence, it went the other way and they weren't represented at all. So the PR system, a man, T.J. Kilgallen, who owned this picture house on Thomas Street, walked into the town hall and said he read up about this system in Malta, and they implemented it in Sligo Corporation elections, and it was such a success it went to the other corporations and councils throughout the country, and that's how the system went into our general election system. So it actually originated in this very constituency.
Okay, I want to bring in Eamon Scanlon because Eamon has just arrived at the count, and I know he has other priorities as well to get to, which we'll maybe come to in a moment. And he's receiving some congratulations from the panel. I don't think it's premature. Eamon, thanks for coming in. Eamon. You're very welcome, and thanks for dropping by.
Well, it's nice to drop by.
Yeah, I know it's a bit too soon to be congratulating you.
Definitely.
And I know you're always a cautious man in that regard, but you must be more than happy with your performance.
I'm delighted really with the results we got and the vote we got. It was a tough election. I'd like to first of all thank my wife Anne and my family for the work that they've done, to the 80 people who were out canvassing every weekend and during the week, and the people at the doors for their courtesy as well. It was a tough election, and the weather was terrible, quite honestly. But still, we got out there, we did what we had to do. We asked people from Ballyfernan into Sligo town on the far side of it. We canvassed every estate, and we got a very warm welcome.
Yeah. It was a difficult election for you personally, of course, as well, because you suffered a personal bereavement just before the campaign. So it was very, very difficult and all.
It was very difficult.
Shape some form for you.
Poor Rick, if he was around, he'd be out canvassing too. It was very tough, now, quite honestly. But we got up and we got going, and his family came out as well and helped us every way they could. And I want to thank them for that as well.
You were late to the party, literally, as we know. And I remember talking to you 4.5 years ago.
Yeah.
You were a very, very disappointed man at the end of that.
It was, yeah. That was a tough election as well. And I had achieved 9,631 votes in that election, and to lose, it was a difficult night, quite honestly. But we've been there before, Niall.
Yeah.
Once you put your name on a ballot paper, you have to be prepared to win and be prepared to lose. That's the fact of it. And it's important that you get that into your head before you start at all.
Yeah. And had you enough of it at that stage, Eamon?
I probably had, because I didn't intend to run, quite honestly.
Did you not?
No. And Fianna F called its convention. 3 people were nominated. 2 people decided before the convention that they weren't going to contest. And then we were down to Edel, was the only candidate. The party felt that we needed somebody else in the field, either to elect her or hopefully elect me. And that's it transpired from there, and that's how it became selected to contest.
And you weren't fully convincing at that stage that you're doing the right thing, were you?
No, I wasn't, I'll tell you the truth, no. But I felt that it was important that the party had a second candidate for somebody to win a seat, quite honestly. That's what I felt.
Yeah. But you kept your hand in those 4 years, didn't you? You were always...
I did, yeah. We have our office in Ballymote, and it's there. People are always in and out, you know, people who were very good to me over the years. I'm a long time around now, and I had won my first election at the council in 1992. And we were always given a service there, people who are in or out, you know, just to help people. Sometimes all people want us to talk to somebody, quite honestly.
Yeah.
That's the fact, in a compassionate ear.
Yeah.
And we were there for that. And I think people appreciated the work we did and the work we've done over the last 4 years as well.
We could have a scenario where we have Pat the Cope back in Donegal and you back in Sligo.
What were the odds on that one, I wonder?
I wonder. But look, it's premature to congratulate you.
It is, yeah, no, it is. It is, like, there's quite a bit to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as I said, Niall, I've been here before.
You have?
Geez, I know what it's like.
Good times and
good
bad.
times and bad, yeah, definitely.
How do you see it panning out anyway yourself? You're an astute analyst yourself, Eamon.
Well, I wasn't listening much, quite honestly, all day, but it appears that Martin Kenny is going to take a seat. Frank Fianna will take a seat.
Yeah.
I think Michael Clark is polling very well, and I'm hoping that I can hang in for the last seat, maybe. Hopefully.
I think you're doing more than hanging in there.
I'd be afraid to say, Niall, quite
know,
honestly, because
okay.
we've been here, you know, I thought this is my 5th election, won 2, lost 2.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Hopefully 3rd time lucky.
Anybody want to say anything to Eamon at this stage?
I'd just like to...
early in the afternoon, John.
I'd like to congratulate Eamon on a outstanding campaign. Certainly I know from feedback that he and his teams were out, every highway and byway was canvassed, and it certainly is evident on the vote that turned out. And clearly when you look at the southwest and East Sligo, I think getting a political base back into that area, you know, which was the case for many decades. There was 2 Oireachtas members in that area. I would say that him, looking at the figures, you know, and honestly, I'd be very confident that he will take a seat. And I'm delighted for Anne and the extended family, and it's a job well done. And I've no doubt he has that understanding, concern, and respect, and listens to people that he will do the job, he'll do the state of great service in South Sligo and beyond.
Yeah, he's doing more than hanging on, then, John. You think? Yeah.
He's not. He's very modest, you see, and that's it. That's to his strength.
Mark.
Yeah, look, congrats to him. It's a great.
As someone who slept with the former deputy
Yeah,
Scanlon,
slept with him.
right?
Yeah, that's it. Poor Anne, I always feel. Yeah, it's like sharing a room with a rhinoceros. Yeah, with the snoring. Yeah, with the snoring. I know. I think he's improved since then. Anne was telling me. But look, the very best of luck. It would look very, very likely. I know. Having been there myself too. You know, you don't want to be celebrating, but the vote was very, very strong, and the people come out, and the best of luck. And it'll probably be tomorrow, but I'd say you'll be
Deputy.
celebrating. I was saying, Moni, I'm taking a 25-year hiatus. I'll be coming back when I'm 76, like Pat the Cope. Yeah.
John or John?
Yeah, well, I suppose, Eamon, as the person who lives furthest away from you in the constituency, your success here today is no surprise, because of all the people, there wasn't a bad word to be said for you anywhere. And when people were discussing what was the likely outcome of this election, you know, the one thing that people would say was Scanlon get a vote anyway, because all sides, people of all political hues have great admiration and respect for you, and I don't think anybody would begrudge you your success.
Thanks, John.
I think that Eamon might have been suffered in the last election, but I think he's now reaping the benefit of the work that he had done for the previous years before that, and I think he's to be congratulated, because what John actually said there is right. When you talk to people, even if they weren't voting number 1 for Eamon, he was always getting in the first 3 or 4, and when it came to the Leitrim end, he would have the majority of the support of both councillors, and will benefit well from Paddy O'Rourke's transfers. I would be surprised if he doesn't get 2/3 of what stays with Fianna Fáil.
Okay, we won't hold you. Is it fair to ask you that you have a family commitment today?
Yes,
yeah.
Mass, one spine Mass for my brother Rory.
For your brother, okay, which is important. So you'll be going to that obviously, and we'll be back in due course, maybe tomorrow at this stage.
See you tomorrow.
Back tomorrow,
Yeah.
You can sleep easy tonight.
All right. Eamon, thanks for dropping by.
Thanks,
we do appreciate it. That's Eamon Scanlon, who is likely to be, well, I can't say re-elected. What do I say? Returned after the last time to Dáil. And thanks again, Eamon, for joining us.
Thanks.
We'll be joined by Frank Feehan in a moment as well. He's surrounded by the national media at the moment, as it turns out, and he has a broad smile on his face as well. Well, maybe we'll take a quick break, and hopefully we'll be back with Frank Feehan in our studio.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Frank Feehan, you're very welcome.
Great to be here.
I remember you 4.5 years ago. It was on the second day, and you were pacing up and down just behind our table with headphones in, and you had a very worried-looking expression on your face.
Well,
and how different it is today.
I was lying back this morning and listening to each and every one of you, and I could sort of say it's a wonderful interest. And to be honest, I've always been at. I think Mark, you said it at counts. You actually find out more what's happening at the count by sitting at home. And again, congratulations, Ocean FM and your staff, and indeed your wonderful contributors here. Is that including these two from Leitrim, John Ellis and John McCartan.
Right, okay. The exit poll last night had you topping the poll. Some would say you had to top the poll to retain your seat. Well, your performance, first of all, I mean, you were up against it with just yourself in the race, Frank.
Yeah, it was. Look, I'm fortunate that I think it's said here before, I have a unique relationship, certainly in South Leitrim and North Leitrim, where I've represented them there and since 2007. And I've always said this, that I wouldn't have been elected in Roscommon, South Leitrim, only for the South Leitrim vote in 2007 and 2011 and then 2020. So that vote was always there, and I just want to thank them for the support they've given me. And you know, I've always said, for 20 years I've knocked on doors and nobody has ever insulted you, or nobody has ever, they might be voting for you, but there's something unique. And the same thing in Sligo and South Donegal. So I was fortunate today, and I think the transfers will probably come my way because I live in Sligo town and we have that unique relationship with South Leitrim as well.
So you've a foot in every camp, as you said. You have that South Leitrim experience, but a lot of people were saying, well, you're missing out on North Roscommon this time, so you're up against it.
Yeah, well, I've lost 25% of my number ones the last time, and it was a huge worry. But as I said, I've lived in Sligo now for the last 12 years, and my wife and kids go to school in Sligo. I have an office in Sligo on the Sligo TD, and I'd like to think that we have made, and as a government TD, I'd like to think that we have done a lot of, I suppose, good in the constituency. There's a lot of issues of which we haven't solved, but that's what politics is about. But what you do is try to do your best and work with everybody to try to get results.
Okay, so was it the hard work of all the Fine Gael supporters and canvassers, or was it the Sligo Rovers money, or was it living in Sligo, or was it the tractor pull that you were at a couple of weeks ago, apparently?
It was, look, sometimes, as I said, in politics, campaigns get momentum. I think John Ellis, you talked about momentum, and they get momentum, and my campaign got momentum, and I'm very honoured that I'm part of a government that was able to deliver a new university in Sligo, and was able to make sure the St Angela's were in the university. I didn't do it alone. It was done with many other people, and again, we have a brilliant team on the ground, very loyal members of Fine Gael, but not just Fine Gael, a lot of friends, a lot of people who come out to support, and I think that happens in every party or every independent candidate. So sometimes, as I said, you get a bit of luck, and on this occasion I was lucky. And I just want to say that I want to pay tribute to all the candidates who put their name in front of a ballot paper, not just here but across the country. That's what democracy is all about, and again, there was a huge respect amongst all the candidates, and I very much welcome that.
So in cricket terms, you're how many not out now? How many elections is that?
It's 4 general elections, and I've been lucky to be fortunate in the 4, and I just see...
You've never lost an election, isn't that the case?
No, but however now, I'll caveat that. I think it might be embellishing a little bit. I went for a convention, and I think it was Roscommon Longford in 2001, and I didn't get on the ticket. And if I had been on the ticket in 2002, I don't think I'd be seen or heard of again. And then in 2016 was Roscommon East Galway. I decided that I wasn't going, and I doubt if I was on the ticket. So sometimes, as I say, you get lucky, and you pick your battles, and as I said, I've had a lot of luck on the way.
Yeah, and only, as you well remember, only a couple of years ago, you you pulled out of the convention in Sligo Leitrim, the Fine Gael convention, before the vote, and then you came all the way back to take a seat.
Yeah.
So it's more than luck that does that, I think, Frank, isn't it?
Well, whatever. It's there was a fella 40 years ago, and a man called Val Harrington. He was in Boyle, and he said to me, he said, Fianna, he said, You're the luckiest man I know. He said, don't buy a sweepstake ticket, you'll buy the winning one on the street. So
Fine. Right. But I just congratulate Frank on a great performance. Himself and Elaine and the kids, and wish him well now in the 5 years ahead. And I suppose we have to have a bit of crack as well. So I want to say, was it 4 general elections?
Yeah, he said 4, yeah.
I said, well, I have to give him credit. He definitely used the posters from all 4 of them. There was certainly a few First Holy Communion posters out there that I thought swung a few towards the end.
Somebody thought that was my son that was running.
And you were the man that said posters don't work, Mark.
Well,
no, but they don't. They don't.
Well, Mark, we learned a lot from the Greens in government. We learned how to recycle.
Absolutely. You're dead right.
They have now been recycled.
Yeah. I ran out of hair, so it wasn't.
Niall, I think we'd all like to congratulate Frank, because he has always been nice to everybody. You never get anyone to say a bad word about him. They mightn't vote for him, but they'll always say that he's pleasant. He's not the sort of guy that's going to try to dominate you or do anything. He's the same whether you meet him Sunday, Monday or Tuesday. He's the same sort of person, and he hasn't changed in the first day. And I say that as the one who basically put me out of politics in 2007.
He'd make a good Can Corla, John, wouldn't he?
Well, what you call it, Fergal Nealon is already canvassing for the Senate to replace you when you're made Can Corla.
He's not in the Senate, he's in the door.
It's not a day for it, but you did say at the convention a few weeks ago that you had hopes of a senior ministry. Frank, step one is cleared, or the first hurdle is cleared. You're back. You still hold those hopes. We have to wait and see what happens, but you'd still be hopeful, would you?
I suppose you'll see what happens. I was a junior minister in the Department of Health for 2.5 years. It was a great honour, and I didn't mind stepping down because we had some very good talent. But I suppose now things aren't looking too good for Fine Gael, certainly from Mallinhead down to Athlone, because we're not going to get a seat in Roscommon East Galway, and we're certainly not going to get a seat in Donegal. So I'll probably be the only standard bearer between Donegal, Sligo, Leitrim and Roscommon for 4 counties. So, it's not that you have a lack of, I suppose, but for the constituency, I think we want to ensure that this constituency has a voice, and I have no problems putting myself forward for whatever position to deliver for the constituency, but more importantly, deliver for our country. And I think our country needs stability at this time. I think look around the world, you have China expanding, Russia getting aggressive, and the United States going inward. And I think, and the United Kingdom, well, they're beginning to kind of come out of a 10-year morass. But what we have to do now is stand up and be counted. And I think the centre must hold, and that's what I hope this government, that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael and another, will hold the centre line and do what's right, not just by the country, but by international politics as well. And we're all members of the EU, and it's a great honour to be part of that team.
John Perry.
Yes, I would like to first of all congratulate Frank and his wife Elaine and the family, extended family as well. And it was a remarkable achievement. I think while he certainly pulled out the hardcore Fine Gael vote, and it's fantastic because this seat, I suppose, it is traditionally we always had enjoyed the Fine Gael seat since the foundation of the state in this constituency, and I think that he's continuing that great legacy. And I'm quite certain that with his, as John Ellis has indicated, his personality and his laid-back approach in many ways meeting people it's a big benefit, and his friendliness and his approach to people. I've no doubt he will, and as I said, with the geographic spread, that in this region, the northwest and beyond, that he's in. I'm quite certain that when Simon Harris is doing the evaluations and directing, that he will be certainly in there or thereabouts.
Right, okay. John Ellis said you never fought with anyone in your life, Frank, but you did have an altercation with a seagull on a Dublin street some years ago, isn't that right?
Well,
that's lucky.
It stole my Big Mac.
Frank Fianna, thanks for joining us. We'll catch up with you later on in the weekend, no doubt, when things are made more official.
Thank you, and keep up the great work. I can say from the people sitting at home, it's just an incredible service and wonderful information, so thank you.
Thanks again. That's Frank Fianna, who looks set to be re-elected to Dáil Éireann as a Fine Gael deputy. I didn't realise Fine Gael are likely to have such sparse representation in the region. It's hard to get a picture nationally when you're sitting here all day. Anyway, more on that and on. Right, okay, it's getting a bit busy again. We're going to take our 5 o'clock news in a few minutes. Right, anybody else like to make a comment before we do take our 5 o'clock news? At this stage, we're going to be talking with Nessa Cosgrove very, very shortly as well, Labour Party candidate. We'll talk to her after 5 o'clock. So just to give you a picture where we're at the moment, the overall tally results for Sligo and Leitrim have been in now since around about 2:30. You can see them on our website, and you'll see the county by county breakdown, the Sligo tally figures, Leitrim tally figures, and those from South Donegal as well. And we're still told that there's likely to be no first count until about 9 o'clock this evening. So we've lots of guests to talk with between now and then. We'll take a break. We'll go to our 5 o'clock news, and as I say, we'll talk with more people here live from the Clayton Hotel in Sligo.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, price at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pound that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pound that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought Solar Generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for Solar Generation, really. I'd 100% recommend Solar Generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from Solar Generation, and really looked after me very well.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Clayton Hotel, it's 11 minutes past 5. We continue our coverage of the Sligo Leitrim election count. First tally since 2:30, awaiting the first count. Still a number of hours away before we have that first count. Our next guest, Nessa Cosgrove, the Labour Party candidate. Welcome, Nessa. Thank you for dropping by. You doubled your vote in the last time in your... I mean, that's an achievement in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, we're delighted, thrilled. Yeah, it's great to see it, and even from the local election that we got, you know how much we've come up from that. Even around the town boxes I've improved since the local election. I'm delighted, thrilled, you know, and I know it's for building. And I heard John Davey, my director of elections, on, and you know it's slow. But when we started off, we had a very small canvassing team and campaign team, and now we've a WhatsApp group and we've 44 members now, you know, so we're building it.
Yeah.
So it's great.
And do you think you can continue to build?
Yeah, like I doubled the last time. If I can double again now, the next time I'd be in for a shot.
Yeah, okay. Well, as you well know, and as you keep being reminded, and I'm sure it's not easy to take this on board, the Labour Party was a very, very strong presence in Sligo, Leitrim, many years ago. You had a TD here for 5 years as well, so it's going to take a while, is it, to build back up to that sort of level of support?
Yeah, and I'd say even here...
The tradition is there, isn't it?
The tradition is there, and, you know, and I suppose Sligo Town has the majority vote here, you know, in this constituency, so... And I can see, like, Chris did really well. I'd say Chris got a lot of Declan Breeze, you know, since Declan's not in the running.
Yeah.
So there definitely is room. Like, if you look at the left vote, I suppose, we've a very strong percentage, which is great. It's very reassuring. So I think, yeah, it's certainly there for the building, you know. And I think, like Labour, I suppose the Green Party have gone down a bit, and we don't have a Social Democrat candidate here. So there is, you know, there's room. There is a lot of people that want to vote centre-left, you know, social democratic policies, which what we believe in, you know, and I think there's a lot of people think like that.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's fairly obvious here with this result today.
Yeah, so you're encouraged to stick at it, you are, I mean, because you were elected to Sligo County Council in June.
And I love the council, like I absolutely love it, and I think I'm doing a good job, you know. I think Irish people we kind of find it hard to be praising ourselves, but you know, I think I'm working hard at it, and I'm really enjoying it, you know, and I like politics, and I like having an impact. I like being able to help people, I suppose, and you can see how you can do that. You know, little things. So some things are very slow, which can be really frustrating, but little things can have a huge impact in people's lives that I'd find it easy to do, and you know, whereas other people mightn't. And I think my work on the ground has really helped me as a councillor, because I know a lot of networks and a lot of different services that can help support people, you know.
I'm sure you're probably aware by now, a lot of our panellists are wondering where your transfers are going to. Is it a Labour Party vote? Is it a left vote, or a lefty vote, or a townie vote, as we were talking about earlier? Or is there a female aspect to this, or
I'd say
not?
a bit of everything, you know. I'd say a bit of everything, and I'd say that, like, I suppose because the Green Party, like Blaughin, like I get on great with Blaughin, you know, and I think that her vote has come down and my vote has gone up. So I'd say it's a mixture of both. Like Labour have come out. I suppose our policies, even over the last few days, we've very good climate action policies, very good housing. And even the Irish Fiscal Advisory Council was saying we probably have the most realistic budget when it comes to housing, and when it comes to climate, you know, and healthcare. So I think people are beginning to notice our policies, and like I would see us as more of a kind of, I don't want to say movement, but it is like that. It's not about a candidate. It's about the way we think, you know. It's a way of life, you know.
Yeah. And you're saying Labour are at least going to hold their own nationally. Your party leader did very well, Ivana Bacik, and...
Yeah, she's holding... Alan Kelly,
ex-leader.
Yeah, and a couple of new seats in Dublin. And Wexford, after Brendan Howell stepped down there, like George Lawler, he's going to take the seat. So we're holding our own, you know, we are, which is good to see. It's great to see it.
Right, okay. And Labour in government, is that something you would contemplate or agree with or not?
I don't know. Our first point would have to be, we're not going to go in and get a kicking like we did the last time. You know, we're not going to be the mudguards, and we'd be stupid to do that. And, you know, I think, of course you want, I personally, I don't like being in opposition. I prefer to be going in and getting your policies implemented, you know. But we're not going to go in unless we're going in, ideally we'd go in with the Social Democrats. They'd come with us and we'd go in together.
Or you could merge with them.
I don't know, they don't seem to be too keen on merging with us at the moment. But you would want to go in with more than just Labour. You know, in with Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael. If we were going to do that, you'd want to go in with other people. I would still prefer to be a left-leaning government. That'd be me personally. Yeah. I would prefer to see it, and it would be a Sinn Féin-led government. But again, that I think we'd be a good influence no matter where we go in, because we're the only opposition party that have been in government. But you could go with either side. We could, if we'd enough votes. But again, we wouldn't go in with any party just to be the mudguard, you know.
Okay, Mark, you wanted to say something to Nessa?
Well done to Nessa. She's a great campaign team, and she's a great candidate herself, and doing great on the council. And I've no doubt is going to continue to build. And I know many of her team, and I've watched it build. And I said in the local elections that it was like Labour, of old. Go back to when they had the seat in the 90s or whatever. And a lot of those people, Declan Bree was in Labour at the time, but left. But that team are back together with you, I think, and. So continued success. I know it's not going to work out on this occasion, but double it again, and you're in the frame. I lost in 2011 and doubled my vote to top the poll in 2016.
Right.
So
that's great to hear. It's reassuring.
Yeah.
You know that.
All right, John Perry.
Yes, I would like to congratulate Nessa. She's a very enthusiastic and a very effective councillor since her election. I think she's a breath of fresh air in at the council chamber from what I hear, and I'm quite certain that she's a great personality, very good with people, and in a very good area. So I think the future looks very well for Nessa in the future. I'm quite certain of that.
John McCartan.
Yeah, and obviously, Nessa, you didn't like to say yourself that you're doing a good job, but clearly the electorate think you're doing a good job. Doubling your vote from one election to another is a big deal. And as we said off air beforehand, when Declan Bree started, he was nowhere, and then he had a seat. So if you keep building the way you're building, you're not that far away from being in contention. So and you have an energy and an enthusiasm that's going to be a little bit infectious to those around you, and we'd wish you the very best of luck.
Thanks, John.
I think we'd all wish Nessa the best of luck, because coming into politics new is not easy, and to double up from the last general election and in the interim getting yourself elected to Sligo County Council, it's no mean achievement, because Sligo County Council election would have been very competitive with Declan Bree, Arthur Gibbons, all in that one area. So I think you have to be complimented, and as you said earlier, another double up and you're at the races.
We should mention your brother, of course, who's fighting an election. Is it Cork South Central he's in? Cork South Central, Simon Coveney's old constituency.
Yeah.
And he was one of the Fine Gael candidates selected. How is he? Shane, isn't it?
Shane
how is Shane doing down in Cork?
He's not doing as well as expected. He's I don't know, I think he's on about 5% now. He's two running mates. Shane topped the poll in the council, got a really high vote, and he's a great candidate, Shane, and he's huge energy about the campaign. But Jerry Bottomer's running in with him, who's, I suppose, has been a TD and a senator, and he's name recognition, I suppose.
High profile,
High profile he is, so it's Shane's first time out as well, if only for a general election,
Yeah.
And it's hard, like we don't, I suppose our family are not, we don't have a political dynasty, we don't
Well, you
have...
kind of have now,
well,
in fairness, because...
that never got elected.
Well, you're a Labour councillor, and your brother is a Fine Gael councillor, and your father was an independent, was he not?
He was.
Election candidate.
But a candidate, but we don't have any other legacy, I suppose, even neither of the two of us do, so... Yeah, so we're both building the vote.
Yeah. And what was your father's campaign slogan again? Action Man, wasn't
Vote
it?
Callahan, Action Man.
Action Man. Independent. Okay. All right, Nessa, thanks for coming in.
Thanks very much.
All right.
Can I just say again, thank you to everyone for voting for me.
Yeah.
That, like, again...
Was it a
like
difficult... Eamon was with us a moment ago. He said it was a difficult campaign for various reasons. Maybe it's because it's November, I don't know.
It's November. I suppose, because I was working full-time as well, because I mean, I work for MSL ETB, and they were so flexible with me. They're so encouraging, but you're still... We were limited to canvassing in the evening and the weekends, so you couldn't go out during the day. But, like, we'd love to have gone around it, because I love door-to-door canvassing. I love... I actually really like canvassing. But we couldn't get out to every door. But that's planning, I suppose. Like, it's sometimes it's probably easier for if we knew when an election was going to be called, we could have kept some annual leave,
All right, okay. Nessa, thanks for dropping
Thanks
in.
a
All
minute.
right, enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thanks for your coverage. It's
No problem at all.
Thank you.
That's Nessa Cosgrove, the Labour Party candidate. A couple more comments and reflections. You cannot compare big political parties that have party and money machines behind them. With smaller parties and independents. Also, they have a very limited time for canvassing, says this person. This person says, if you vote all the way down the ballot and make a mistake, for example, put in 2 number 8s by mistake, is your vote counted as a spoiled vote? Or is it only spoiled when it comes to your number 8 choice? That's a very good question, actually.
Depends. It'll be up for debate.
Yeah. And there is that consultation, isn't there, with the Director of Elections about questionable votes.
You'll normally be allowed up until the double.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. And then there's questions about...
as long as you have a number 1 on it.
I don't know
That's
what
what I'm
happens.
saying, yeah.
But no, I don't know what happens if there were, we'll say, 2 number 8s in the middle of the field. But if you had skipped on no number 8, we'll say from 7 to 9, they would immediately treat your number 9 as an 8. And so, once they can make a reasonable stab at the intention of the voter, they will count the vote as they believe it was intended.
But the spoiled nature of the vote, does it kick in straight away or when you come to the 8?
Straight away.
Preference, straight away.
There'll be a debate on all spoiled votes.
Yeah.
So that if the 1 to 8 was clear, they might allow the original.
And just briefly, we always have a conversation about this, and I don't know if any of you have been in a position of overseeing spoiled votes, but anything that catches your memory from spoiled votes?
I remember my own polling station in my second council election, and had it been a close election, it would have cost me the race. The ballot paper, the punch, didn't go through. I think, John, you and I were both on the argument on that occasion. I kind of let it slide because I did have a margin with which to play. But had it been a tight election, I would have definitely had the challenge. You could see the imprint of the stamp.
And that wasn't obviously the fault of the voter at all.
No, it wasn't. It was whoever was pushing the stamp on the day just didn't push it hard enough. And those votes were disallowed.
Yes.
Yeah.
If it hasn't the full imprint through it, it's going to be discarded.
Yeah.
And that many moons ago, it was always reputed that a smart presiding officer, if he knew what way someone was going voting, he could very quickly leave it as null and void by not stamping it properly.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, it hasn't gone on in the past 20, 30 years, but I did see it in some of my early elections.
Yeah. And do people, and I know for a fact they write material on the ballot paper as a form of protest or as a joke in some cases as well?
Yeah. That's invalid. Any writing on it and you're gone.
Well, theoretically, it's still that person exercising their franchise.
Yeah.
If somebody's writing a message on it.
Yeah. You don't remember any message yourself?
I do. I couldn't possibly say it on air, though.
Could you not?
A wide variety of colourful
There used to be the story of the guy in the Senate election who voted number 1 for all candidates and wrote "as promised" on the top.
That's a whole different...
Yeah, all right, okay. We're going to have a very, very interesting guest to talk to after a short break, so stay tuned to our coverage, ongoing coverage of the Sligo Leitrim election count.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome back to the Clayton Hotel, the continuing coverage of the Sligo Leitrim count. Next guest is Kieran Byrne of Story Lab in Sligo. And Kieran is a former associate editor of the Irish Independent, and he's got some interesting views on how the election panned out in general and how it played out in the media in particular, and what went wrong and what didn't go wrong in the campaign locally and nationally as well. Kieran, you're very welcome.
Thanks,
and thanks for joining us. You're making a very interesting point off air. I didn't realise there's been a low young person turnout. Has there? Is that here or nationally? Because I haven't heard these stats yet.
No hard figures yet, Niall, but I suppose just on what you'd call a vibe, there seems to be a lot of younger people who maybe feel they didn't turn out yesterday for various reasons. They didn't maybe like the look of some of the candidates, but maybe the main thing is that they felt they weren't being listened to.
Yeah.
I suppose nationally the number one issue seems to be for people was housing.
Yeah.
Top issue for people to be concerned about, particularly obviously with young people. So I suppose my question would be, how did the candidates connect with younger people? How did they use the media? How did they come across? And I would think that a lot of candidates focus on the traditional media, what we call the offline media, TV, newspapers, radio.
Yeah.
But younger people don't really consume any of those platforms. They're online. They're on social media.
I found exactly the opposite. I have never come across an election where there was so little a connection with the local traditional media. I really haven't. I mean, there was never really any interaction with any of the party leaders or any senior ministers at all. It was all played out on social media.
So I suppose just to say, I would have a caveat there. What I meant by that is if you open up all the local newspapers, all the candidates have taken the ads, the full pages, the half pages. So that is where they were focusing a lot of spend. On social media, where anybody under the age of 35 is, you would wonder, how did the political parties connect with those people? How did they articulate their positions? And I would argue in a lot of cases they didn't, other than putting out curated videos, clips that showed them in the best possible light. I suppose a lot of politicians claiming credit for projects locally, hoping that would have some kind of bounce for them. And I would say what was most interesting with Simon Harris, who would be called a TikTok Taoiseach and is on social media a lot, the clip that tripped him up in some ways
wasn't his video.
Wasn't his video.
Yeah.
It was filmed
well, that's the whole point.
It was filmed by traditional media.
Yeah, but all that social media campaigning is, as I said during it's too sanitised. And is there not a kickback against that? People saying, well, you're not really telling us how. And you're talking about Simon Harris being the TikTok Taoiseach. I knew I was in a different world when I saw on week one Micheál Martin coming out of his house in Cork with a pair of shoes, saying he was going to get them re-heeled for the campaign.
Yep.
And I'm talking, well, what's going on here at all?
Yeah, you have politicians filming themselves driving in cars, standing outside buildings that they say they had a role in developing or getting over the line. I think the problem is younger people can see through that, and they can see through people doing those kinds of things. They want, I suppose, what they do crave is that direct engagement. And I heard one of the guys on the panel earlier was talking about how politicians can't possibly knock on every voter's door in person. Totally get that. There's in this constituency a list of 15 on the ballot. I think in our case at our house, one person called to the door.
Yeah.
The rest of the leaflets came in the post, and that's fine. But at some point you're going to have to get through to people, argue your position. And I felt, I do think a lot of younger people didn't vote yesterday because they felt there was nobody there for them who was maybe listening to their concerns.
So how do they do that? Is it through social media or what? How do they?
It's very difficult. I mean, and the flip side is for a politician, I wouldn't envy the role myself. It's very difficult. If you take on that job, I can completely see the job of work they have to reach people. But that it doesn't mean that you don't try. So I think possibly take this constituency, maybe it's reasonably conservative, it maybe has a reasonably older demographic, and maybe some politicians felt that they didn't need to do a whole lot to connect with young people because they feel the people who are going to come out and vote for them are that maybe older demographic, the ones that they can reach with the more traditional posters up on a telegraph pole, leaflet through the door. And for younger people, though, I think it's changing, and I think that whole demographic in the next election, I think there will need to be a change in the thinking among politicians that you need to spend to reach younger people through social media. You need to develop more articulate, more coherent ways of speaking to them.
Any blunders you saw in the campaign which may have caused candidates or parties a vote? I mean, what about that Simon Harris interaction? Was that overplayed, do you think, or not?
I think possibly the fact that it was caught on camera was always going to be it was a no-brainer for his opponents to use it. I think also there was some suggestion that his team had asked RTE to take down the clip, not use it. I think that was a mistake. He talked about being tired and that the interaction had been at the end of a long day. That in itself, to me, was a bit of a disaster because isn't the whole slogan for Fine Gael a new energy? And then you had the leader saying, well, I made that blunder because I was really tired. So all of those things, while it might sound superficial, they can add up to people thinking, I didn't like the way he spoke to that woman, and maybe the glossy videos I'm seeing on TikTok are at odds with what he really is like. And I think moments like that can trip you up. But in any election, it is difficult. Politicians, there's always a viral moment. I mean, I think I remember in 2007, I was in the Mansion House as a journalist when Bertie Ahern was launching the Fianna Fáil manifesto. All lovely, all very glossy, and up stepped Vincent Browne with a microphone and started to berate Bertie about the money in the shoebox and all of that. And even PJ Mara, the great spin doctor, wasn't able to stop Vincent Browne in full flight. And it was a car crash moment, really bad. There's always something like that. It's unexpected. This campaign,
he recovered.
And even
I think it was Brian Cowan who pulled it out of the bag.
Yeah.
No, that was the 2002. Was 2002 or 2007?
2007 was the Mansion House, yeah.
It was. I remember, for me, that campaign was pulled out of the bag by a late show appearance by Owen Harris, Eamon Dunphy and John Waters.
Yeah.
If you remember that, there was a very
I
serious
remember
broadcast on the Saturday night before polling.
Well, what I remember is a barnstorming press conference by Brian Cowan on the Sunday. Which turned it around. But in any case,
but I do think social media is going to be the thing to unlock votes in future years, and I do think maybe some constituencies, because they're more conservative and maybe have an older demographic, it's slower to happen.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a spectacular campaign. The timing maybe was off for some reason for Fine Gael. They thought maybe 3 weeks, short and sharp, get it done. But there were a few moments that just didn't kick home for people, and I think that maybe cost them a few points in the polls.
Yeah, this constituency, not the only one, it's one of many constituencies which tended not to be considered important by any of the main parties. Would you accept that was the case?
That this constituency?
Yeah, there was a bit of foregone conclusion about it, and it didn't warrant any serious canvassing on behalf.
Yeah, I think that's a mistake. And as soon as voters feel that, I think you're going to get blowback. And to treat any constituency in that way is probably a mistake. With this constituency, I think what are the issues? If you look at, there's 4 seats. There's going to be 4 people elected today who are going to get paid €114,000 a year for the next 5 years. So that's, I just did some figures. That's 568,000 per TD. Which is almost €2.5 million. So in 5 years' time, you can come back and ask those 4 people, what did you deliver for Sligo, Leitrim and Donegal? Where's the N4? Where's the N17 upgrade? What else do we want from you? Where's the housing for our young people? I think to somehow relegate a constituency for whatever reason, because you think it's less important than another, or you don't have to make as much effort, I think that's always a mistake, because there's always going to be a reason to treat everybody equally and treat every constituency with the same, I suppose, respect. And voters want that. They want to feel they're heard.
But unfortunately, in this part of the country, you are a second-class citizen. There's been a senior minister, I'm conscious Frank being the only one now, maybe he'll be a senior minister. For this part of the country, I very much hope that he is. You've had a senior minister once here since the foundation of the state. And that's not to impugn the quality of the various people who have served, nor is it to undermine the people of the country. But sadly, the practice in this country is the resources follow the population, which you might think is reasonable, and it follows the senior ministers. And we have neither. So the challenge for whatever 4 are sent up, and whether it's on social media or not on social media, or whether they're elected with the votes of pensioners or 18-year-olds, is to try and have this part of the country seen as a region that, if we provide it with enabling resources, it can make a sustainable effort, sustainable contribution to the national effort. And that has not happened. Yes, we've got our bit, but very little on top of that, because nobody, and if Sinn Féin were in government next week, I'll say the same, have ever treated this constituency with the absolute respect that it deserves. For example, like the constituency, whichever of the Cork one was that had sort of the 3 senior ministers. whichever of the Dublins that regularly have the 3 senior ministers. And the average TD here, by the way, will be dealing with 4 county councils, 2 health areas, 4 planning departments, and all right through all the various disciplines. Yeah. Whereas many of the Dublin constituencies will be dealing with 1 area engineer. So it's a fundamentally different challenge. So in answer to your question, the challenge is for all 4. I mean, you can come in here next time and say, did we get our 500,000, pound of flesh from each individual 4? I can tell you now already you won't, if that's the way you're going to approach it. Yeah. But it's oversimplistic to do that.
I wouldn't describe it as a pound of flesh. I'd be more thinking
that's the way you put it, though.
But it's
you put it forward as money.
It's a very well-paid role. And there's
as it is in Ranelagh, as it is in Ranelagh, as it is in Dunleary Rathdown. But you're not comparing like with like, is all I would suggest to you.
But I think politicians generally probably need to do more to articulate what younger people want and do more to get down to their level to understand what it is they want and then deliver it. I think that's the job.
Yeah. Did you find it hard to connect, Mark and John, with younger voters and through the medium of social media, or did you have to go down that?
I mean, historically, they don't vote. That's just a reality.
Yeah.
Okay? And I'm not sure I agree with the social media. How social media is being used by the 18 candidates here certainly may be up for debate. I'm not an expert in social media and would be very much a novice in that regard, but I could confidently predict there was more spent by all 18 candidates on social media promotions in this campaign than in the history of the state.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's how they do it, maybe?
I think
what messages?
John?
Certainly, I think if you look at social media as against print media, we take the radio, social media, online, Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, that really is the instant news, instant photographs. That really is the space that we're in at the moment, and I think that's just very...
But I don't think people are in that space. I think that's what I'm saying. I think you can clearly see a lot of politicians across Ireland are not in that space. Some understand it better than others, but all young people will tell you that's the space that we're in. That's where we receive news, get opinions, make our decisions. It's just got to be expanded and better understood, I think, because otherwise young people will feel they're not being listened to.
John McCartan, have you any views
on
that at all?
I agree that social media is going to provide us the conduit between who represents us and who does the voting in years to come, but I'm not so sure it gives us the best result. It's not going to give us the best candidates. It's not going to make sure the best candidates are elected. The serious people, really serious people, and people who want to have long intellectual conversations, people who want to dig deep into issues and discuss them and hear all sides and come up with a rational policy and a rational suite of policies, don't get to do that in the 15-second attention span of the 18 to 25-year-old or the 18 to 32-year-old. So unfortunately, social media is going to be important, but I'm not so sure that that's going to give us the best candidates. And it's not going to give us it's a sad thing that the big conversation isn't happening anymore.
But still, when you look at the American, there was a door-to-door canvass in America as well. So that, and likewise, I think any candidate, but social media is one stream. But I think nothing beats the knocking on the door, engaging with the voter, and connecting with the storyline, and whether that's a young person or an aged person. I think it's that personal contact as much as possible with your team. It certainly makes the difference. And I think that it's all a complementary. It's all part of it. It's not saying the social media is the main part, but you've got to be in that space. You couldn't exclude it by no means. But the best medium of all is the knocking on the doorstep and engagement with the people, really.
But that's one of the things I was saying. That's getting harder and harder, and that's not happening a lot. And I think someone mentioned it earlier, politicians can't possibly knock on every door, and I totally agree with that. It's not possible with expanding constituencies and the sheer numbers, but there has to be some more thought put in, I think, by politicians and their teams to try and understand how to reach younger people and articulate their messages. And even the term social media now is a bit cliched. It's just about the communication and the relatable messages that need to be shared with them.
And the promises we have nationally and locally at election time. I mean, as Pat Rabbit once famously said, sure, that's what you do. What else would you be doing at election time? Is there a cynicism amongst young people in relation to that, or in general, do you think?
There is. And, there's no point trying to shirk it. Every time you see a picture of somebody standing in front of either a new stadium or a new building or a new park, and they say, I got this over the line. Younger people are reasonably cynical about those photo opportunities. I think
and they're right.
Yeah, they are right, and they can backfire. And there's certain projects maybe in Sligo over the last couple of weeks where it seemed every politician in the county was claiming credit for it, and maybe that's a mistake. The good is for the community, and that's what should be celebrated. I think younger people are cynical about that.
Yeah.
And it's not the politicians' fault all the time. You might have the leaders' debate where there's 12 people standing behind podiums. There's no opportunity, I think as John said, to articulate a message in any meaningful amount of time before you're cut off. Or it's a circus and it's theatre and it's great for the media, but it's not great at kind of showing people what your policies are.
Okay, so that would be your advice to future candidates and future campaigns is to...
It's not really about social media or traditional media. It's about how do we reach a 22-year-old woman or man who wants to buy a house, who wants to have a career in Sligo. There's a university here now, which is fantastic. They want to graduate. They maybe want to buy a home in their home county. How can they do that? How are you going to help me do that? That's what they want to know from a politician. How are you going to bring the infrastructure that's going to help grow this region? And they're in a hurry, naturally, because they're young. So they just want this new energy, as we've been talking about, to trickle down to them and their lives.
All right, okay, very interesting. Kieran, thanks for coming on
this
evening. This is Kieran Byrne of Story Lab, you've worked at the Irish Pennant for many, many years, Kieran, did you not?
I did indeed, yeah. And I suppose elections would have been always important for me as well.
Yeah, is it 2007 that stands out most for you?
2007, I think, because it was Bertie's last stand in a way, and then Brian Cowan came on the scene. But 2011 was also interesting with Enda Kenny, and obviously Labour got that huge bounce. I think 20% they ended up with. So things can change quickly. It looked like the end of the world in 2011 with the economy crashed and things were bad, but I'm sure there'll be another cycle. Things now will change inevitably.
Absolutely. All right. Thanks for that, Kieran. Thanks for coming and joining us this evening. We're still waiting on that first count, still a couple of hours away, as I say, but the tally results up on our website if you want to see how they ended up at around 2:30 this afternoon. Overall tally results for the Sligo Leitrim constituency. We'll take a quick break.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Everybody's busy, waiting.
as a business we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
Right, okay, David's been on to us. David Smith making a point. He says, Niall, even though we should congratulate the new TD, it's disappointing to see that as the second largest town in Connacht, it's most likely we will not have a minister or junior minister. What's elected is a number for the party. It appears the party is more important than the people. Without ministerial appointment, we can only get crumbs from the table. Look at other areas where there is a minister or junior minister. Just ask the people of Cavan and they will tell you what Heather Humphreys has done for them. It's the party first and the people last. That kind of echoes what you were saying a few moments ago, Mark McSherry.
Well, man, if you're in the good graces of the leadership in most of these parties, that's sort of what happens. I mean, ministerial appointments tend to follow the 5 major cities.
Is it not based on performance and ability? You shouldn't really be appointed a minister because you're in a particular constituency, and I mean that from this constituency.
It can be. It can be based on geography. I mean, they all sort of pretty much approach, Limerick, Cork, various ones in Dublin have to be looked after.
Yeah.
Galway not so much over the years, but it ought to be, And after that, it's. It's in the prerogative of the leader of the individual party and whatever nowadays, because they're split sort of numbers of ministers between different parties and that,
John, Ellis, crumbs from the table, is that what is that our lot here in Sligo, Leitrim and another?
I would hope not. But we have to look at it nationally. I suppose we haven't been getting our share of the cake for a long number of years.
Yeah.
Like God be with the days when we had 3 Fianna Fáil TDs, you had the power to go in and demand and get what was available, and there was only crumbs actually in total available at that time.
And would you get that?
Yes, if you knew how to go and get it.
Different today, and I'm sure John will agree how the current operation is in Fianna Fáil anyway. It has nothing to do with whether you brought in 3 out of 4, 1 out of 4. It has to do with other factors.
But guys, just getting back to the whole meritocracy argument on who gets cabinet appointments, it isn't a meritocracy. You can be born or living in the wrong place, and regardless of your ability, you are not getting to sit at the cabinet table.
That's right.
End of story. So it's not always fair. And there are plenty of talented people who never got to get out of the weeds because they were just living in the wrong place.
That's right. And down the years, senior ministers often objected to guys being appointed in their own constituency.
Yeah.
And that's well known to have happened. And then the person's time may pass on and they move on. And by the time that they're in a position to do something, they may actually be gone out of politics or retired. Because it has been known, like in the early days, the cabinet appointed the ministers of state or the junior ministers, and that was by agreement. And if any member of the cabinet said he didn't want it, that was it. Whoever was nominated was thrown back and someone else was pulled in.
Yeah, Mary Lou MacDonald is hailing what she calls an incredible performance for Sinn Féin overall. So it seems to have been a good day for Sinn Féin. We'll get to more of that in detail. Just listening to Eamon Scanlon there, Niall, on with you, and God love him, it couldn't have been easy going through a campaign where he lost his brother due to illness. A strong, humble man who works hard in everything he does. I'm very happy for one that he has a chance to return to Dáil Éireann. And someone else says, great coverage to all. I was out and about there, and fair play to some people already taking down their election posters already. I've seen a lot of posters vandalised from Summerhill roundabout right up to Bertie's Pitch and Putt. And
red noses.
The red noses, yeah. A lot of red noses, all right. Okay. Did most of you take down your posters on the day of the count? Or?
The number of days. You have a number of days.
Yeah, 7 days, I think.
People will be doing it. Different people have different resources.
But it's funny now. Within 2 weeks, Niall, you'll be getting the calls. Oh, I saw a poster for this one or a poster for that one. But there are several campaigns, political campaigns, that are perpetually ongoing, and they seem to be able to put up posters beside marts and posters on the way into towns that are never taken down.
Yeah.
And that's not fair. You know, it's the TD that gets the Dáil candidate and the European candidate that gets the flack. But there are plenty of other campaigns and political and religious organisations that manage to throw up their posters. John Fianna has lots of them.
Oh, geez, I'll make no comment now on that. But the other thing was that an odd wag will decide that he'll find somebody's poster and decide a week after the election that he's going to put it up in some prominent place.
Yeah,
that happened a few times.
That happens, yeah.
I remember being summoned to a radio station to account for a Joe McCartan poster that was up, and they told me it was up a year after the election. And I said, well, in fact, it's up 6 years after the election because he didn't stand in the last one. And it was somebody who just took one out of a shed and stuck it up in a pole for the crack, and then rang the radio station.
And, well, speaking of that, we were contacted, I think, last year about a John Perry poster from 1997 still being up. in a part of Sligo town, if you don't mind.
Yeah, but I think that there is a moral sort of responsibility to take posters down.
Yeah.
I suppose when you look at proportionally, when you look at all the level of posters, a couple of thousand posters up, I suppose it is a blight on the landscape. And I suppose not alone taking down the poster, a lot of people are on about the ties as well, which are...
Yeah, the cable ties,
a lot of people just pull the poster off and leave the tie on the pole as well, which it can be, I suppose we are talking about tourism and all the... From a perception point of view, I think it's important.
Yeah.
And clearly, then there are people who are planning to recycle posters and they use them again. And we mentioned about Frank Feehan. Most people keep posters, and that they've, in the start of their career, they will put them into storage and use them again.
A couple of messages from abroad. Ocean, can you give a shout out to Niall and baby Hadley Brennan, who are listening all the way from Buffalo, USA? And Gary's been on to us, if I can find Gary's message, to say, great coverage as usual from the whole team. I'm tuning into you from Krakow. So there you go. And then there's more questions in relation. Yeah, here's a relevant question. Waiting for the first count. What happens after the first count? Can you take us through the elimination process? Who can tell us what's going to happen here at the first count?
That's it. Nobody will have crossed the quota, so they'll do an elimination. They'll look at the candidates who couldn't possibly be elected on the strength of any other elimination, and they will eliminate those candidates, distribute those votes, and then either move to distribute a surplus arising out of that or go to another elimination.
Two will be eliminated in count number 2.
Yeah.
Most likely McConville and...
Corcoran. Yeah.
And obviously the difference won't make any meaningful difference to the overall result. And I think that's when I suppose really with the elimination, it's a fair better than a surplus, because you're getting the solid transfer, isn't it? Which I think is it's a more meaningful gain for whoever the recipient is.
Yeah, okay. Very valid point that Kieran was making about our young voters. As a community person, the amount of young people I know that are not even registered to vote is very, very surprising. They feel like it's a waste of time because no one is listening to them. Housing, college fees and so forth, all sorts of issues. They just don't know enough about it. Niall, the only people that called to my door to discuss my opinions were representatives for Frank Feehan. It made a massive difference. Let me tell you, the rest dropped a leaflet and ran. Some dropped 3 leaflets and ran, and that did not create a good impression for me. says this person. Right, it's 6 o'clock. We'll take a break and maybe a bit of news as well, and we'll be back with more in a few moments.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, And I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Right, let's go down to the floor again. John is joined by Damien Brennan. John.
And we're stopped the day before because there's after been somebody executed.
By Damien Brennan. Thank you, Niall. Damien Brennan, former Leitrim councillor, indeed a veteran of many election campaigns as well over the years. Former Fine Gael councillor. I think we'll better put that in there to keep the record official. Let's start with Fine Gael. Let's start with the performance of Frank Feehan. And indeed, he's identified it here in the interview that he did with Niall a few minutes ago, the importance and the significance of that traditional strong South Leitrim vote that he had when he ran in Roscommon, South Leitrim in the past. Once again, that's holding up, I presume, and that's something that the Fine Gael foot soldiers would have been looking at the very outset to see how that vote would be maintained.
Yes, absolutely, John. It's an amazing thing about South Leitrim's relationship with Frank Feehan, because the organisation themselves got involved with him as soon as it became clear that he was going to be representing Roscommon, South Leitrim. And we just seemed to gel together and played a major role in that first election. And when he came to Leitrim then, he reciprocated that by working really hard for Leitrim as well as for Roscommon as well. So that our relationship goes back to then. And when we were promoting Frank in this election now, going round for the last couple of weeks, it wasn't a difficult sell. People knew him. They knew him as being somebody who was very approachable, who was interested, who brought investment to Leitrim in large measure in the last term, and somebody who was genuine. And so from that point of view, Frank was an easy sell on the doorsteps in South Leitrim.
An easy sell to the general public, but perhaps due to his popularities for the reasons that you just mentioned there in South Leitrim, it was almost impossible to find a candidate within the county then to be put forward as his running mate.
It was. It's no secret that from the point of view of almost every political party, there is nobody coming forward looking madly to get going forward as a candidate for any election, at local level or at Dáil level. In our case here, with Sligo Leitrim, our situation wasn't really too bad for the same reason as I just outlined. People in South Leitrim in particular knew him very well. He's been living now for a number of years in Sligo, so the North Leitrim group got to know him very well also. So he was very acceptable in Leitrim. He was kind of like an adopted son or an adopted candidate, certainly. And from that point of view, it didn't really make a huge difference. Frank Feehan hopefully will be elected tonight, and he will very definitely be a TD for Sligo and Leitrim, and we will look on him in Leitrim as one of ours.
Can I just bring you back to a point that you made there? And it reminds me of an interview that one of our panellists, John McCartan, conducted with Niall a little bit earlier on in the year, ahead of the council elections, where he said it was so difficult to attract new people in, to get fresh blood, to get new people to run for elections. Is that something now that's not known at local level, but you're telling me here is probably making its way up to national level as well, that it's difficult, as you found in Leitrim, to get candidates to go forward and contest a general election?
Yes, there's no doubt about that. In fact, it may be even more difficult at national level because a TD nowadays is exposed to social media and all kinds of things, and there seem to be no barriers. There seems to be nothing that some people are not prepared to do and to say. And it's a terrible development, really. You look forward to having young people coming forward and going out there and representing their county or representing their constituency, or at local level representing their communities on the county council. People are reluctant to do that now because they're not only exposing themselves, they're exposing their families to ridicule in some cases or to a lot of criticism. Now, we don't have that very much in these counties around here, but, you know, people are afraid it's on the horizon. But what going forward for public service is no longer attractive. When I was first elected to the council back in 1979, we didn't get a salary. We didn't get paid. You got something like £30 a meeting, and you were probably losing several times that behind you at home. So people did it for the voluntary effort that was involved and for the value that representing their community entailed. Nowadays, it's totally different. And
yeah, it's a changing world. Let's talk a little bit about the 2024 general election, Damien. And again, you're a very shrewd observer from elections. I know that from the past. I've worked with you in the past on these. The way you see this one panning out at the moment, you would make a confident prediction here on it at this moment in time, I presume.
Oh yes, here in Sligo Leitrim, there doesn't seem to be any doubt. Frank Feehan is heading the poll, and he's a couple of thousand short of what's likely to be the quota, but
he's transfer friendly.
He's very transfer friendly in Sligo and Leitrim, so we're very hopeful from that point of view. After that, then you have Martin Kenny, the Sinn Féin outgoing TD. There seems to be very little doubt about him either, so he'll be elected. The third candidate is
possibly Eamon Scanlon.
Yes, indeed. The mind is ancient now, John. Eamon Scanlon, of course. It's great to see him making a comeback, and without doubt, he seems to be on course to be elected. The final seat is going to be a difficult one. It'll be between Marion Harkin and Michael Clark. Marion Harkin is somebody that we've known down the years as a public representative. She's given an awful lot of years of public service. And it's a pity that if it comes about tonight or tomorrow that she loses her seat, that is regrettable, because it would be nice to see that she picked her time to leave herself. Michael Clark's a man I don't really know, but I know of him, and I know that he has put a huge effort into this campaign, and he's a farmer, he's a businessman, so from that point of view he's well qualified to represent the community. and I'd wish him well if he is the one to be elected tonight.
All right, final point that I want to make to you on this as well, Damien, in the sense of looking at it geographically. The vast amount of the population, obviously in Sligo you have the South Donegal area as well, and Leitrim included in the constituency. The way that the numbers are stacked and balanced, it was always going to be likely that at the most Leitrim was going to return one candidate.
Yes, that is true. That's exactly. But you know, I was reflecting on that here tonight because back the years, and you would remember, we had a time when we ran two candidates in this constituency. One based in Sligo, Ted Nealon, for example, was based in Sligo at one stage, and we had Joe McCartan in Leitrim. And we divided the constituency, so the Ballymote electoral area was in with Leitrim, and we elected two TDs to the Dáil. And just thinking back on that, why can't we do the same now?
Why can't that be done? Because we hear this all the time, and I heard this numerous times from Leitrim candidates, that there was no point in running because they were not going to get sufficient grounds where they could exclusively canvass for the party. Is that the reality?
Well, we've allowed that to become the reality. It doesn't have to be the reality. And now, you know, as soon as we go looking for new candidates for the Dáil, that would be the time to introduce that kind of thinking. I see no reason why we shouldn't get two TDs elected in Sligo and in Leitrim if the territory was divided up appropriately, and if people were prepared to get together and make that effort and make that sacrifice for it to happen. And
still difficult to happen, Damien, even if we look at Sinn Féin now, and people will point to the fact that there was a very good vote management between Martin Kinney and Chris McManus, yes, but yet the evidence there is suggesting that it's just going to be one TD returned in Martin Kinney.
True, that is true. You know, for us to achieve what I'm talking about, it would mean that you'll have to start preparing for an election at least 12 months in advance. And you have to put the infrastructure in place, you have to bring the communities together, you have to have total agreement among them that we do this for a greater good. If we were to do that, I believe it is possible there to win two seats. And it would be a challenge that would transform the party as well. So I think it would be well worth doing.
All right, interesting, very interesting indeed, and quite a lot of food for thought there. Damien Brennan, great to catch up with you as always. Great to have your views on this particular Saturday here, our election coverage. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, John. Great to be here.
There you go, Niall. Those are the views of Damien Brennan, and interesting there as well, Damien, very much upon the opinion that perhaps if parties managed votes correctly, you could go back to the era where there could be from the one party a candidate from Sligo and a candidate from Leitrim. Interesting. Back to you.
Thanks for that, John. With Damien Brennan, I'll come to John Perry in a moment. Listener from Thailand has been on. Excellent coverage, they say. Excellent coverage as always. Could you please give a shout out to a proud Sligo man, David McGurn, who's glued to your coverage all the way over in Thailand. It would make his day. So hello to David McGurn all the way in Thailand who's tuned in this evening. Now, is there any point in any of us being here at all this evening? That's the question we're going to ask now of Pádraig Hart. We introduced artificial intelligence, AI, into the count process in the local elections in June, and we all shut it down very quickly.
All right.
So there's an exercise going on here which people will be very interested in.
Okay, well, this was very interesting. Once again, led by Edmund Gray. And Edmund picked John Comiskey's brains last night. And this happened last night, and we got it sent to us from Edmund just after the programme on the exit poll had closed. And using John Comiskey's superior knowledge, AI, they built an AI bot, and we've called this AI bot John AI. And John I was asked, will there be any surprises here in Sligo Leitrim? And I came back and said, Michael Clark, Independent Ireland. And we asked John AI why. And it said at 10:30 last night, Clark has a strong base in South and West Sligo, and his appeal as a rural and independent candidate could resonate well with voters seeking an alternative to the major parties. His background as a farmer and a publican ties him closely to the local community. And his ability to draw votes from across political lines, left, right and centre and local, makes him a dark horse. What to watch? If Clark polls higher than expected, it could destabilise both Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil's chances. And it came back then and told us a second candidate to watch out for.
Yeah.
This was at 10:30 last night. I hadn't our exit polls, by the way, when this exercise was done, Niall. And it said Chris McManus, Sinn Féin. Once again, we asked John I why. While traditionally overshadowed by Martin Kenny, McManus's profile as a former MEP and Sinn Féin's second candidate could attract a significant number of first preferences in Sligo. Sinn Féin's strategy of running two candidates may allow McManus to draw a distinct urban vote in Sligo town. I told us what to watch. If Sinn Féin's spurge splits more evenly between Kenny and McManus could unexpectedly contend for a seat. And that was John AI, the AI bot, at 10:30 last night.
And all of that has come to pass already.
And all of that has come to pass. And Niall, here's the exciting bit. We're working now, and Edmund is back out there at his base in Tubbercurry and is working with John AI, and we will have more breaking news within the half hour.
So we might as well all pack up and go home at this stage.
Oh, not at all. It's just we have got another intelligent member of this panel to discuss with.
So is John in the next half hour? John AI is going to give us the outcome of the Sligo Leitrim.
No,
is he? Or he's going to give us the process of elimination.
Well, I would prefer to refer John AI as they. They are considering it, and they will come back and give us their considered opinion within the next half hour.
Yeah, better get the pronouns right.
Couldn't have got another name for him, no. We already have 3 Johns. This is going to be the 4th John now.
John. Yeah.
We'll call this one Smart John.
Right, okay, well, we look forward to that, Porrick. He'll be back to us in half an hour. Michael Kilcoyne is our next guest. Michael, good evening to you. Good morning. Good evening, it's 6:30. We wanted to ask you about the quota. There's a lot of people asking about the quota, how it's worked out, what it's going to be. The last figure I had was 11,351.
Yes.
I didn't come up with that myself now, mind you.
Quota is a fantastic figure, and fair dues to the mathematicians that come up with the system for PR. The idea of the quota is that when we do get the official first count,
the
returning officer will announce a very important figure, and it's called the total valid poll. So at this stage, we know the total valid poll will be obviously less than the total number of votes that were tallied. So whatever the total valid poll is, in this case, it'll probably be, we could say, 56,200 or something like that.
Yeah.
So that number then is divided by the number of candidates plus 1, which is divided by 5. And then we add a magic 1 figure.
Yeah. Which I'll come to in a moment.
Yes. So
yeah,
projected will be between 11,200 and 11,250, something like that, yeah.
Okay, and you add the 1 why, will you explain?
You add the 1.
This caused a lot of discussion, I can tell you, at the local elections in June. Why do you add the 1?
Right, okay, well, we're looking for the minimum number that 4 people can get and the 5th person cannot get.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's why you divide by 5 and add 1. So there's only going to be 4 possible quotas in the pool of votes.
Yeah.
And there still would be a lot of votes left there, but they won't make up a quota.
Yeah.
When the 1 is gone, it's now impossible for anybody, for a 5th candidate, to hit the quota.
Yeah. A very, very clever system, is it not?
Absolutely fantastic. So simple. So simple.
And first used at a Sligo Borough Council election, I think, back in the 1920s. Is that right? I think.
Just before my time now.
Yeah, pretty sure it was.
I'm around since 1977.
Yeah. So from your standpoint, most people are texting into this saying, "Well, what is happening? What is the time process? How long are we going to be here? When is the first count? How many eliminations? How many counts will we have tonight? What time will we be here until tomorrow?" Very basic, simple questions. It's impossible to predict. So what's your overall take on this?
The first count started at approximately 3 p.m. today, I think.
Yep.
Okay. Before that, we were just going through the democratic process of the election candidates all having their representatives here, and the box has been opened, and the votes just being spread out on the sheet. So basically all that happened there was people would have voted in a box number. The boxes were numbered between 1 and 201, and there was a name on the box. So all that happened there was they just counted the number of sheets of paper that came out and reconciled it with the number of sheets of paper that were given out yesterday.
Yeah.
And during that process, we were able to gather all this information for the tally figures, which are up on our website now. Then the official count only started at approximately 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
And that's obviously a very serious process and has to be done to the utmost credibility. So they're doing that at the moment. They were hoping, I think, to have it done by 8:30, 9 o'clock to make an announcement for the official first count. Then we're into a situation with the information we have. We know nobody's going to be up near a quota or whatever. So we'll go through a process then of eliminations, etc. There is a little piece of information we have there that if you get 1/4 of the quota, you're entitled to some not medical, but election expenses back.
Yeah.
So obviously that will dictate who can be eliminated and who can't be eliminated. But I think there's about 4 or 5 candidates maybe that could be eliminated in one count if the returning officer decides to do so.
Okay.
Now, obviously, I can't see it going through the night. The returning officer may say, listen, we'll keep going, we might get finished by 3 or 4 o'clock. Or he might make a decision that, hold on a second now, let's get everybody home to bed around 11 or 12 o'clock, get some sleep, come back tomorrow morning fresh, and we'll finish off all the counts.
Yeah, I think the latter is more likely, Michael.
I'd imagine so. The way the votes have fallen there, it looks like we could be into a long number of counts, and when the last 7 candidates are standing, it'll become probably fairly obvious, maybe, but every vote will have to be counted to see who's the top 4.
You think it's going to be a little bit tighter maybe than some of our colleagues are suggesting, do you?
Well, to be honest with you, I wasn't listening to your show because we were doing the figures all the time, but I'll give you the figures that were kind of projecting around. We were able to get a lot of tallies there on the number 2s as the official count was going on, and we were.
Can we share some of them? We can.
Well, I don't have them in a format that we can share them. We were just punching them into a few computers there and seeing what the story was. But we figure with obviously the top 7 are going to be kind of important when it gets to that count, whatever count that will be, count 10 or whatever, count 11. And we think Frank Feehan will be top at that stage, obviously. Martin Kenny will be second. Eamon Scanlon third. Clark fourth. And then it's very close between McManus in 5th place and McSharry and Tarkin. That's just a projection. There's 5,000 votes that we haven't got a handle on.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And obviously, when the official count comes, be it count 10 or 11, those 5,000 votes will be in there.
Yeah.
And that could change. That could change the format of the whole lot of them.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
It's far too early to call them.
Yeah, too early to call. Yeah. No, absolutely.
The 4 seats are between those 7 candidates.
Okay. Thanks for that, Michael. That's Michael Kilcoyne. We'll talk to Michael later in the evening, perhaps, or tomorrow morning. But as I say, probably more likely that we'll be adjourning at some stage later on tonight until tomorrow morning instead of pushing on. That would be your experience, Michael.
That's what I guess would happen at this stage. Yes.
Right. Okay. Right. Let's get to some more of your comments. Yeah. Okay, well, there's lots of people watching all over the world, understandably. Well, not surprisingly, because that has happened before. And people wanting to know about the quotas, and that's we explained from Michael there how we reached the quota. Right, John.
I wonder, have we any colour on what are the 5,000 votes that are missing this parcel?
I don't know. We just got that.
Are they likely to be in one geographical lump?
Because asked that to Michael when he was here.
If they are, that could be a real game changer for somebody.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, the question of Paddy O'Rourke's number 2's, John, which said, nobody sort of definitively said where they are going. Have you any knowledge on those?
Well, I did speak to the Sinn Féin camp about this, and they were
50%.
They were
Martin Kenny. They were saying, well, that's a long time ago now.
Yeah, it is, and I find that figure hard to believe because obviously it's a Fianna Fáil vote. And I think there will be a party loyalty there. Eamon Scanlon's going to have to get his lump out of it. Frank Feehan's going to have to get a little bit of it too. And I just can't see Martin Kenny, neighbour and all as he is, and they get on well, but I just can't see Martin getting half them.
No way. You see, you have to take into consideration that Paddy's vote is what you would call a hard Leitrim vote.
Yeah.
So some of that would have been traditionally Fine Gael.
Yeah.
That'll go to Frank Feehan.
Mm-hmm.
The Fianna Fáil end of it will divide between Eamon Scanlon and Edel McSherry.
Mm-hmm.
And the balance will go to Martin Kinney, stroke Michael Clark, stroke Marion Harkin.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no way he can hope to get 50% of it. I think he will do well to get 25-30.
Yeah.
John, at that stage, will Marion Harkin be still in the race, will she?
Well, it doesn't. She may not be, but we have to wait and see what happens, because I think that she's going to pick up more as time goes on than Paddy O'Rourke is going to pick up. So she's still enough that much ahead. No, I would see her as basically.
She's 300 ahead of Paddy at the moment, and she'll pick up a bit as she goes.
Well, yeah.
So she should still be there.
Yeah, she'll still be ahead of Paddy, because she has a better chance of picking up, because there's Sligo votes that are going to be distributed.
Yeah.
She's going to pick up more of them than will Paddy.
Yeah.
Right, okay, somebody else was listening to our discussion on AI, and they said, my brother-in-law told me there is technology out there that could pick those elected within our PR system, computing the transfers and everything. I told him I believed him, but nobody would want to give up the drama of what is often the best voting system of all. And remember the way electronic voting went all those years ago. Right, Paddy O'Rourke is with us, one of the 18 candidates, Fianna Fáil councillor Paddy O'Rourke. Paddy, you're welcome.
Hello.
Oh, he's on the phone. She's just taking a call. We'll come back to.
He's still campaigning.
We'll come back to Paddy in a moment. You didn't hear that about the number 2s, the tallies, the Michael Coyne. And I don't know if you heard since. Do we know where the 5,000 votes, the missing 5,000, are from? Are they scattered or?
Oh no, yeah. I think I
should have a copy here. Give me a second, and I think.
Okay. Well, we'll come back. While you're doing that, we'll come back. Paddy, you're welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening, Niall.
Wasn't Micheál Martin on the phone or anything like that? No. Okay. Well, you've been here since the early hours. You were here from start.
Yeah, we're here
relatively
relatively early. Yes.
Yeah. Well, take us through your profile. How do you think you got on today?
It's was looking a bit more cheerful than it was at 10:05 last night, when there was a suggestion. Read the exit poll that I was somewhere at 2670 or thereabouts. I knew that could not be correct, and we seem to have accumulated 4,082 votes. Who knows where we go from here in terms of transfers with eliminations to take place? But I have to acknowledge I'm not well placed to benefit from the big transfers that will follow eliminations of Sligo-based candidates. So for that reason, it's unlikely that while my vote may increase marginally, it's unlikely that it will increase significantly enough to be anywhere in the chase.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, you ran in 2016, was that right?
Yeah. Correct, and I had 5,500 votes.
5,500.
But you will also remember on that occasion that I had a very generous swipe of West Cavan, my immediate hinterland where I live in South Leitrim, on that occasion.
Yeah.
I mean, some people said that, on going forward in this election without that it couldn't be done.
Yeah.
But I think we have gone somewhere to proving those people wrong, insofar as that it just if I had having a little bit more time, it very well could have been done.
Yeah, and you were late. You were a
Oh,
late
very
addition
well.
to
The,
the party.
the 7th of November. It's only 3 weeks last night since I was notified that I was being added to the ticket.
Yeah.
And I was notified on the Friday evening. We were on the doorsteps on Sunday, and from there on, it's been helter-skelter right across the 3 counties. But the problem was we just didn't have time enough to do it.
Yeah, and were you well received, do you think?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And there's a great hunger for representation in Leitrim.
Well, I was just going to come to that. That's what you found.
Oh, absolutely. A great hunger. I mean, it's practically 20 years since we had a government TD resident in Leitrim. And for that reason, you know, that hunger has... And, you know, some people were unaware of how long it's been. And when you pointed out to them, it did seem to resonate with them.
Yeah. So where are your number 2s going to? Who are you transferring?
Well, I'm reliably informed from those who claim some expertise in this area that 46% of them are staying within the Fianna F family.
Okay.
And the rest is breaking between Martin Kenny and Frank Feehan.
Okay. It's not
Perhaps who may not need them at that stage, but, you know, they're going to be there anyway.
Not quite what we were being told earlier, but 46% staying within.
That's what I'm being told.
Yeah. All right, okay. And that's what you would expect, would you think?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, particularly, we'll say the vote that I would have achieved in the northern half of the county, that would be very much the run of it, because I was very much competing with my own running mates as much as with everybody else for my share of that vote.
Okay, so how do you see it panning out yourself, Paddy?
Well, it looks very much like as if, obviously, you're going to have Frank Feehan, Martin Kenny, Eamon Scanlon, and then there's going to be a battle royal for that final seat. And I'd imagine it's at that stage that whatever transfers I make available to, or comes available to Edel, becomes very significant at that point. She's only a few hundred votes, you know, behind some of our competitors there. So I'd imagine that each and every voter, and by that stage she will have accumulated many other votes that unfortunately, because of geography, will be denied to me. You know, there's not a huge chasm between she and I at this point.
Yeah.
But the way things lie geographically, she's likely to move ahead at a faster rate than I could hope to. So that suggests that at some stage she's likely to benefit from my transfers.
Okay. John McCartan.
If Eamon Scanlon is still in the field at that stage, Paddy,
he will require some of them.
He will take a chunk off your... And by the way, Paddy, let me just say at the outset, I should congratulate you, because that's a very big vote to get in Leitrim, particularly given the time frame in which you had to contest it. And I'm just looking at polling stations, the likes of my own Leighton, Newtown Gore and Tramila and areas like that. There's clearly a Fine Gael vote there for you. You took votes from across the political spectrum, and tribute should be paid to you for that. I think your synopsis of how your vote's likely to break down is probably a little more realistic than what we've been hearing up to now. You will give a good chunk back to your party, but you will also give a vote to Frank Feehan and a vote to Martin Kenny. Yeah. So, but if Eamon Scanlon's in the race, I think he'll soak up a lot of your transfers, and you mightn't be as impactful on Edel McSharry as she would need you to be if your vote goes to Eamon.
That's a possibility, but we'll have to wait and see.
John Ellis.
I think Paddy has done exceptionally well, because he came into it at the last minute. But it's the old story that what happens is that if the Leitrim vote starts to fragment and votes start leaving it, then the Leitrim candidate is at a disadvantage. But what I saw, like back in my time, the Fianna F vote was solid in Leitrim, and basically 90% of it stayed in Leitrim. Whereas now Paddy had the disadvantage that Eamon Scanlon had been the TD for North Leitrim for a number of years, which would have meant that he would have built up a certain amount of support. But I think Paddy did exceptionally well, and I won't be surprised to see him picking up more transfers than he might think that he is going to. And I think from a party point of view, the fact that roughly 50% of Paddy's vote is going back to the Fianna Fáil is very important in the overall context of where this contest finishes.
All right, John or Mark, did you want to say? Sorry, Mark, I'll bring in you first.
Go ahead, John.
I'd like to congratulate Paddy. I think it's a fantastic result in South Leitrim and across into North Leitrim, and clearly evident how effective he is and his track record as a member of Leitrim County Council, that he's gets a very strong mandate, and certainly a recognition across all party strands and of the huge work that he does on the ground in the counties and in the county of Leitrim and beyond. I think that John Ellison said that if that 46% transfers to Fianna Fáil-based candidates, that and it would say predominantly him and Scanlon, and it will be interesting to see where the remainder of that vote goes as to what would go to Edel McSherry. That would narrow the gap. That's the and obviously until we find at such time the Sligo-based candidates are eliminated, and how much of the Clerk get a representative vote out of those areas, and it would appear up to now that he's getting votes across all strands there, so that if he keeps that edging ahead, that Edel McSherry may not have enough ground to catch him.
All right, okay, Mark, on Paddy O'Rourke's performance.
Yeah, Paddy, definitely. The exit poll last night, and we were talking outside about it. I mean, it was sort of both with you and Clark were very substantially out or at the full limit of the margin for error. And that has been seen, and I think it's a very good performance like that. I suppose, having been a Fianna Fáil candidate on a number of occasions, one of these days, the famous office on Mount Street is going to have respect for the membership of the party in Leitrim and Sligo. And they're going to pick two candidates, and they're going to support them with ample time to give both a chance. Because if there was a two-candidate strategy here today, with both candidates on the road for 6 months, there'd be 2 seats. Instead, it is quite likely they'll only have one. And that's a legitimate criticism. I mean, Paddy was expected to step up and did it now for the second time with very, very short space of time. And in 2016, with the benefit of West Cavan, it was a phenomenal vote in what was only a couple of weeks as well. So I think Fianna Fáil would do well to take a leaf out of Fine Gael's book in a constituency context and realise that if they're going after 2 seats, there's a strategy that will work and there is one that will not work. And the one that tends to be generated by a computer on Mount Street is never going to have the accuracy of the people, whether they're from Carrigallen or Sligo or Ballymode or Tubbercurry or Enniscrone.
Would you agree with that or not, Paddy?
Well, to look at that, I suppose tonight isn't the night to be looking back and say what could have been done. This was the best we could do in terms of the hand that was dealt to us on the 7th of November when I was added to the list. It would have been preferable if something on the basis of what Mark has outlined there had been in place for a longer period, but that wasn't there. So I had to just hit the ground running, as I did in 2016, and I contributed to the election of both Mark and Eamon Scanlon on that occasion. That was not my intention at the time, no more than it was on the 7th of November this year. It was my intention that I would secure for the people of Leitrim representation, which, as I said earlier, they haven't had for quite considerable time. And some of your panellists spoke there about, I think it was Mark himself that spoke earlier on there, we were watching from the lobby outside, about how the region and how these few counties have been left behind. And, if there's people elected here tonight who are going to be in opposition, well, then that places a huge onus on those who are going to have the ear of the government to deliver.
Paddy, thanks for stopping by.
No problem.
Well done again.
Thank you.
Paddy O'Rourke there, and as you could see from the tallies earlier, Paddy O'Rourke, 4,082 votes he's predicted to get from first preferences, which is quite an achievement, as you say. Paddy only in the race since the 7th of November. 071 911 8104 is our number to call this morning. You can text or WhatsApp now to 083 3500 530. We'll take a break. We'll be talking with former TD Tony McLaughlin in a moment.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pound that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company that looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Right, okay, back at the Clayton Hotel. We're still waiting on the first count in Sligo, Leitrim, and we've another former TD with us now. Fine Gael Deputy Tony McLaughlin joins us now. We'll wait for Tony to get his headphones on. Tony, you're very welcome.
Thanks, Niall.
Thanks for
Thank you very
joining
much
us. You've been
indeed.
through all this many times before.
Yes, we've been here before and through many elections over the years.
It's a little bit more relaxed for you this time.
Yeah, there's less pressure this time, Niall. Yeah, it's great to be here, and certainly when you're retired and get out at the right time and the whole lot, like, you know what I mean, there's a lot to be said for it, like, you know what I mean.
I don't think you will ever retire, Tony.
Well, no, I suppose the 3 busiest weeks I had was with Frankie Fianna there over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And Fergal Nealon and a team there in Sligo, Strandhill, all that catchment area.
And how did that go?
Wonderful. I enjoy every minute of it. Like, you know, I love canvassing, always did, Niall. And this time, I was just saying to John here, there was less pressure, because when there was an issue, I could always say, well, look, the candidate is here with me, like, you know what I mean. So
nothing to do with me.
No, it's not my responsibility now, like, you know what I mean. It's above my pay grade. So look, this is the man here now that'll answer. He has all the answers, like, you know what I mean.
It felt a bit better.
It worked very well, like, you know what I mean. Yeah, it's a great team, like, you know what I mean. So yeah, so it was good crack.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got a great buzz out of it, like, you know what I mean. I'm sure any of the former politicians here, every one of them, like, you know what I mean, that canvassing and meeting people and everything else, like, you know what I mean. And there is a lot of issues, and you know, we've encountered a lot of them over the last couple of weeks and months, and indeed over the last number of years, even since I retired, and I retired in 20, and even before that there was quite an amount of issues that were highlighted on your own radio show for many years.
Yeah, and not just the issues that we hear on a national basis, more locally based as well, you think?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of local issues that needed to be resolved, like, you know what I mean, and resolved maybe slowly in that, like, you know what I mean, but there was quite an amount of problems out there.
Now, the one candidate strategy, that caused a lot of controversy, caused a lot of discussion, I should say. When it was decided to run only one candidate. Well, how do you think? I mean, was it a risky strategy, do you think?
Initially, I thought it was, like, you know what I mean, because I always, down the years, in my experiences, both on the county council, corporation, or even in the Dáil, that there was always a sweeper, and I thought this time that with Leitrim not being represented, like, you know what I mean. Last time that I ran in 16, Jerry Reynolds was on the ticket, and John Perry and myself. But it was always good to have somebody there, like, you know what I mean, in the event that you needed support or whatever else, like, you know, hoping that you'd be ahead of some of your colleagues, like, you know what I mean. But it's worked out very, very well. But in fairness, the people in Leitrim, they have been very, very supportive of Frankie down the years when he was in Roscommon, in South Leitrim, and indeed in North Leitrim and South Leitrim this time.
Yeah.
It's been a fantastic achievement, and great credit is due to all of the people on the ground, like, you know, that have worked extremely hard to get Frankie the vote that he has got out of Leitrim.
Yeah. And well, Damien Brennan was talking about this special relationship that Frank Fianna had historically with County Leitrim, and that has benefited him.
Well, see, Frankie represented both in Roscommon and in South Leitrim for many years. He had built up a great relationship with the people there, and I've seen it myself, and I knew that over the years that there was a great relationship, and he worked very, very hard for them, and indeed they helped him, and the councillors and indeed former councillors and everybody else, they were there to give the and on the ground. And I've seen it myself, like, you know what I mean, at election time as well, when Frankie wasn't even running. I was in the Leitrim constituency as well. That there was a fantastic bond there, and a great, you know, there were great workers. You know what I mean? They were there 24/7 for you, like, you know what I mean. They were so loyal to us.
Okay, how do you see it? How do you see it ending up here in Sligo Leitrim at this stage, Tony?
Yeah, I suppose it's. I've listened to some of all the experts here all day, like, you know what I mean, and on Ocean there. Certainly, I'd say Frank. He's a distance off the quarter, but I'd be very confident that Frank will. He's got a great first preference, and I'd say Eamon Scanlon. And I must say, Eamon is you know, Eamon served with me from 16 to 20.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's had a couple of. Over the years, I know he lost in 11 and then again in 20, and it's great to see him back because he's a hard worker, a decent fella, and he was a very, very good colleague and very honourable colleague to me.
Yeah.
You know, down the years, and very supportive, I must say, as a TD with Eamon Scanlon. So Eamon will take a seat, and I think then in Leitrim, you know, Martin Kenny will take a seat. Now, the fourth seat is
wide open, you still?
Well, I don't know. I still think that Michael Clark has put in a huge campaign. I've never seen, you know, in all the years, the amount of effort that was put in by the Clark campaign. And Michael Clark is well known. He's well respected. He's a councillor there for many, many years. And he has great connections as well, like, you know what I mean, all over the county, and he'll be thereabouts. But then again, I'd be very, very sorry to see Marion Harkin, because Marion was a colleague of mine there for years too, and Marion has worked extremely hard within the constituency, both as an MEP and indeed as a TD for many, many years, and it would be a sad way to exit the political arena. But then again, it's not over yet. Like, I mean, there's an awful lot of. There's quite an amount of candidates then that have to be eliminated, like, you know what I mean. But quite a few of them are around Sligo.
Town-based candidates.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've seen that before, even in 16, when Jerry Reynolds was ahead of me on the first count. That the Sligo-based candidates, such as Susan O'Keefe, and there were a number of other candidates that went out, but it was all Sligo-based.
Yeah.
And I think that Frankie will pick up, you know what I mean. And then again. He's had a high profile there in Sligo, and despite maybe what Mark was saying there, that he played a huge role in the Sligo Rovers thing, despite what anybody else says, because I know I was involved in Northern Mercy and Tommy Gorman, and he was the main stay of that. And Tommy had been on to me. He's a neighbour of mine. He's a close personal friend, was for a lifetime, and Tommy Gorman never ever let it go, but that Sligo Rovers was his life, and he kept the pressure on both myself, Frank Feehan, and indeed he met with Heather Humphreys, Simon Harris, Heather Humphreys, every minister and everybody that could be lobbied, and he was a great lobbyist himself, and not alone that here in Sligo, but also in Dublin, when Tommy on numerous occasions had meetings with some of the various.
And Simon Harris acknowledged that just 2 weeks ago when he was in the showgrounds. Very finally, before we go to John on the floor, you were never a sweeper candidate, Tony, in your life, were you?
Thanks be to God, no, I didn't give in to sweeping it. You know what I mean?
You done enough sweeping on the football pitch in your day.
Well, I tried now, Niall, but now
didn't take any prisoners.
I'll tell you something. You were no saint yourself either, like, you know what I mean? Huh? When I came up against you between the Sligo champion and Ocean FM.
I remember it. I still have the bruises. Yes. I still have the bruises.
So have the great twins have the same thing. They're still.
They are. Yeah, there was sweeping of a different nature on that day.
It was good. It was very enjoyable, yes. Okay. Yeah.
Tony, the best of luck to you. Thanks for dropping
Cheers,
by.
Niall.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much
right.
indeed. Bye-bye.
Let's hear from a couple of Leitrim councillors, Gary Pryor and Pádraig Fallon, are with John.
Yeah, thank you, Niall. As you mentioned there, two of the serving Leitrim County councillors joined me at the minute. Pádraig Fallon, first of all, from Sinn Féin. Pádraig, an interesting day so far. We spoke early on this morning and there was some genuine optimism that it could be a day where Sinn Féin might be in the mix maybe for 2 seats. I presume at this stage that optimism has maybe gone down somewhat.
Well, it's not the same, but we still believe we're in the mix for 2 seats. I suppose we're looking at transfers now. We haven't got a full picture of those yet, so we're running around to see what we can see there. Definitely in the mix. A good day for Sinn Féin here. Martin Kinney will retain his seat. Chris McManus is fighting for that last seat. Now, I suppose he needs the bounce of a couple of balls here to go right from.
He'll probably need a lot of transfers within Sligo to stay ahead of a number of candidates that's in and around him, and then hope that the Sligo transfers go to him. How likely is that?
It is likely. Particularly I suppose from Gino O'Byle, and so I'm sure he's hopeful. But there's a lot to do here, and that last seat is impossible to call at this stage, I would say.
So you wouldn't buy into the school of thought that a lot of people at this stage are nailing it down that it's going to be Scanlon, Kinney, Feehan, and the general consensus seemed to be Clark. But from a Sinn Féin perspective, you're saying that talk is premature.
I think it's slightly premature because I would say, that McSharry is still in contention as well.
Okay. All right. That's a good time maybe to bring in Gary Pryor on that. If we can get the situation here on the Fianna Fáil strategy of running 3 candidates would be an interesting one on it. So has the strategy worked in the sense putting on 3?
Well, I would say so, John. In fairness, there was between the 7 candidates that ran in the local elections, we had 7,000 Fianna Fáil votes between us. So look at Paddy came in there into the fold, even though he was late coming in, and he got a good, reasonable vote. In fairness, obviously we would have liked more, but we do believe that will transfer pretty friendly to Edel and Eamon to see definitely Eamon over the line and to give Edel a good fighting chance, maybe perhaps as well later on in the night or maybe tomorrow.
Whereas Pádraig is still, reasonably confident that Chris McManus could take a second seat. Equally so, you'd have similar sentiments here for Edel McSharry.
Yeah, well, it's possible. There's quite a few in the mix there. Obviously, with Michael Clark there, you know what I mean. He got a good first preference there. I certainly wouldn't rule Marion Harkin out yet. She's a lot of ground to make up, but she's going to be very transfer friendly as well. She's an experienced woman. But look at Chris McManus, polled very well as well there, and Edel. So look, it's all to play for, without a doubt.
I know both of you were heavily involved in the respective campaigns for the candidates from your respective parties in Sligo, Leitrim. Good vote management from a Sinn Féin perspective to have the 2 candidates so close to each other.
Yeah, no, and I suppose it wasn't easily done, but there was good vote management. Look, we had a great team out, and obviously I want to thank. I do want to thank those who went out and canvassed on behalf of the party in the constituency. It wasn't great weather for it. It was a short campaign, and we tried to do, I suppose, in 3 weeks what normally takes 6 or 7. And I know that, being Martin's Director of Elections, we would have got to about 80 and 85% the area that Martin had. So, we're quite happy with that.
All right, OK. Gentlemen, we'll be talking to you on loads of occasions between now and the end of play here. But for the moment, thank you so much indeed for joining us. With that, Niall, it's back to you.
Thanks for that, John. Right, so we'll take a quick break. We're going to our 7 o'clock news to get an updated situation nationally as to what's happening. Back in a few moments here in the Clayton Hotel.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pound that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
I find solar generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, solar generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with solar generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, price at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pound that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Clayton Hotel continuing coverage of the Sligo Leitrim count. We're expecting the official first count in about 8:30, 9 o'clock apparently, just to give you some indication of where we are time-wise. So 8:30, 9 o'clock for the first count. We're also told by the returning officer that the preference or the intention is to get the first count out of the way this evening and a couple of eliminations, but he's going to call a halt to proceedings at around 11:30 this evening. So if you're listening or watching, that may be of interest to you. It'll continue on here in the Clayton until 11:30, and then the count will be adjourned until tomorrow morning, and we'll let you know in due course the times involved. So there's no question about it that there will be no excitement in terms of elections, election of candidates until well into tomorrow, because nobody's going to exceed the quota on the first count. So that's where it is. First count around 8:30, 9 o'clock, and then a few eliminations, and then all out of here at 11:30 and adjourned till tomorrow. Right, Pádraig Hart is back with us a little bit later than he said he would in relation to AI and John AI specifically, and John AI's
Okay, well, the reason that
Smart John,
the reason that I'm back with the AI is that, in fact, a little bit of a row was taking place between Smart John, John AI, and John Comiskey, because the AI bot has said, here is the most likely candidates to get a seat on a 4 candidate likely to win seats. Frank Feehan Fine Gael, strong vote consolidation as eliminations progress. Martin Kenny Sinn Féin gains significantly from left-leaning transfers. Eamon Scanlon maintains a competitive position through right-leaning and local transfers. And the 4th seat, according to John AI Bot, is going to be Chris McManus Sinn Féin. Benefits from Sinn Féin's strong organisational transfers and broader left-wing gains. But John Comiskey says it's going to be Clark who will take the seat, and is very, very definite on that. And John AI is saying to John Comiskey, and this is a conversation that's taking place between the bot and John Comiskey as I speak, while it's possible for Clark to gain a seat, it is likely given his transfer appeal is too diluted. Stronger candidates like Feehan, Kenny and Scanlon are well positioned to consolidate their vote. Clark's final vote will be circa 9,938, which remains below the expected quota of 11,351, barring unexpected eliminations of top contenders. And is also predicting that the fight for the fourth seat, believe it or not, is going to be between McManus and Harkin. But
that's what Smart John is saying.
That's Smart John is saying, yeah. But John Comiskey is saying that he is convinced that it's going to be Clark that will take that fourth seat. So at the moment, that's where we are with the AI bot, and this is going to be very, very interesting to see the human factor. And John Comiskey, as we know, has been looking at these votes for a long, long time over years with Ocean FM, and his predictions are always hard to beat. So it's very interesting.
Right, so who do we go with? Do we go with John AI or do we go with John Comiskey? And John AI they all agree that it's going to be Feehan, Kenny and Scanlon, but the fourth seat, according to artificial intelligence, will go to Chris McManus, interestingly. But John Comiskey is standing squarely behind Michael Clark for that fourth seat.
Well, we'd love to be able to ask John AI, the bot, more questions. So if any of your listeners would like to submit a question that they think would help John AI come up with the answer, we'd welcome a question from the listeners.
One of the Johns, John Ellis, are you smirking, John, at that, or are you laughing, or are you kind of going, what the hell is going on here?
When you look at the opinion poll from last night, Michael Clark ended up with 33% more.
It was 7.1%.
It was 7.1%, and the margin of error, John Ellis, was 3.4%.
But should therefore, John, if you take 3.4% as the margin of error,
that's the margin of error. Yeah.
Should therefore it's not realistic, because 3.4% of a margin of error. Clark was predicted to have what do we say? 3,570 votes.
Yeah, but that was based on a national poll, John. That was based on a national poll of 52%. The actual turnout is going to be between 60 and 62%. And that, if you lift all the votes of all the candidates, if you look at all the candidates, all their votes are up by that percentage as well.
Yeah, there's that in it, agreed. But
so that makes the percentage turnout. But if you look at the percentages difference, the percentages the exit poll was saying 7.1, and the margin of error was 3.4. So if you add 7.4 and 3.1, or 3.4 and 7.1, you're at the 10.5. That Michael Clark is on.
Yeah, but look it's not about that. It's from here on in. It's who's going to pick up the transfers. That's where it's all going to be. They're Paddy O'Rourke. They're all Sligo transfers.
Yeah.
So they're going to benefit all the Sligo candidates.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah.
So, till you reach Marion Harkin, or Casserly, actually. Casserly is the one that's going to make the biggest impact on this, because her transfers, wherever they go, is going to be of major benefit to somebody. Like, you hear Tony McLaughlin saying that quite an amount of Nessa Cosgraves are going to go to Frank Feehan, because they're basically pulled out of the one pot, the one area.
Well, you'd expect that. That's just natural, because one thing that we've learned with our exit poll, John, was people vote local.
Yes, always did. And if that happens, it means that there's less in it for the likes of Chris McManus or for the left-leaning section of it. And that's going to affect the Sinn Féin mop-up.
Yeah.
And if you take it, Sinn Féin at the minute have roughly a quarter and maybe a fifth in between them on the first count. There's no way they're going to become player for a second seat on it.
No, but there's an awful lot of votes there.
There is, but they're not votes that would be friendly towards Sinn Féin after you take out Gino Bile.
Yeah, but there's, am I right in thinking there's about 2,900 votes there with Gino Boyle's vote? Am I right in thinking that that's what's available? I stand corrected on that.
Gino Boyle has 1650. So if you take that 1650, Chris McManus will do exceptionally well to get 50% of it. Because remember, Martin Kinney will get some of that. So it means that the most that if Chris McManus, say, gets 800 out of it, it's still only taking him to close to 6,000. Now 6,000 isn't going to be a player when it gets down farther because he has nowhere else to go after Nessa Cosgrove. And what we're hearing is that Nessa Cosgrove, quite an amount of them are going to go to Frank Feehan. If that happens, that's it, because the two Sinn Féin candidates between them are still only with about a quota and about 2,000 or 2,500. So you can never make it from there.
All right, okay. Let's go back to the floor. John has former councillor Seamus Kilgannon with him. John.
Indeed we do. Thank you, Niall. Seamus, quite a lot of debate, quite a lot of speculation now at this stage in relation to the seats, and there's different opinions coming through, which is interesting to note as well. You've been down on the floor here for the last number of hours. You've had a look at the tally figures. What's your experience and what's the data telling you so far?
I've been here actually since 8:30 this morning, but I think the first thing that must be said, and I did take a break and I went home, and you mentioned it, John, to me, the small number of people that are here. You have got it to such a fine art now that people are getting more enjoyment out of sitting at home watching and listening to Ocean and the coverage you're getting. So for that reason I think you have to be complimented, and also to compliment my own colleagues from ATU and what they did yesterday with the exit poll. So there's a lot of technology being used now, and for that reason, there would be an awful lot more people here. I've been watching. I don't think there's a person in this hall tonight that can name the 4 seats, because there's so much votes to be distributed, and we're there tallying the number 2s from the different people. And I think it's fairly definite you probably could name the 3, but can anyone name the 4th? I think there's a lot of votes to be transferred, and the order of the elimination is going to be so important for the candidates. And I think it'll be well into tomorrow night before we know who's that 4th candidate is. The other thing,
your experience, Seamus, would you even be ruling out Monday at this stage?
It is possible that you could be here early for Monday morning, because there's a lot of distribution of votes to be distributed and counted, and there could be people asking for recounts as well. But to be honest, and it was mentioned there by your panel earlier today, and it is a trying time for candidates that they put a lot of work into it. They've been out there with their teams canvassing, and it's rough on the candidates, it's rough on the families and their supporters. So let's hope that when it is over, that we'll get four TDs that will work in the interest of this constituency. And there's a lot of work to be done, and we have to start getting more funding into the west of Ireland, and particularly in this constituency.
All right, let's look at it from a Fianna Fáil perspective, and let's maybe look at it predominantly from a Sligo Fianna Fáil perspective. The performance of Eamon Scanlon, very much in the mix, very much in the shake-up here. And talk to me for a moment or two about the performance of Edel McSharry.
Well, first of all, let me talk about Eamon. I'm originally a native of Tubbercurry, and I know the ground that they had to cover up there, and I mean they certainly hit the ground running, and they worked very hard at it, and they came in with a very good vote. Edel has done well down here when you consider the number of candidates that was running in this area. She went out there with her team, and she put up a brave performance, and who knows where it's going to land. But I certainly know, I know I was working on the campaign in the Sligo town area and North Sligo, and there was no stone left unturned as to go out and look for the vote. But the concentration of the number of candidates that was there and how it breaks down and where those transfers go is going to decide Edel's fate, certainly. And I think Eamon Scanlon, where he's positioned, there is a formula there where you finish in a 4-seater or a 5-seater, and he seems to be in that position that the percentages are with him to be elected.
and we won't know where that final seat goes to. I don't think anyone can call it yet. So we'll keep tallying, and for as long as we have. Yeah.
It's significant as well, I dare say, the geographical location of those candidates who are in a cluster together and who goes out first, and then their votes are going to be distributed. That's going to be hugely, hugely significant as well.
Very significant. And the other thing is, dare I say it or get shot for saying it, there's quite a number of women's votes to be distributed. So that might also help our candidate in this case, you know.
All we want at this stage now is any talk of a recount band, isn't it?
I'm certainly not going to mention that one, no.
So at this particular moment in time, just to sum it all up, Seamus, very early to say. A lot of people with a huge degree, a certain degree of confidence can maybe have a good stab at 3, but you're saying it's way too early until we see how these transfers work out to be talking about 4.
There's a lot of experts in this hall today, there's a lot of experts talking all day, but I want anyone to put their hand up and say, who's going to be the 4th one? I don't think they can do it, and it'll be well into tomorrow before we'll know. Okay?
All right, okay. Former Sligo Councillor Seamus Kilgallen, thank you so much indeed for joining us. There you go, that's the view here from the floor. Depending on who you talk to, still, Niall, it seems that there could be a number of the candidates maybe still in the mix, perhaps for that final seat.
Thanks for that, John. Thanks to Seamus as well. This person says, all the general election candidates said on your show they were committed to upgrading the N17 road if elected. The 4 that get elected will be watched very closely to see if they deliver it. Niall, the only people who called to my door in Strandhill to have a chat was Tony McLaughlin, who you spoke to, and another lady. It made a big difference. Tony listened to me, and to have that connection is just great. The rest just dropped leaflets. And someone else says, well done to all on the great election coverage, very interesting. I don't think Fianna will be as transfer friendly as others. I think Edel McSharry will be very close with Clark in the final run. Well, we shall see. We'll take a quick break, back with more in a moment.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really, really looked after me very well.
But they'll have a nominated agent.
Yeah, an agent, yeah.
Doesn't necessarily have to be, they have to nominate one person who'll go into a room and they'll collectively debate all the spoil votes, and be arguments for and against the inclusion of certain ones if people feel they have grounds that a certain vote is a number one or whatever for somebody.
Yeah. And just as an indication, I was looking at this earlier. Last time out in 2020 in Sligo Leitrim, there were almost 500 spoiled votes. So that's a significant enough number. Now, I don't know how that compares with other years or other constituencies, but that's a significant amount of votes is not spoiled. And they're spoiled more or less by accident, isn't that right? Or in the majority of cases by accident.
There may not be a stamp on the.
Yeah.
There may not be a stamp on the which shouldn't happen.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
Two number ones.
A
skip number.
An X is acceptable though, isn't it?
An X is acceptable.
Yeah, as long as there's only one X.
Yes,
not
correct.
it. Yeah. But that mostly comes down to a misunderstanding on the voters' behalf. That would be fair to say.
Most of the time, other than the old clear protests. As you said,
and people abusing you as well.
But 500 votes.
Oh, no, well, I wouldn't mind that. But that's somebody exercising their franchise.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how they choose to use it.
Do you get to hear back from your agent as to what somebody may have written on the ballot paper?
Well, I mean, you can go in yourself if you want.
Yeah, okay.
You can go in yourself.
You couldn't be bothered.
And does it ever end up? I mean, is there healthy argument there as to what might constitute a spoiled vote, because it can be very important.
I mean, the big examples were
Niall.
Ben Briscoe and Eric Byrne many years ago.
Yeah.
John will tell you about that one.
Yeah, that went on, but the biggest one was the one in your own constituency at home.
Yeah.
The Paddy Lenihan one in Longford Westmeath that went on for 10 days.
Yeah.
No more than 50%.
Over a spoiled vote.
And you see, there was an odd funny thing done now with votes, because if you had the fellas tallying them, it was not unknown for some fella to have a piece of lead under his nail, and he'd be looking at one and he'd do that and he'd just then put it over the line and it was split. There was all sorts of things like that was done.
Yeah.
I suppose obviously the one at Michael Finucane and Dan Neville. Michael Finucane and Dan Neville.
What happened in that case, John? I don't remember that.
There was only one vote in the difference.
Yeah.
And I think that that campaign went on. It went into the full week under when all the barristers and
they were all called in.
They were all called in. It actually took over a week, and Michael Finucane was declared the winner by one vote.
Yeah. And ultimately, it's the returning officer who decides what constitutes a spoiled vote and not. So you make your case, isn't that it?
Yeah. That's the why it was a very tight election here, and there was evaluation on the 300 spoiled votes here. They would be brought into the equation. They would be re-examined.
Yes.
It's not just you're getting a life examination at the moment, but it came down to a cliffhanger for 2 or 3 votes, Jeremy.
Yeah.
The whole lot would be wheeled in again.
And they can be re-examined. That's it.
And often on re-examination, votes that are excluded are included.
Okay. And you could also run into the situation where on a recount, a ballot paper might have been, say, the number 5, instead of going to John McCartan, as it was meant, could have been put in with marks and net result. So that's why if it's a recount, a really tight recount, every ballot paper is scrutinised and every count has gone through from start to finish in the exact same procedure.
Right, okay, so we can take it, if they're discussing spoiled votes, that a first count, I won't say it's imminent, we're talking about an hour from now maybe, would that be fair to say, would you think?
Well, if the rest counted, bar the spoils, they won't be long finishing it.
Yeah, all right, okay. So that's where we're at the moment. Right, okay.
Well, everything is obviously bundled
Sorry, John,
at this stage. So everything's in bundles now at this stage. So even if they were to start counting anything, they're just going to count bundles now. They're not actually going to count ballot papers.
Unless somebody called for a full recount. Nobody is close enough to each other for that kind of stuff.
It's a bit early for that.
Right, okay. Let's go back to John for a moment. We've more to discuss and more questions coming in from listeners as well, which we'll get to. But for now, John is joined by Leitrim Fianna Gael councillor Maeve Reynolds.
Indeed we are, Niall, and indeed Leitrim Fianna Fáil councillor Mary Bohan also joins us here out on the floor. Maeve, I'll start off with you. At this stage, from a Fine Gael perspective, one candidate looking very much like Frank Feehan is going to be returned to the next Dáil.
Yeah, I suppose there's nothing a given yet, but the tallies are looking good. Just from my own perspective, I suppose the tallies are looking very good from my area, the Carrick and Shannon area. Frank polled very well, between 11 and 1,200 votes in the Carrick Municipal District, and I suppose Frank has worked hard over the last term. He's ensured that Carrick and Shannon region in particular, South Leitrim got a lot of investment into small community groups, and I think people have seen that, and they've put their faith in them to try and deliver for the next term again.
Yeah, you have the business campus obviously there in Carrick and Shannon, the former MB&A building, a number of signature projects like that Fine Gael will point to and say, this has been the legacy of the government. So you feel that was a big reason in the support in South Leitrim sticking very much with them?
Absolutely. Well, if you're coming from Leitrim, there's two things that determine the funding you get: your population, which we're not on a strong footing for that one, and your government representatives. And Frank was the only government TD there for the last term, and there was a lot of investment in the Carrick and Shannon area. The Shannonside recreational campus will be revolutionary for not just the Carrick and Shannon area but the whole county, and I think that there's a big recognition there of that funding. In the large-scale infrastructure grant in the Sligo Leitrim area in particular, I think we got 11% of the nationwide total, which is for a regional area like this, it's a phenomenal amount of money to get put into the area.
Any indication at all on the doorstep and on the canvas over the last week or so that there was a slump in the Fine Gael support?
From our point of view, obviously it's a very quick 3 weeks, but we were met very positively on every doorstep, and while people were raising issues and rightfully raising issues, there was a massive recognition of the work that was done there over the last term. Every doorstep you went to, everybody knew Frank, everybody had come across Frank, and everybody was aware of the work that had been done and the investment into small groups, a lot of money into small groups, and there was a definite recognition of that throughout the 3 weeks.
All right, stay with us for a moment, Maeve. We're also joined by Councillor Mary Bohan from the Manor Hamilton Municipal District of Fianna Fáil. Councillor Mary, you've been here, you've seen all this before. Give me what your highlights are from this general election campaign and from the count today. The performance, I presume, of Eamon Scanlon from a Fianna Fáil perspective. Vidal McSharry is battling in there as well. And maybe let's start by looking at the Leitrim Fianna Fáil candidate, Paddy O'Rourke. How would you say he has fared out?
Well, I think Paddy had a very short campaign. He was added to the ticket very late, which I totally disagree with, and I think Fianna Fáil headquarters mishandled that completely. The Fianna Fáil councillors in Leitrim had looked for a representative to run in the county because we feel we were entitled to do that. I think maybe the gender quotas had something got to do with the delay in adding Paddy. But having said that, he was added very late. Lots of people were out. Other candidates had been out maybe 3 weeks, some 4 weeks before that. But having said that, he has got a very, very good vote. He's got over 4,000 first preference votes. And if you remember the last time, I think he had over 5,000. Not the last time, but the time before. But then he got a couple of thousand in West Cavan. So, that was taken from him. But Paddy is known for his work. He's a tremendous hard.
And was his late arrival, was that at the fault of party headquarters? Because again, you'd hear the stories that they couldn't get a candidate first and foremost, that people were reluctant to put their names forward. But you're saying this very much lies at the door of party HQ.
Yeah, I think so, because Paddy was available to run, and I think he had made that known. But as people will know, or maybe some don't know, there's a 40% gender quota that parties have to reach in order to get their government funding. And if they don't get that, their funding is cut. So that's uppermost in the minds of the headquarters of the various parties when they're selecting candidates. And while I like to see more women in politics, it's not always possible to get people. And I think in a county like Leitrim, where we're looking for a resident government representative in it, Paddy should have been added sooner. But having said that, coming back to the overall picture, I think that the Fianna Fáil vote has held up tremendously well. I mean, if you look at it even yet, Eamon Scanlon will be elected. Eamon obviously was elected before, and he had an office based in North Leitrim and worked there. So, I mean, he's well known and well respected for the work that he has done. But I think we are still not ruled out for the very last seat.
Yeah, you could still take two, you feel?
It depends on the way the transfers go. I think Vidal McSharry has fought a very good campaign. She's a very good candidate. And if she were to get a good transfer, then she would be in the running for the last seat. But overall, the party vote has held up. But to come back to the funding that has come into Leitrim, I think Leitrim County Council can take great credit for a lot of that funding. Now, this is government funding. It's not the responsibility of any one person, but the government have made these schemes available, and Leitrim County Council have been to the forefront of drawing down all of that money. And we have to say as well to the community groups, I think we have most fantastic community volunteer groups in Leitrim, and we've drawn down every single penny that we could get, and we're waiting to draw down more.
All right, so you've been saying the strength of those applications was very important as well, and the funding being drawn down. Talk to me for a moment about Micheál Martin and about Fianna Fáil at a national level, Mary. Just from listening to the news there at 7:30, or at 7 o'clock, it seemed that the national exit poll, very much overplayed to a degree what number of seats Sinn Féin would get, and probably was a little bit unkind to Fianna Fáil. So will people look at this and say a very good performance of the Fianna Fáil leader and from the party in general?
Well, I suppose we have to wait for the overall result. There are a lot of seats that won't be decided until tomorrow night and maybe Monday. But I think the performance overall has been reasonably good. Now, I've been here most of the day today, so I've missed a lot of what's going on at national level. But from the bit that I have heard, the vote is holding up very well across the country. Now, there are one or two high-profile people that we may lose. In other areas, we're making gains.
Right. Maeve, if I can come back to you for a moment. A big talking point earlier on was the whole social media aspect that surrounded this particular campaign. And I suppose the clip Simon Harris down in Cork, obviously Kanturk, that's one of the big talking points from it. As a young person yourself, how important is it that so much of this campaign was seen to be fought on social media, maybe less and less on the traditional media channels, the likes of the debates on radio and on TV, that there was such an onus on social? Is that where the young vote is at? Is that the way of connecting to it? You're in this age group. Tell us the secret how to connect with those young voters.
I don't know if I know the secret, John, but I suppose it is, in one way, it's a bit unfortunate that things are won and lost on sound bites, or won and lost on one interaction, rather than looking at, we'll say, a history, looking at policies and looking at the deeper meaning of everything. But look, you have to move with the times, and you have to keep up, and you have to find a way of connecting, and if traditional media isn't the way, you have to pivot and use every means necessary in order to connect with the most amount of people that you can.
It's been a baptism of fire. You've had a council election, you've been canvassing now for a general election, enjoying it?
Absolutely, yeah. I say every day is a school day, and that there's no book for this, that you just learn one step at a time, but it's very interesting. I've come across a lot of very helpful people on my journey, and I'm very grateful for that. And Mary is one of them here. We're all friends and colleagues in Leitrim County Council, and we're all there for the betterment of the county, and we all work very well together, and I'm very appreciative for that.
And finally, Councillor Mary Bohan, if social media is the way to go, what's your TikTok strategy going forward?
Well, I have to say I'm a very late recruit for social media, but I suppose it is as part of our lives now, and we have to live with it. But one of the things that I'd like to say, John, before we conclude, is that I'm a little bit disappointed that across the country the vote in general is down. I think somebody said to me a while ago it's around 53%. And I think it's very important. You know, our democracy is so precious, and we're very lucky to live in a democratic system. And I think there's no excuse for people not coming out to vote. You know, we have a lot of people saying this should be done and that should be done and this isn't being done right. And they have a chance on polling day. And I'm coming to council elections for, I'm not going to say how long, but most people will know. But and I think, you know, it is the democratic system in action, and it really is important. We fought so hard to get a vote for people, and men got it first and the women got it after. But anyway, we have it now, and we should use it.
All right, okay, well said. There's not much point really in giving out if people don't vote when it comes to the formation of the new government. Well, what the makeup will be in Sligo Leitrim here, we should have some indications at least inside the next hour or so as regards the first count. But for the moment, to Councillor Maeve Reynolds and indeed to Councillor Mary Bohan, thank you so much indeed for joining us. With that, it's back to you, Niall.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks to Mary and to Maeve for joining us as well. Now, our technicians tell us, our IT experts tell us that they're watching us at the moment in the UK, USA, Spain, Australia, Germany, France, Portugal, New Zealand, Netherlands, United Arab Emirates, Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Italy, Poland, Sweden, Austria, Finland, Malta, Sri Lanka, Switzerland and Hungary. So there you go, you are being listened to and watched as well. Mary Bohan made some interesting points. I didn't realise the turnout nationally was 53%, which is low. I don't have those figures, but she says it is, and that is disappointing. John McCartan, isn't it?
It is. It is.
To do with a November election, do you think?
Well, I think people are well able to exercise their democratic right regardless of the time of year or the weather. It's not a big thing to ask of people. It's symptomatic of the disaffection that there is out there. And again, something that you and I have talked about in the past, Niall, the quality of political discourse and the lack of respect that there is for people who put their names on that ballot paper and go out and put their necks on the line. And, I guess we do have to examine both the way we talk about politics and politicians, but us as consumers of information, how we consume that information. You know, we're attracted to the fiery exchanges, and we're attracted to the coarse headlines, and we're attracted to the sound bites on Twitter that say the nasty things. And I, for one, I have to say, Niall, I've actually stopped using social media.
Have you?
No, not completely. Social media platforms that offer me crass and vulgar discourse. I've just stopped using them because I realised in using them I'm part of the problem. So we are the consumer. We pay for this stuff, and we make it economically viable for this level of discourse to happen. And we should try and think a little bit about how we consume our media. And I think if we did, there wouldn't be so much apathy.
Okay, John Ellis, Turnout and whatever else.
Well, you see, there's been an apathy with this election from day one, because all the media were saying that it was going to be a repeat of what had been there before, that would be Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael plus A, B or C. And some people would say the voice, well, what the hell is my voice isn't going to be of any assistance to trying to change the government if I wanted to change it. And you run into that problem, that apathy becomes a major issue. But I'd be worried at only 53% turnout.
Yeah.
Because it's going to leave a lot of ground for dissident groups to start to organise themselves into various organisations. Because they'll say we can't get involved in the political system, so we become involved on the fringe movements. And that is frightening, but that is definitely there. And you see some of the results that are coming in today. You see some of the people that's possibly going to get elected. That definitely signals to any of us that there is an apathy out there and basically a curse on all your houses.
Yeah.
As far as the main political parties are concerned.
Yeah, has that not always been the case, John? I don't know down the years.
Well, there was always a bit of it.
Yeah. Mark McSharry, on the turnout, 53%. I don't know what it was nationally last time. I got to check that. So,
I've always had a view that, and I know the joke. It's often joked about the Pat Rabbit, refrain about that's what one does. You buy the general election with false promises and then you revert to type. And because of that, people don't feel any sense of ownership of the national policy platform. I certainly think that's part of it. And a lot of the mainstream parties now are siloed.
Yeah.
And we were talking earlier about policy in the early days of John Ellis's career, or Ray McSharry or Joe McCartan. The policy of Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil was what bubbled to the top. And it was the sum of the parts that derived policy. But increasingly they are silos. Certainly Fianna Fáil is run by Micheál Martin and Behaviour and Attitudes on Mount Street. I would say Fine Gael is something similar, and I'd say Sinn Féin are something similar again over in Parnell Square, based on the market they're trying to get into. They want to stay a little more left than the public are prepared to accept to vote for them for, I think, in terms of putting them in government. And I think that's tragic for democracy. The other problem I see is that politicians in that era, again, for good or for bad, took decisions. So when you went back to Cosgrove, Mass, or Haughey, Fitzgerald, Dick Spring, on through Bruton, even right up to Bertie's sort of first time, I think politicians took decisions and they were prepared to take the rough with the smooth.
But assuming that is the case...
But now, just what it has become is the decisions are now laundered through the corporate consultancy complex.
Yeah.
As you know, the independent expert report said, so who are you to question it? And I don't think that's healthy for democracy.
Okay, but were the leaders of the parties more dictatorial back then? I mean, John was talking earlier about how 3 TDs
Definitely not.
from Fianna Fáil would go into the leader's office. I can only imagine what those exchanges were like.
There were actually no problem doing that, or even some other issue. An individual TD had access to the Taoiseach, and you weren't going through what I'm told at the minute. You have to be vetted nearly as if you were going into San Quentin before you're allowed in, and that's how bad it is. But the big problem for all the parties is that the organisation on the ground has been done away with. Fianna Fáil brought in a membership thing which destroyed the Commons situation which was there. Like in the old days, you had the Common, it met maybe only once a year. But you then went into that meeting, there might be 10 or 15 people at the meeting. John would have seen the same with his father in Fine Gael, the Fine Gael branch. And them people were available to you when it came to the election. They were available to do canvass, to do all the necessary. Their people are now gone because all that the main party headquarters is interested in is how much money they can collect off the membership and give them no say, no nothing. And definitely I have to agree with Mark. There is a situation developing where a very inner sanctum of people in parties are now taking the decisions rather than having the wider membership take it. And in many cases, TDs are finding that if they start to raise queries that aren't in the best interest of the leadership, that they find themselves ostracised and put to the side. Whereas in my day, if a TD had a row with a minister and they went to whoever the party leader was, it was soon sorted one way or the other, and it wasn't carried on to the following week. But I'm told now that if you're not on the right side of the fence in any of the parties, that basically you'll only get the minor crumbs, and your colleagues round you will be looked after if they're basically on the inner circle, and that's wrong.
And just to add ever so slightly to that, that it's not that there weren't kitchen cabinets within parties at different times, but they were drawn from within. They were drawn from TDs and senators from within, so therefore informed by actual people, not algorithms in Ipsos or behaviour and attitudes. And I think, this is back to the democracy purist, which I consider, I'm a great believer in democracy, but we're subverting it at every hand's turn,
And we have forgotten what the actual command structure of a political party is.
Absolutely.
And that is the branch membership feed into their officer board, their local representatives, their TDs who feed into the party through the parliamentary party and the national executive. And unfortunately, we seem to think that the leader is the person who controls the party, but the leader is not the person who controls the party. The branches control the party.
We've got about a minute and a half left. I see where Micheál Martin has been speaking to the national media and has said it remains to be seen whether a government will be formed before Christmas. He said it was early days, but we do see a route to a very strong finish in the election. He's talking about Fianna Fáil, and the country, he says, is a very competitive and fragmented electoral situation. So it sounds like he is assuming that he's going to be the one calling the shots, is it not?
Yeah, fair enough. It's down to the lack of an alternative and the sum of the parts.
Yeah.
I would suggest, rather than any sort of overarching policy that people believe in. He certainly does see himself as the next Taoiseach, or trying to be the next Taoiseach. But that underlying problem that the three of us have just been speaking about, remains the challenge. Whatever four we send up there, that's what they're up against. I mean, Micheál Martin was probably in every constituency in Ireland during this campaign. He wasn't here.
Yeah, he wasn't, and it was commented on. John, a quick question or a quick comment from you, and we'll take our break for a news.
When you go back to, I was in Dáil when the first Shinn F TD was elected in 1997, Cuivan O'Cahlan. And so when you look at when you compare the dominance in the 80s and 90s, it was Gareth Fitzgerald, Charles J. Haughey, and all and it was totally domination was very much for Fianna F through an extraordinary length of time. They controlled, when I was in the RDR for about 20 years, I think that Fianna F were in government for the best part of the 14 years of that tenure. So really, and equally when you look at the point of organisations, I think I was listening to Damien Brennan, and he was one of the greatest strategists in Sligo Leitrim. It's back down to the setting up regrettably. Not alone at parties that field, but the organisation on the ground and getting committed people who would take on the role of branch secretaries or chairpersons, whatever the case may be, and encouraging new people into it and make meetings interesting, that really has sort of evaporated. So I think and also when you look at, I suppose, the figures that are coming out at the moment, it says that Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil, it could be on 82 seats. That's what
Okay, all right, well, that's what you're hearing, okay.
82
all
seats,
right.
and clearly all that they will need is one other leg to the stool.
Okay, we better go to our 8 o'clock news break. Back in a few minutes here at the Clayton Hotel in Sligo.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought Solar Generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for Solar Generation, really. I'd 100% recommend Solar Generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from Solar Generation, and really, really looked after me very well.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
as a business we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, price at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.